Hey, welcome back to the Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is the 2nd of August, 2026. We're a bit late on the draw today. Sunday mornings have been a bit more difficult, I guess, but we got here. We'll be here for a while, so I trust you're well. We are back with a new deck. This is like technically week 2 of Fear No Evil, and I don't have a villain out. I think I should figure out what villain we want to play against before we set this up, but we have an interesting deck for you today. This is Echo in Leadership, which is something I think we had a couple questions about this in chat over the last like week or so. Like, what's your opinions on Leadership Echo? And I was, for worse or for worse, a bit dismissive of it. It didn't seem like something I wanted to do. And that's largely because a card I really like in Echo is Improvisation. And Improvisation really cares that you're playing cards with these traits: attack, defense, and thwart. And Leadership is unscientifically the one aspect that I think has the least of those traits by a mile. There's not that many attack events in Leadership. It's all about allies and playing non-traded events that just like do good things for you. But it turns out, yeah, Echo is a really strong shell for replaying your events over and over and over and over again. And Leadership just has some of the best events in the game. They don't really progress the game forward, obviously. They're kind of like combo pieces. But then like Echo's really good at doing combo pieces stuff. Because if you're not familiar with Echo, she can grab cards and she can hold them in her Echo zone. And then she can replay them cheaply from there. In fact, free for most of the events that you have in Leadership. And it turns out to be really good. I've tested this deck so far. We played through like 4 games. We played through like 3 villains and through, what's his face? The big guy, Kingpin. Last night, not in a campaign mode, just like kind of vanilla, and it was pretty convincing. I think I've got the deck down to 41 cards. I was playing like a 43 or 44 card version. There's a chance that we all know deep inside us which card should make it to 40, but we'll talk about it in a second to figure out if we want to wean this down. And I think we do need to wean this down to 40 cards because inherently is a bit of a combo deck. And anytime that your deck has like multi-card combos that have to show up in the right order, it really does serve you well to get your deck to as small as the deck size as possible. Generally, you want to be doing that anyways, but specifically if your deck is like a multi-card combo deck. Ajax, how's it going? Finally caught one live. Welcome to the stream. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you've been watching for a while, maybe you're new here, but welcome to the channel. We've been growing a fair bit as of the last like month or so, and I think it's a whole bunch of different reasons, and Fear No Evil is definitely part of it, so welcome. Speaking of Fear No Evil, if you want to know my thoughts on Fear No Evil, we did like a review section. It took about like maybe an hour. It is not in a separate video, it's just in the VOD of the stream that we did Aggression Daredevil on Friday. Yeah, you can listen to it. Again, we'll probably check in on that in like a month or so, or sorry, a couple weeks or so to see if like our thoughts have really changed about it. But if you want to know more about Fear No Evil, which I have no doubt is really exciting, that'll be just a couple days ago. Played Echo Ship Leader, played Echo, hey Andy, one more time. Played Echo Leadership against Kingpin yesterday. Had Sidekick and Side by Side. I never got Daredevil on the table. I ended up spamming Strength and Diversity. That is the one card that we're not playing. And I do think these 2-cost absurd events are so good in Echo. So Strength and Diversity says for each trait on a friendly character you can play, you get it, remove a threat, and do damage. And Echo already starts with 2 traits, which are pretty good. And they're pretty niche traits. Like currently we don't have that many defenders. I don't think we have any defenders in Leadership so far. Martial Artist, also a really niche trait. We only have a couple characters with that. And so as soon as you play 2 or 3 other characters, and then you play like, every time that you play functionally one of your diversities, you play it twice for 1 more card, it's really quite good. We're not going in that direction. We're going in a different direction, but 2-cost events are really, really, really strong. Yeah, I have definitely 1 game so far from testing in which we don't get through our first cycle of our deck in Leadership, which like is kind of surprising considering Leadership doesn't really have a lot of burst, but I mean, you'll see what we're doing. It's like not super surprising. Anton, how's it going? How's your Sunday morning? All right, let's talk about it. Excuse me 1 second. I need to take a deep breath and get some coffee. I made some breakfast on the stove today, and then I set up for the stream, and I went back and I left the stove on, which I'm glad we're still all here. But let me tell you, that scares me at the top of the stream. So we'll take our time and slurp her coffee straight into the microphone. You know how it can be. This is Echo. She's a very, very base stat line, like a very good flat stat line. This is no different than Daredevil. The 222 stat line has, I think, been the most common stat line that FFG has given us, at least in a while. It didn't used to be super common. It used to be actually kind of rare on sort of the all-rounder characters. And it feels like out of the last like waves, most of the characters are 222 stat lines. That is nice in some ways because you can build them in any direction. Like Echo is as close to being a perfect defense deck as she's being an aggression deck, I guess. So it's up to you to like find the nuance there, but it's not bad. And for solo, we really like that flexibility for sure. We will defend sometimes, largely we'll attack and thwart. Now, of course, Watch and Learn says, after a player plays an aspect or basic event, and while I have played Echo so far at 2 players with my partner, we're like halfway through a Fear No Evil campaign, I don't think we've ever used this because most of the events that I'm playing in my Justice Daredevil deck are not worth recurring, especially because I'm playing a lot of cheap stuff and not a lot of 2-cost stuff, but it's going to be interesting to see how this scales with a bigger player count, particularly if you both players on the table or more players at the table build around this. Regardless, you can tuck an event underneath her, and those don't do anything inherently, but you can have up to 3 events. As soon as you get a 4th, you just kind of eject one of them, your choice. Now, our alter ego text is also really good, especially for setting up ambitious combos. Maybe not easy for your first play, but it says when you change the hero form, you can search your deck for any aspect or basic event. So just not an echo event, and you can add it to your hand. That means that you're functionally a 7-card hand size on turn 1, because if you take 6, jump up, you have 7, which is quite good for explosive starts, and we do actually use that in a bunch of different ways. Of course, photographic reflexes. This is the card. Oh, sorry, we're gonna have jump-ons, hop-ons. We have 6 copies of these. Each of them has different icons, so we have 2 of each, and this is like the card that makes Echo do things, because this just says discard this to play an event tucked in the Echo zone, reduce its cost by 2, which means that every event you play twice. And that is like such a good proposition when it comes to just like base value. The idea is that we play a 2-cost event once, and then we play it for functionally only 1 more card, means that our 2-cost events, yeah, they're just that twice as good. Notably, events in this game, let alone most card games, are balanced that they do something really important right now, but then they're bad on hand size and they're bad on like value. They're good on tempo. And so Maya's ability, or Echo's ability more accurately, is really strong because it gives you more value based off of a tempo play, right? Like events are good, but they're also bad because you need to draw them. So your card draw is limited. You need to play them. Obviously that's tricky. Upgrades go on the table, give you consistent value. Events give you value right now, and that's it. But the fact that now every event goes into the Echo Zone, which now makes them easier to play situationally, as long as you draw one of these, you'll have access to your event when you need it, but then you can replay the event. So now your event goes from a tempo play to also a bit of a value play, where you look at every event and be like, if I play it now, I'm going to play it again later for cheap in the next couple turns. And that actually just like changes the value proposition on playing events in general, which makes it really quite nice. Hey, Lion, how's it going? Just finished expert campaign for Fear No Evil. Campaign mechanics feel disappointing for me. Yeah, I was not super hot on the campaign mechanics. It's definitely not a campaign I think I'm going to be playing the campaign that much more. Yeah, it's a weird box for sure. I was also like pointed out, I need to respond to comments, but I just got a great message from HFT that the Kingpin setup we did was wrong on Friday. We didn't even win the scenario, but the Kingpin setup says when you attach James Wesley to yourself, I forgot about this, you also have to give Kingpin a boost card. That's messed up, man. So that means the Kingpin will have a boost card for sure on turn 1 and a James Wesley. The main scheme starts with 3 threat, which means even if you threat the main scheme down to 0, you put 1 threat on the main scheme. Kingpin will put 4 threat if you don't clear James Wesley, and you draw 2 boost cards. If they're both 3 boosts, that is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, which is 11 threat. It's actually possible to just lose on turn 1 in solo, and there's nothing you can do, if I'm not mistaken, in the campaign, right? Because the box says put James Wesley into play and give Kingpin a boost card, because you reveal him. It says attach a Kingpin and give him a face down boost card. And then again, if Kingpin schemes, Kingpin will scheme for 4 and 2 boosts. At most can be 10. However, you put 1 threat per turn because of acceleration, and the main scheme only has 11 threat, which means that there is a not super small chance, but a somewhat small chance that you will just lose the game on turn 1 and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't think I've realized that. I might have been playing James Wesley wrong. I've just been attaching James Wesley, but apparently the campaign guide says to reveal James Wesley, which means that Kingpin will scheme against you for 4 and 2 boosts on turn 1, which unfortunately the math in solo just means you can lose on turn 1 and there's nothing you can do about it. That sits with me pretty poorly. Don't know what to do about that. That I just beaten Kingpin on expert and you're telling me it's a lie? Yeah, Arkura, yeah, you and I both. Yeah, I think I forgot to do that too. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure HFT is right about this, but I guess I should just double check the source. It'd be silly not to. Well, I don't think we have the PDF digitally yet, which is kind of strange. So it says, if the 4 reveal James Wesley. Yeah, James Wesley should be revealed. So James Wesley should give an extra boost, which means you can just lose on turn 1. There's nothing you can do about it. Unless you're playing like specifically Justice, or like you've teched your deck into it. You discarded him with a 2 boosts card scheme by Kingpin? Sorry, Lion? Hey, not only do I catch a stream, but Cameo in the thumbnail. Yes, we're finally playing Cameo for the first time ever. I'm not a huge Cameo fan, and we'll see if it like is better for us today. You did give him a boost card? I just want. Oh, we gave him a boost card. I don't think we gave him 2 boost cards. He should have 2 boost cards, right? Because he should come in with a James Wesley boost card, and then he should get a boost card naturally, which means he can scheme for, again, 10 on turn 1, which, yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. Anyways, back to this. Photographic reflex is really good. Now, Study the Tape, also really good for events. Study the Tape for events means you can grab cards from the discard pile, but they have to be events that are not your events. They have to be basic or leadership for our sake. Also, the thing with this is you can grab Photographic Reflexes, which is just a really good grab, because grabbing a Reflexes plays an event underneath you at -2 cost, so it's usually a better play than just grabbing something you actually have to play for, which is true. That is brutal. Yeah, that is kind of absurd. It is like you can just lose on turn 1, nothing you can do about it. I don't know if we've ever seen that in a scenario before. Muscle memory. And now, mind you, this is only a problem if you play on the campaign, but uniquely, you don't put him into play, you reveal him. So it's campaign. Actually, I don't know how likely is it to get 2 boosts that have that bad? Like, this is the Kingpin set. The Kingpin set doesn't have that many 3 boosts. It doesn't have that many 3 boosts, so it's not incredibly possible. Tombstone has not that many either. And I think Tracksuit Mafia is low on boosts. The problem is Expert has a lot of boosts. So like it's possible to lose. And heaven forbid that you have to shuffle in the cards from the, from the Raft Breakout. Because the Raft Breakout has like 3,000 boosts. So if you shuffle in the Raft Breakout, you likely just lose on turn 1. It's like not, well, I guess the order depends whether you shuffle these in before you do James Wesley. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird that you can just lose on turn 1. All right, muscle memory. So this card is like kind of good. It's kind of really good. I didn't care about this card so much because I was like replaying the cards underneath you is very expensive. Now you can use muscle memory at a minimum just to add a card into your hand, which can matter on super important turns. But it's also very good for tucking cheap cards. I think this is what's interesting with Echo is like you want to play 2 cost cards or 1 cost cards with photographic reflexes. But if you tuck 0 cost cards with muscle memory and you can just replay those cards over and over and over again, for free. We played assess the situation in every Echo deck we've played to date, and the idea is that if you have a muscle memory, you can just use this to play it again. And that also means with muscle memory, if you have enough cards in hand, you can muscle memory to grab a card, you can replay that card, and then you can still photographic that card. So you can play the same card twice in the same turn, which is pretty wild. You basically want to fail 2 scenarios, which is strange. Yes, it's in your best interest to fail 2 scenarios, and it's easy to do that. You just pass every turn, which is weird. You will have worse things happen to you. I think I also got a bit curmudgeonly where like when we failed Kingpin, the response of failing Kingpin and Expert is that you have to fail a scenario and try Kingpin again, which is basically you saying, but I've already failed Kingpin. I need more help. I don't need to make it harder, which is like the weird thing about the scenario or about this campaign. It's not like fail forward or more accurately, like pull forward to get more upsides and downsides. It's if you fail, it gets harder. If you succeed, it gets easier, which like does not help you when you fail. And that is the time in most games where like you need to give somebody help. If they're failing, it means, it's usually the opposite. That's what Arkham classically did. It was fail forward design. Sometimes you don't get the best story or the best upgrades, but they'll still push you forward so you can succeed on the next scenario sometimes. That one, at least when you fail, you technically fail campaigns. So I guess like the setup will get easier. So the second time you fight Kingpin, James won't be there. I mean, maybe that's an upside. So you do fail something, but then you fail something, if you know what I mean. It's weird. It's really weird. Anyways, I like muscle memory more than I think I do, just because like grabbing cards is flexible. Sometimes you just need a resource. And if you have a card tucked underneath you, that doesn't make sense. Same with choreography. And the reason why I'm putting these at the front is because these are the cards that actually give you so much consistency to play combo decks. And like Echo's really good at playing a combo deck. In leadership, we are playing a leadership combo deck. And that's because all of these tools are absurdly good at setting up combos. Study the Tape gets your thing. Photographic replays your thing. This makes sure that your thing is in the deck multiple times per deck cycle. And muscle memory lets you replay your thing. Like these are so many cards. It's about a quarter of our deck is enablers for us to do like really, really wild stuff with playing events and the same events and setting up our deck for consistency. And this is why you can do some really ambitious stuff with Echo. From this point forward, you just get like the good Echo cards. Echo's Katana is not bad. It like does definitely stuff. When you play an event, its damage gets to be dealt, its cost gets to be dealt as damage with piercing, which is not bad for sure. American Sign Language is also not awful. It's a resource generator. It does work cool in multiplayer because it can be used for everyone. The res is like healing. I think I've only fired this once so far in about like a dozen and a half Echo games I've played. I just don't really need it, largely because you're playing improvisation, and improvisation gives you some incidental healing. But the res is also interesting because it's a card that has a fail state, because if you have nothing tucked underneath you that's expensive, this is not really worth much. And I have had decisions where I was like, I can play a 2-cost card tucked underneath me and then jump down, or I'll just do less so I can jump down and heal 2 and then heal 2 next turn. And sometimes that's right, and maybe that's an interesting decision, but the res is really weird for like a recovery card because it can fail. It also does encourage you to play more expensive cards, and that's always like a cool tension with Echo, whether you want to play cheap or expensive events. Now, these are the cards that I think are less interesting in the deck. Improvisation in leadership is not super good. You can build around it, but this deck will never play this and never fire it because we literally have 0 attack, defense, or thwart traded cards. No, that's not true. We have 1 attack, defense, or thwart traded card. And then finally, we have Daredevil, who's like not bad. The cool thing about Daredevil is he has good text. It says, after Daredevil uses a basic power, reduce the cost of the next event you play this round by 1. And maybe I should have showed that we're playing a sidekick deck to some extent. So the idea is that if you sidekick Daredevil, which you can do, you can activate with him multiple times. And the cool thing about his like reduced cost thing, not only does it hold for the whole round, which matters more for protection, but it stacks. So the idea is that if you use Daredevil twice and he, ready him, the next card he costs is reduced by 2, which is good. I mean, that's fine. But I'll be honest, Daredevil is not the best part of this deck at all. He is a card that you play sometimes. Now, Sidekick is one of the better cards in the deck. Now, this is a limit once per deck. It says attach ally. You have to attach this to an identity-specific ally you control. The attached ally gets a +2 hit points as it's considered your sidekick. And after you make a basic recovery, you heal 2 damage from the attached ally as well. So you now want to jump down to basic recover for a bunch of different reasons because it keeps your ally alive. This is a really cool archetype. We've played Sidekick a fair bit on the channel, and it's always like pretty busto. Like it's really, really quite good. And that's because, well, the Sidekick text doesn't do anything, but you can play a bunch of really good Sidekick cards. Now, notably, Sidekick says attached to an identity-specific ally, not your identity-specific ally. You have to control it. But this is the first time on the channel we are going to be playing Cameo. And classically, Cameo is a card that I haven't really cared about. But in this list, Cameo is really quite good. Technically, it could be a flexible card, but I think for us, we only have one real big option that matters. This is a setup support. So it does actually kind of sort of thin your deck, but not really because it puts a card back in. It says, during setup, you search your collection for an identity-specific ally for an identity not in this game. You shuffle that ally into your deck, and mind you do this after Mulligan, right? Because it's set up, so you do your Mulligan first. Then you have to discard 2 cards from your hand and remove this card from the game. So you start on turn 1 with only 4 cards in hand. Your take on Cameo was so harsh. My take on Cameo is really, really, really harsh. And I still stand by it. Starting the game with 2 fewer cards in your hand is the worst thing you can do in this game. It's a really, really expensive cost, right? Like going into turn 1. Okay, so in most card games, turn 1 is the turn that is guaranteed to happen. It is the only turn in the game that's guaranteed to happen. And you can, and unfortunately this game does, specifically on solo and expert difficulty, sometimes has a tendency to make turn 1 the hardest turn in the game. Where like you play against Green Goblin or you play against Raft Breakout and there's a villainous minion that has a boost and a tough icon. It's like, what are you going to do with it? You play against Kingpin and your nemesis is there and Kingpin is scheming for 4 and 2 boost cards. Like turn 1 is such an important turn for the game that like making your hand size reduced from 6 to 4, and notably you choose which cards you discard. So you're not going to randomly discard cards. That makes it a lot better. But like starting the turn 1 with 4 cards hurts. It hurts a lot. With 4 cards in hand, what can you do? You generally can't set it up and upgrade and do something else. This game is inherently a game that snowballs. You build your board state to play your upgrades, your supports that give you ongoing abilities. And you get your resource generators. So setting up turn 1 will impact every other turn in the game. So having a bad turn 1 means you will have a worse turn 2. It means you'll have a worse turn 3, and so on and so on and so on. Let me show you something just for context. And mind you, we'll be talking about Creeping Corruption or the Shadowlands box later today after our first game, I think. So I play a game called Netrunner. And in Netrunner, just like in Marvel Champions, you can pick your identity, and your identity is a character that you play as. It's the character you start up, and it gives you an ability. Usually there's a text box that gives you an ongoing ability or an action that only you can do. So your identity choice, just like your hero choice, is pretty impactful. Notably in Netrunner, there's no like hero specific or runner identity specific cards. So if I choose to play Andromeda, it's not like I'm going to put more Andromeda cards only she exclusively has access to. But if you choose Andromeda, the big thing you have is you have her text box. Her text box says you draw a starting hand of 9 cards. Instead of having 5 cards in your opening hand, which as you do in this game, kind of, you have 6 cards, she has going from 5 to 9. Now, Technically, Netrunner's a bit different because in Netrunner, not like, you know, Slay the Spire or Flesh and Blood or Marvel Champions, at the end of your turn, you keep your hand up to 5 hand size. You have to discard down to your hand size, and you have to figure out how to draw cards. But Andromeda, just for context, her text was blank after turn 1. But turn 1 says, instead of starting with 5 cards, you start with 9 cards. She, for many, many years, was the best identity you could play in this game. And that is because inherently turn 1 is the most important turn in the whole game. It is the turn that sets you up. If you can establish your economy and your pressure and your hardware and your resources, your upgrades, your allies, like if you can set up a good turn 1, it sets you up for victory in a very, very obvious way, very, very quickly. Again, there's not a perfect equivalency between Marvel Champions and Netrunner, but just to tell you how expensive starting with 2 cards less in your hand, it is the worst turn to do it by a mile. And so Cameo has to be doing something to your deck that either is A, super broken and super busted, at least when it comes to like winning being your priority, or the difficulty has to not matter, right? And that's the big reason why I don't think I like Cameo. On top of that, a big thing about Cameos, it seems like it's a card that will opens up the card pool where it's like, oh, I can play all of these allies. But then once you look at the Cameo card pool, you realize like out of the like, I don't know, we're at 70 unique allies, only about 10 of them make sense to import because the majority of unique allies reference your hero by text. So like, for instance, if you want to play, I don't know, Gambit. No, that's not a good option. Like, what's a good example here? It's like most allies refer to your hero kit by name. The identity text is nuts. I need to play more Netrunner. It's so nuts. And mind you, that card hasn't been legal in like 7 or 8 years. But like that was just the best text you could get in Netrunner for a long time. I got in time here for a pivot to Netrunner 8 bet. -2 cards, and you need to go find the ally yourself. I only Cameo if I got a really powerful synergy. I just want to do something for fun. Heroic, that's how I agree with it, right? And that is my biggest, like, I think, philosophical issue with Cameo. Is Cameo looks like it exists to be a fun card, right? It looks to be a fun card to allow you to do storytelling and explore like weird game states in which like 2 cards that were never intended to be in the same deck can now be in the same deck. The problem is that fundamentally does in some weird edge cases like what we're doing today to some extent can break the game, right? Like there's a fact that the people who make this game don't have to balance around you importing other unique allies because then you get infinites. This Cameo card does unlock some infinite combos. There are some decks that can win on turn 1 because Cameo exists, and the designers obviously are aware of that. So now they have to be like, okay, well now we have to make Cameo have a really big downside, and the downside that they went to pursue is actually a downside that stops you from having a big hand size on turn 1, so you're less likely to find the infinite and just win on turn 1. So it's like we want to give you a tool to be able to play with stuff and do wacky stuff, but we're aware the wacky stuff can quickly get broken if you build into it. And so like I kind of wish Cameo was a lot better and had way less downsides, and they just didn't care. They're like, okay, if you're playing a Cameo deck, it's busted. This game's not competitive. We don't care. But instead they had to try to make a card that is inherently like very, Deadpool-esque, like very goofy and broken and can do some busted stuff. But then they had to actually balance it like it was a real Marvel Champions card. And so you end up in a card which I find to be like trying to look like it's fun. Turns out it's not particularly fun. It like really hurts your startup. And then if it is worth it, it's usually so busted that once you get sped up, you don't care about the downside. So like, why does it have a downside? I'm like, man, I know it frustrates me. I don't get it. It's like, this is not a card I like because I like having a good turn 1. Good turn 1 is the best turn. It's the most important turn for sure. Vivian, Cyclops, yeah, there's so many examples. Those are good examples. Like Vivian says, when you're in form, not like you splash Vivian, but like she doesn't work. Cyclops says, put counters on your Phoenix form. Like the majority of these characters actually don't work. So it's funny how small the card pool is for this. But then there's some that do work. Like Daredevil is worth it. Is it worth having -2 hand size to add Daredevil to any other deck? No, if not, if you ask me. But then there's a couple that do make sense. Like Captain Marvel is just busted when you play her in a team up card and in a sidekick deck. And I do want to say one thing that's really important is to understand that sidekick says attach it to a unique ally. It doesn't have to be the one in your deck. So you're allowed to sidekick Captain Marvel. And that's a really big thing and why we're doing what we're doing today. Do we not have her? She came with Spider-Woman, right? Yeah. Let me catch up on chat. It's a superpower adaptation issue. So what's superpower adaptation? Is it? Wait, I don't play a lot of rogues, so I'm not sure. Let me catch up on chat. So basically you just want to fail 2 snares, which is strange. Excuse me. Love the videos. Hey, Fab, how's it going? I know you recently started doing 2-handed solo with Arkham. Have you ever thought about doing some Marvel Champion streams 2-handed? Hey, that's a great question. I definitely have. I think for Marvel Champions, you do take up more table space than Arkham, which is kind of strange, but we definitely will try it. We'll zoom out and give it a shot at some point. I worry that I'll like it more. And like playing solo one-handed Marvel Champions is so easy for me to set up and do like casually, not only on this channel, that it's like, if I like it more, I think I'm going to be a bit upset. But it also make the game so much longer. I'm worried about it. Like a game on this channel can take somewhere between 30 and an hour, and that number going between an hour and 2 hours, I mean, that doesn't feel good to me. But I think it's something I need to try out because this game is way more interesting at more cards or more players. Cards are clicks kind of like a turn. Those two cards do not hurt as much as a Marvel. Yeah, the thing is, like, cards actually starting with 2 hand size in Marvel Champions might be worse than Netrunner in some ways. Now, in Netrunner, you can spend an action to draw a card, and that game has an action economy like a board game. Or like Arkham Horror, you have 4 actions on your turn, or sorry, 3 actions on your turn in Arkham Horror. And so, like, drawing cards is one of your 3 actions, unless you play a card that draws cards. But the difference with Marvel Champions is not only do you lose cards in hand, you lose resources, so you like lose less things you can play to set up. So it's like not a totally perfect equivalent, but the idea is like, if we had a character that just said you have 10 hand size on turn 1 and that was their entire hero text, they might be one of the best heroes in the game. At least they'd be a very competitive hero is all I'm saying. If their hero text was just 10 hand size, that's it. They would be busted, right? Like they'd be very, very, very strong. Sif is not a character, right? There's a name close to Sif, right? Sif. Lady Sif. That's it. Lady Sif. Lady Sif cares about Thor, yeah, right? Like, doesn't matter. Allies I'd consider Daredevil, Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel, Wiccan. Yes, I was considering Miss Marvel for this deck. Wiccan is one of the ones that is very good, and Wiccan has infinites. I think Wiccan in Spider-Ham has an infinite. You can win on turn 1 if you draw well. And that's the thing. It's like the reasons to play Cameo, at least on a competitive angle, are because they are really, really, really strong, and they can OTK things. Like they can do some really wild stuff. But there's a chance, right? Like ultimately, there's a chance that Cameo is a fun card for people who don't care about the sort of things that I care about. And that's like totally, you know, neutral. That's a neutral statement. That's fun. If you want to play Cameo and you don't care that starting with 2 cards less than your opening hand is like such a detriment, good, power to you. That's sick. I wish I could do that, but it bothers me to start with 4 cards in hand. And at least with Echo, like we start with 5 cards in hand with Maya, which makes it a bit easier to do. But that's the thing. Amadeus chose a 2-cost Avengers Mansion. Hey, Chick, how's it going? Yeah, I guess so. He does have some downsides that you have to kind of block for him. But Amadeus Cho is like, would I spend 2 cards less in my opening hand to eventually draw Amadeus Cho so I could play Amadeus Cho? Or would I rather have 6 cards in hand and just play Avengers Mansion, right? Like, the card that you add to your deck, if you ask me, has to be so good for Cameo to be worth it. Yeah. Shuri with Black Widow is pretty wild. Shuri with Black Widow. I think you want to do Winter Soldier, no? What's the Black Widow ally do? Search for an attack event? I think the other way around is a bit better, right? Where you play the guy who's cheaper for every upgrade you have, I think. Spider-Woman with Jubilee and Aggression Wolverine? Spider-Woman with Jubilee and Aggression Wolverine. You can't do both, can you? Spider-Woman pool leadership can prevent the downsides of Cameo by putting in 3 copies of Mulligan. Yeah, that's a really good point. And we played not exactly that deck, but we were playing Spider-Woman with leadership and Deadpool. And I don't think we even considered Mulligan, but we didn't actually play Cameo. But that is a very, very, very strong deck for sure. I never thought about it, but I guess in multiplayer, you can make the call another ID ally and then play sidekick. Seems clunky. Yep, you can do it. You can definitely do it. You can make the call someone else's card and just set it up. Issue identity specific cards referencing the specific deck so they don't work. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So with a superpower adaptation, a lot of times you grab a card and it refers to your hero's text or your upgrades. So it's not as good as it looks. That's okay. The Widow hero with the Shuri ally. Oh, Shuri the ally is just like grab an upgrade from your deck, isn't it? After you enter play, search your deck for an upgrade and add it to your hand. I mean, I don't know. This is what I don't get. Is like, do I want to spend 2 minus hand size to play a pretty good ally? It's like, no. I'd have to play Shuri, I think, like 3 or 4 times in a game for me to feel good about it. But like, man, the color on this card's really nice. The purple pops. Yeah, I mean, there's things you can do. It's just like I'm obviously like a bit of a wet towel about it. I just -2 hand size is so absurdly expensive. The card is just not for you. It's for the cool Timmy team of fantasies. Like the rogue can play cards that reference the hero stolen from its super adaptation. Lion, I totally agree with you. I know it's not for me, and I'm not right. The sort of like Timmy fantasies, those are legitimate and fine. I think my one thing that I do like, you know, man yells at cloud about is like, if this card was meant to be like a Tammy, you know, team up card, I wish it had less downsides. Like they can give us something that is a bit over curve and say like, okay, it's a cameo deck. It's going to be a bit wild, and just let us have a wild card. Like this game does not need to police its difficulty on the goofy cards. They've given us, the whole Deadpool thing, and they even had to try and make Deadpool feel a bit more balanced by adding the Dreadpool set. And it's like, you can just let Deadpool decks win. It's like, it doesn't matter that much. This is not a competitive game. So like, I think it's up to the players to say like, okay, this is what I expect from my game. And if you're going to make fun cards, I think you can just make them fun. I don't think it really matters too much. Like this game doesn't have a competitive circuit where then people are like, oh, you're playing Deadpool, it doesn't count, or you're playing Cameo, it doesn't count. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't compete in like Marvel Champions. I do think people sometimes do though. All right, Captain Marvel is our ally though. Captain Marvel. She's very hard to search up because there's so many Captain Marvel cards. Captain Marvel? Why can't I find her? Oh, because she's not under ally. She's under Spider-One. Anyways, she's the one that we want to play. And we are able to play her on turn 1 usually, as long as we find some of our cards to get there. But she says after she uses a basic power, draw a card. That's very good. That's just really, really good text. Notably, we can heal her, and we will heal her. She will have 2 more health when she's our sidekick. And the big thing about this is that we have a lot of cards that heal, and we can replay our cards that can heal because, of course, we are Echo. Now, you could team up Daredevil, and there's some interesting things you can do with sidekicking Daredevil. We're not going to do that. This doesn't need to be here anymore. But Captain Marvel is the card that we want to get because it's really, really good. This deck is quite explosive, and there's turns where you do like 20 plus damage, 20 plus thwarting, no issue. So we'll get there. Cameo and Symbiote suits are difficult challenge upgrades. I think like the weekly challenge. Difficulty challenge upgrades. Yeah, like Symbiote suit is in the same camp for me, and like Symbiote suit maybe is a good example of like how they nailed this sort of thing. Like this is a card that a lot of people want to have their symbiote, like symbiote Echo, I guess, if you want to do that. I don't play a lot of symbiote suit, and that's because I mean you're just basically playing on heroic difficulty, but you get extra stats, and then you have to play this sort of like kind of expensive card. It's probably worth doing more than I think it is, but I just like, it's not my vibe. I don't know what that is. It's like a personal thing. I just don't play symbiote suit decks usually. Yeah, it's obviously good. And maybe this is a good example of a card with good upsides and downsides. And then it's up to you to make people make sense of it. Because Black Widow recurs all the time with rapid response. Her supports, preps from discard, Shuri pulls them from your deck, and Avenge Me goes nuts. Oh, if you're doing rapid response spamming, I have not once played Rapid Response. I think this card is so absurdly good. And you're right. If you have an ally that you can trigger their text over and over and over again, it's worth it. I do think though, like the floor with Rapid Response is, why are you not just playing Nick Fury over and over again? And the question is that better than anything else you can do? I don't know. This card seems like it should not exist. It's not really an issue as far as I understand. But basically saying your ally comes back at 1 health it's wild. It's really, really wild. I wish I could play more at the moment. The stream is the second best thing to playing myself though. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry that you can't get some more play in. I'm excited for the yellow cap Marvel ally. Jessica Jones pack is going to be sick. Yellow Captain Marvel. I think we have her here. That's this one. So 4 cost after she enters. So kind of like the other Captain Marvel, you discard the top 4 cards of your deck. If you discarded a printed energy resource, remove 2 thrift from a scheme. If you discarded more than 1 printed energy resource, confuse an enemy. So like Thor is kind of like that. I think the other leadership Captain Marvel might be like that. I mean, that's good. She's expensive. If she thwarts for a bunch of times. She also always removes 2 threat when she comes in usually. I mean, that's pretty good. She's expensive. I don't like expensive allies that don't like warp the game. I don't like value allies, but yeah, it's fine. Side by side, this is absurdly good. It's a 2-cost card. And so the idea is that we play this, it readies both us and our sidekick. And mind you, when our sidekick activates, she draws another card. So this is even cheaper than it looks. And then it gets tucked underneath us, which means we have 6 more copies of Photographic Reflexes, which plays it for free. So every Photographic Reflexes says heal 2, draw a card, do 4 damage. Like, this is why this gets so goofy so quickly, is that the combos get absurd. And then the best part about these sort of cards is side by side, you can put it underneath you and just chill. And you can wait for a turn where you go near infinite, where you do like side by side, you have 2 of them tucked, you wait for a hand that has 2 Photographic Reflexes and of course a muscle memory, and you just go off. And this is the sort of thing where this deck can just like one-shot a lot of villain scenarios. This is a card that I thought was so cool. And the thing is, like, unfortunately, I think it might not need to be in the deck. But this is a card I was really excited to see. It's mission planning. I've never played this one before, but outside of the pre-con it came in. This play only, there's a side scheme in the victory display. So we have to make sure we clear a side scheme. And it says until the end of the phase, allies you control do not take consequential damage. Now this deck only has like 5 allies. So this is way better text when you play multiple allies. But the big thing about mission planning is if you just play it on a turn that you can't play it and just let it get tucked underneath you. Now, when you ever play it on a combo turn, every time that you play side by side, you no longer have to do the healing. which means you kind of get this like not exactly exponential, but this absurd scaling. We're on a turn where you can play usually 3 or 4 side by sides. It's no longer you have to heal to keep Captain Marvel alive. Now she attacks for 2, attacks for 3, attacks for 4, attacks for 5. And so you end up adding like a lot of extra damage because it's also on your character as well. So then you attack for 2, 3, 4, and 5 because you don't have to heal yourself. So like playing one copy of Mission Planning adds a lot of damage to the combo turn, like an absurd amount of damage. And it's very perfectly a card that you want on the tuck for a rainy day. And it's a 2-cost leadership card, which is great. I think there's a chance that this deck doesn't need to play Mission Planning. It's good, but it's like a bit of a combo-tastic card. So it's like the upsides are probably worth it. It's just like, it's kind of fun to shoot for it. I usually play 2 because I usually grab one out of my deck when I jump up because the first one's kind of useless. Maybe we should just play one fewer and play 40 cards instead of 41. I do think this deck needs to play 40 cards because it is a combo deck, but I was like really surprised with how cool Mission Planning is. There's also a cool thing you can do with your Daredevil ally, where if you play Mission Planning on Daredevil and you can figure out how to ready Daredevil a lot, Daredevil just can keep activating over and over again, which makes things cheaper. So it's easy to play like side by sides and like you can do that loop. But ultimately, I think Captain Marvel is just better because drawing cards is better than a resource reduction, especially because drawing cards is likely to draw you into more photographics. And if you draw into a photographic, you can replay the side by side you just played. And that loop like really does fuel itself. But there's some weird stuff you can do with Daredevil and Captain Marvel, especially if they're both mission planned, because anything that readies all your allies gets way, way better. Command team combo with mission planning. Yes, that was one of the cards that we considered. I think where are the cards we considered? Oh, they're on the bottom here. But like I tried the command team thing and it was like way too slow. But you can do some cool stuff with command team and mission planning for sure, where you play 3 command teams and you just say go, 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 go. The thing is like those cards are not very good at making you not lose on expert. And you need cards that both are good at getting you to the combo turn and letting you combo. And command team is a bit too slow for me in solo play. This is way better in multiplayer for sure, where it's more consistent. Okay, so we have to play, mind you, if you're playing mission planning, we have to play some sides games. So we have 2 sides games. We could be playing 3 in this deck. I can't tell how many sides games we should be playing. Call for Backup is really good because it grabs an ally. So at a minimum, grabbing Daredevil is fine. And then we have 2 other good allies that come into play and have good text. Otherwise, we can get Captain Marvel if we need to, but usually we try and grab her on turn 1 if we can. The other one is Superpower Training, which came in this deck. And we could get the one that gets supports. Technically, our upgrades are more important. We have very few supports in the deck. But Superpower Training lets us get an upgrade, and our upgrades are very good. Just like getting a free copy of Muscle Memory is worth it. Getting a free resource generator with ASL is really good. None of them are like super important. Just getting your Katana does some more damage, but it's like, it's a side scheme. There's another leadership side scheme that like heals all your allies. That actually might not be the worst thing to play, but they all take 3 threat to clear. We would love a 2 threat to clear side scheme. Another thing we can do, I've actually really appreciated First Aid in this deck. And the idea is that First Aid is, you know, it's not a bad card, especially because keeping Captain Marvel alive is really important when she's your sidekick. But you can heal her for 2, and then this gets tucked underneath you, and then you can play it again. So when you play your First Aid, you functionally heal for 4, which is kind of sick. Like, it's really nice. It does take more cards out of you, but it's a really cool, flexible way to keep your allies around and keep the combo turn going. It also means if you have a First Aid in hand, you can be a bit more aggressive with your side-by-sides and go for the stats instead of the healing. Because if you play a First Aid, it's like 2 side-by-sides worth of healing, which is pretty effective. I like it a lot. And then we're playing 1 copy of Get Ready, which this is weird. And it's like, I wanted a card that is not useless when we set up. I also wanted a card that if we top deck it with Captain Marvel, it's like also pretty good. And I went for Get Ready. And this is a card I've never really played outside of core set because it's not really impactful for a card slot. All it's functionally doing is letting you use your ally faster, which is not like something you really need to do in a lot of like board states. But the thing with Captain Marvel is if your deck is all Get Readies, as long as you can heal her a bit, which our deck can do, she can just ready, get a card, draw it. This goes underneath you. You can replay it. And having that flexibility, even with Daredevil, it's a bit awkward because if you're ready, he loses his text functionally unless you play another event first. It just gives you a bit of flexibility. And it's a card that's nice to draw in the mid game when you have your combo set up and allows you not fall behind on board. It's kind of cute. First Aid's amazing in Echo, easy way to keep Matt around. Yeah, it's nice to be able to heal your people, and like the double heal that you can offshore for another turn is like kind of cute. Also, good thing about Get Ready is it's 0 cost card. So if you ever get to this point where Muscle Memory has it underneath you, every turn you can just Muscle Memory Get Ready and use it on Captain Marvel and be like, cool. And then it goes underneath it and you can do it the same thing. It's like kind of similar to playing Assess the Situation, which is a 0 cost to draw 1 later that you can replay with Muscle Memory, but you can just replay Get Ready. Similarly, we're on 1 copy of Make the Call, and this is just such a nice card to play and replay. If you're chump blocking with like really cheap allies, it's great. You put the ally in the way, they get knocked out, you make the call next turn when it's underneath you. Notably with Make the Call, it does cost 0, so you can't reduce the cost of the ally with photographic from my understanding. But the big thing with this too is also really good to put underneath you with muscle memory. And then every turn you can largely, dump 2 resources to bring back a Maria or something good. And then just make the call every turn until you're set up for the combo. Like there's some really good things to do in Echo and Leadership. Now our allies, we're playing the cheapest we can, and so this card is still pretty good in solo as much as it gets better in multiplayer. Maria Hill just thwarts a bit. She'll take a block. She draws a card. All that's really good. And then Kalu is really similar. Kind of Maria Hill's text, worse stats, but instead of drawing a card, looks at top 5 for an event, and her deck has a lot of events. Specifically, drawing a photographic reflexes on some turns is like the most important thing. So these are very, very good cards to play and replay with Make the Call and all the other stuff we can do. Then for neutrals, we're playing Mockingbird and we're playing Prof X. I'm starting to play a bit more Mockingbird. She's always been a very good card. I appreciate her a bit more because I do think Fear No Evil is like really soft, unfortunately, to stuns and confuses. Almost all the villains and half the main schemes care about when they attack you, bad thing happens, and none of them are steady or stalwart. So like just stunning the villain is worth so much. And also we have a lot of vulnerable minions. So if you just knock them out, especially if you play against like Purple Man or Tracksuit Mafia, like that goes pretty hard, or the cop set. Professor X is no difference. The best benefit with Prof X is we can jump down to Alter Ego. And when we jump up from Alter Ego, we have a 7-card hand size and we can set up our combos super consistently, which the idea is like you can play one copy of Mission Planning or, grab a side-by-side and go from there. So these are good. They're a bit expensive for the curve of the deck, but like they seem to be good. It's nice to have allies that actually do something and they're not just like combo cantrips. Are you going to try this? What is called Air Cycle? The Sky Cycle. I think for the Sky Cycle, it has to be an Avenger. So it's like a lot of work to get it to work. I do think there's one upgrade. And like in terms of upgrades, attaching them to allies, I haven't thought that attaching allies to Captain Marvel is really worth it. And that's because our deck works so much better with events than it does with upgrades. You could still try it. Like there's a bunch of different things you could attach to Captain Marvel that give her better health and better stats. And in theory, well, because we're playing 2 copies of Suit Up, which allows us to grab our allies and our sidekicks, you do want to play enough upgrades. I think the upgrade I'd actually put into the deck the first is Sidearm. And that's because if you're playing against a villain like Hammerhead that has Retaliate, Captain Marvel dies really fast. So I think the best upgrade we can give her is something that gives her ranged, because attacking over and over again when you have Retaliate is just not tenable and you can't win games really easily against a Retaliate. So I do think Sidearm is the upgrade I'd reach for first. Just so we don't have to worry about Retaliate with our little allies. But Suit Up is really good. We can only play an Alter Ego, so you can't tuck it or replay it, which is fine. But the idea with this is you go grab an ally and you go grab a card you can attach to it. The other upgrade we're grabbing is Clarity of Purpose, and you definitely want an upgrade that is not necessarily a sidekick, because on certain turns you can't play your sidekick, you only can play Captain Marvel. Mind you, we start with a 4-card hand size, and so you just grab Clarity of Purpose and you just discard it. And notably, Clarity of Purpose is still a good card if you draw it and you just play it. It takes 1 damage to generate a resource, which is like good. It's fine, especially if it's for a combo turn. And speaking of health, we have Endurance because we're not amazing at blocking, and this card is really easy to play. It gives you 3 health. Inspiring Presence is also only for Avengers. Yeah, that's a really good healing card I've never played before. Inspiring Presence seems like it will heal to... Oh, no. Actually, this one, and there's another one that says like heal X. X is the villain stage number. I think both of them are locked to Avengers, if I'm not wrong. I also played Daredevil and Aggression and nailed Bullseye with Raising Hell for 20 to keep up the pressure. Aggressive energy was sweet. Yeah. Flying back to China today, FNE is waiting on my doorstep. I arrive before my pre-order with FFG Online Store. I mean, that's amazing. Proof Rock, safe flight back. Enjoy. That's sick. All right, this is another card that I think shouldn't be in the deck. I haven't played it yet in our 4 test games. The problem is like See No Evil, Hear No Evil is so good. You can grab it on turn 1 with Daredevil. I mean, there's a chance that we should cut this from the deck and go down to 40 cards, because this card is good, but I haven't played it yet. It's nice to have. Replaying gets really good. Daredevil is usually around, and that's fine. Then we're on Strength, Energy, Genius, and we're on 2 copies of the Power of Leadership, which we have a lot of 2-cost leadership cards, so why not? And this means we're way more likely to have that sort of like soft 5 to 6 card hand. So when we draw into our Suit Up on turn 1, we can play it. So you need as many doubles as you can, just so you can Suit Up. And if you have 2 doubles, you actually can Suit Up into Captain Marvel and Sidekick on turn 1. Usually you just go for Captain Marvel and then draw Sidekick naturally, which is a bit awkward, but you do what you can do. Now, she's not meant to be in our deck. We'll see how it works in a second with Cameo. I'm just going to put her in our deck, and if we ever draw her in the mulligan, we'll just shuffle her back in the deck. It's way easier than putting her aside. In theory, that matters for setup stuff, but Cameo will shuffle her into deck after you mulligan, so if we draw her, we'll just mulligan her. It's not a real big difference. That's the best team-up card, and she makes it so consistent. She does. It's just like it does not interact well with any part of our combo. So it's like, do you want to pursue the combo or do you want to pursue this? And maybe it's good to have a fallback, but like she makes the team-up so absurdly consistent. The healing for Avengers United We Stand. Yeah, that is the one. I've heard really good stuff about this, especially because it scales with difficulty. So this is a 0-cost event, only if you're an Avenger. Heal 1 damage from up to X friendly characters to a maximum of the villain's stage number, which can be 3. So at a minimum, this is like a heal 1 for 0, which is not incredible. Heal 2 for 0 is really good. Heal 3 for 0 is absurd. As much as it is from 3 different characters. So yeah, sometimes it doesn't line up. But this card looks good. Thank you, Taco. Infinite Wakanda Forever. Now the cards that we considered and I tried in this deck and they ended up getting cut. Lead from the front makes sense. It's a 2-cost card that gives all our allies +1, or all our characters, mind you, even us +1 and +1. I mean, it's not bad. It definitely isn't bad. And it's cool that you can squirrel this away for a combo turn. The thing is, like, this has a lot of the text on sidekick, on side by side. And side by side is just a more important card. There's no turn in which we have a side by side and a lead from the front that we play a lead from the front. So I think we'll just cut this and say that's fine. Similarly, you can play Morale Boost, and Morale Boost is also okay. 1-cost cards are a bit harder to play, but it just says and choose. Oh no, it says choose a hero. Okay, so you can't use this on allies. Last, and we talked about this a bit, is Command Team, and Command Team is really good if you have like that they don't take any consequentials on mission planning, and then you just like spam your allies. There's a chance this is worth it, but the one thing specifically when you're playing Solo Expert is you need to make sure that your deck actually progresses the game forward, and you can't just play like kind of greedy setup cards. So like if our hand is a bunch of events we can't play and a Command Team, like we do nothing. So that's why we have a couple cards like Make the Call and in theory Get Ready, sort of, that allow us to push forward, and why we're playing still a couple allies. Because yeah, if you draw bad, this deck does nothing. And so you have to make sure that doesn't happen. This team up is way better version of Gambit Rogue one. I don't even know what that one is. I think you can play that one in Alter Ego though. Is that the Bell and the whatever? No, I don't know what that one's called. I feel like sidekicking Daredevil is the better play here. Having him consistently make events cheaper and get far more uses out of the team up card, plus the tempo loss of cameo. Yeah, Ryan, that's actually a really interesting question. I'm glad you brought that up. You don't have to make this a cameo deck. You could just make Daredevil your thing. The issue with Daredevil being your thing is all that Daredevil does is reduce costs. Specifically, we have one of the best 1-cost draws, right? Like Daredevil, all he does is reduce the cost of your hand. If Daredevil can reduce the cost of your hand to 0, you won't win the game on that turn. The big difference with going out of the way to, you know, Cameo, which is a card that I wanted to play on the channel anyways, because I have opinions about it, is like our deck has very, very specifically the 1-cost draw that you can get. I need to fix that sooner than later. But we have a 1-card draw that we can get off of Captain Marvel that opens up the turn immensely. Like our deck actually has about 6 to 8 1-cost draws that Daredevil can hit off the top of the deck that makes the combo turn go longer. Every copy of Photographic Reflexes, every copy of Get Ready, you can draw side by side, of course, every copy of Study the Tape. Like we have so many cards that when we draw them, make us go deeper and deeper and deeper in a way that Daredevil just says cost reduction, right? Like it's very different drawing through your deck than just reducing costs. Inherently, they each give you 1 resource worth a card, but the individual card draws on this deck for combo potential are way higher because we have so many 0-cost plays, right? It is the Bell and the Beauty. Ah, Beauty and the Thief. That sounds better, right? Hero action, 2 cost, deal 4 damage, remove 4 threat. It's harder to play consistently, but the numbers are better. I mean, you can't just send 8. You have to do a split. So that's weird. So Ryan, I mean, it's worth testing for sure, but like, I've actually not liked Daredevil that much in this deck. And that's because I'm putting a lot more attention on Cameo for sure. But Daredevil is good for cost reducing, and you can build the deck into that a bit more. But like readying Daredevil just so he can play a 1-cost side by side is like, it doesn't do as much as you might hope it does. Yeah, Daredevil wants more. Daredevil wants a lot of 1-cost events, which is kind of awkward with side by side, right? Like if you play a side by side, it's nice to play 1 to 2 as much as your doubles now get less value. But the thing with Daredevil is all he does is reduces your next card by 1. And so it's hard for you to ready Daredevil unless you play Command Team to make the side by side free. Who would you have to playing leadership? Did I miss the story? No, not really. I've been playing a fair bit of leadership on the channel, especially like what's it called, sidekick decks. Folks in chat were asking like, hey, have you considered playing leadership Echo? And it's like, no, that seems silly. You can't fire improvisation. And then I thought about it a bit more. I'm like, yeah, just don't play improvisation, and it's kind of busted. Gambit can spend 7, remove 4, and Rogue is way easier to spam for Gambit. Oh yeah, because in an attack event you can do more damage, and Rogue is free in Gambit. Rogue is a really good ally in Gambit. But yeah, Ryan, I think it's worth trying for sure. But I also want an excuse to play a Cameo deck that makes a bit of sense to me, because I'm not a big Cameo fan. Avengers Assemble can be sick. Don't remember requires Avengers trait. I mean, with that title, you'd assume so, huh? Is that the 4-cost one? Yeah. So it doesn't. But it says ready each Avenger character, which that's only one of ours. Until the end of the phase, each Avenger gets +1/+1. This is functionally a twice as expensive sidekick, right? Like Psychic readies and gives them +1/+1, and it hits us and our hero. I'm not into this card unless the whole table is only playing Avengers. But even then, it's only you control. I thought this was an Alliance card. Why is this card so expensive? This is the thing that I don't get about ready cards, right? Like this game has a lot of ready leadership cards that say like ready your character and then they can go again. To me, those are not a lot of value, right? You're basically saying I'm getting the value out of my ally faster, not more, but faster. So spending 5 resources to use all your allies, like maybe you don't lose that turn because now you can thwart again, or maybe you can go for the final, hit push and win the game before the villain activates another time. But usually a card that just says like get ready, that says ready their ally. To me, this is not like actually getting value. It's just saying you can do your value now as opposed to doing your value tomorrow. If all your allies are using all their value and then chump blocking perfectly, like you don't need a card like this. Unless your ally has text that says when they activate, do something, and you can use that something this turn. It's like, I don't value these cards a lot that just say like ready your allies. Avengers assemble combo off with strength in numbers. Very powerful solo deck with Avengers Swarm. Oh yeah, strength in numbers makes a lot of sense because you can just exhaust them to draw a lot. Yeah, or there's a Avengers one, isn't there? The neutral one. And so the idea is you can draw. Yeah, I mean, I think you might just be spinning your wheels though. You exhaust your 5 Avengers, draw 5, and then ready an attack for lethal. But if you exhaust 5 just to play a card that costs 5, why did we do it in the first place? You know what I mean? It's like we'd spend all these actions to draw cards to be able to undo the card draw. I mean, it's probably a bit better than that. Avengers Assemble buffs the table, but only readies characters you control. Oh yeah, cool. So they're separate. It readies you, but says each Avenger character in play. So that makes sense. I'm into that. Oh, because they get +1. Yeah, okay, never mind. It doesn't just ready. It readies and buffs. So paying 5. I mean, you end up paying nothing for like 5 attack. I'm not sold, but like, yeah, in multiplayer, that's a lot cooler for sure. I feel like Get Ready mainly helps getting small minions off of you if needed. Hey, Rohan, how's it going? I mean, I guess so. But the question is like, is there anything else in that slot that's a bit more proactive? And usually the answer is, yeah, it's another ally, right? Like readying an ally, okay. Playing a second ally, ooh. So like the Get Ready board state is you already have 3 allies, your slots are full, you don't want to discard them. Like it's kind of niche. I don't know. I've never really cared for these sort of cards. Okay, who are we playing against? I think the thumbnail says Purple Man on it, which like is a fine matchup. Yeah, he doesn't hit very hard, and that's one of the big things that we have to defend a bit because we don't have a lot of allies to block with if we don't draw Kalu or Echo. Sorry, Kalu or Maria. So who are we playing against? I need these. How's everyone doing today, by the way? Hopefully your Sunday's been good. See No Evil, Hear No Evil being a basic card, plays super consistently with their kit. Yeah, very, very consistently. Is a big part of my DD Psychic recommendation, but I see what you mean about wanting to try Cameo. So like Ryan, when we first opened Echo and we played her precon on the channel, no game was longer than 3 turns. And that's because grabbing your, if you open with Daredevil, grabbing your thing and then just firing it over and over again on specifically standard solo, like you're doing 12 damage per deck cycle, no problem. And then you can like review the tape and do it again and again. And that was like, I think the least interesting Echo we've ever seen. Not that it wasn't strong, but I think I'm a bit like reticent of just like playing the card in the first place because it does overwhelm a lot of what your decks want to do, right? Because you're so consistent at getting it with your jump up with Maya. But yeah, when we played on Friday last week, it's like we played 3 Echo games. One we died on turn 1, the other ones were like dead by turn 3. It's like because we just kept playing See No Evil, Hear No Evil over and over again. Blame it on being a core box card. It's just early ideas. Things have changed as the game went on. Oh, for sure, for sure. And even if this wasn't a core box card, like maybe this would have to be ready an ally. They get +1 to an activation just to make it slightly sweeter. But yeah, the early design, they always like finding their legs for sure. I don't have huge complaints about it. But even outside of that, a lot of the cards that just say like ready your ally, they do something. I'm like, I'm just getting my value now as opposed to tomorrow, which does sometimes matter, but it's usually not worth the card slot to me. Did you play Mary on the stream? No, I haven't. I don't have anything good to say about Mary, so maybe we should show why that is. I could see how that'd not be great content. Yeah, everyone's super excited for Echo, and then they were like, so what do you think about the Echo cards? I was like, I don't know. I played 4 of them. Like the game was over. I don't know what to say. And it is very, very strong. Yeah, just doing like every time you play it, it was like 8 damage because we had our katana down. Okay, let's try Bloody Mary, I guess. So I did a review, and so I'm going to repeat a bit of it, but I did my early review of parts of this box, and like a lot of this box I really enjoy. I'm not huge into the campaign mode, and I think out of the 6 villains, Typhoid Mary is by far my least favorite. We're not going to like dwell on it too much, and this is not going to be like a misery stream. If it is ever, please let me know kindly in the comments, but I want to show why I don't think Bloody Mary is that interesting, and hopefully we're able to do that. I think the first thing about Bloody Mary is like it's kind of the opposite of this box. This box has some of the coolest encounter card design we've seen in a long time. And then when you look at Bloody Mary set, she has some of the least interesting encounter card design we've seen in the whole game, in like the history of the whole game, right? Like Hand Lookout is a pretty reasonable minion, but like check out what the rest of her kit is. Firstly, Halo Blade says she attacks you, even if you're an alter ego. That's kind of interesting. So she has 2 assaults. She has these 2 cards that says she schemes. So she has 2 advances. She has an attachment that gives her +2 and 8 health. She has an attachment that gives her +2 scheme. She has a card that says deal 1 damage to each character, and then she has a get us tough. Like she has one of the least interesting encounter sets in no joke. Like I'm not interested in being hyperbolic. The least interesting encounter set maybe in the history of the game. Hit me up with other ones that you think are not that good, but like this encounter set just says she activates, she activates, she activates, she activates. 2 upgrades, a stun and a tough. Now these allies are cool, but one of the other issues with her is like there is no incentive to attack her. And if you play on expert when she flips, and I would definitely recommend playing on an expert because then when she flips, her stats really change, and she has a when revealed toughness or a when revealed functionally toughness or a deal 1 damage to your identity. So like that's really cool text. Flipping on standard, going from 1-2 to 2-1 really doesn't matter, and then nothing else changes. None of her encounter cards besides the boost cares what side she's on. You'd assume that she would be a bit more unpredictable, and you'd be like, oh, I'm going to jump down to alter ego because she's on her Bloody Mary side, and then she swaps and then she activates. But that just does not happen in the counter deck. So there's a lot of things that you would assume would be in this deck, and it doesn't. So she's like fundamentally one of the most predictable. She's one of the least interesting, and her encounter deck is just so boring. It doesn't give you a reason to attack her, which means you can just sit there and do the established trust because there's no reason to fight her at all. You can just remove a 11 threat twice and you can win. It's a very weird hero design. I don't like a lot of parts of it. Ronan has a very boring set too, design-wise. If you forget about value and keyword, all he does is activate or get extra cards. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Ronan actually has a pretty boring set. You're right. I don't know all his cards because I played against him a lot less, and he has a lot more cards. I do think some of his cards allow you to make a choice, but maybe I'm making that up. It's cool that though he has like the space set. That's really fun. And I think his main card allows you to make choices about canceling treacheries. To be fair, I think they dialed her down as we saw some pushback, a bit of folks upset that they gamified her dissociative identity disorder in the main Discord. Oh, I have no idea about the main Discord. I do want to say that for sure is like this character has a dissociative identity disorder, and using that as like a basis of making her a villain is like inherently pretty messed up. Like that's weird. I do think a lot of that though, it lies in the hands of Marvel in terms of like healthy representation of, you know, people with the conditions that like they live with. That sucks. That genuinely does suck. I don't know if they wanted to gamify that or if they went out of the way to ungamify that, and that's a result that we got a deck like this. Regardless of that part about her being unpredictable and that being like a gameplay mechanic, I think you can say that maybe that's gauche and we don't want to do that. But I do think inherently this set needed a reason for you to want to consider attacking her. And that's also like a lot of this context matters more for campaign mode, where how you deal with her only gives you a reward in campaign mode. So if you play her as a standalone, like how you deal with her has no repercussions whatsoever. And so like having more repercussions of how you choose to deal with Typhoid Bloody Mary only matters in a greater context. And so like having a thing that forces you to attack her, to discard attachments, but if you don't want to defeat her because you want to talk to her, right? That doesn't exist when you play solo, unfortunately. I like solo standalone. Moon Knight also has this DID the same. Yeah, I don't know too much about Moon Knight or Typhoid Mary. So if there's anything that I say that's like a bit, you know, again, gauche or like weird, hit me up. But I know nothing about these characters besides what I read on the top of the Wikipedia, where they do mention the dissociative identity disorder. There's a stream, and Aaron and Olivia were very tiptoeing around the matter after folks brought it up, and she may have had some stuff reworked like Hulk stuff was, but that's just assumption. Yeah, maybe they do. I don't know. I still think mechanically though, maybe as a result of that, maybe for bigger reasons, she hasn't really landed with me. Okay, where are we going? Hey, HFT, definitely did not expect to see Cameo deck on stream today. Me neither. First time ever. Your message about Kingpin scheming on turn 1, dude, is an absolute nightmare. I just read this before the stream starts, and now I do not know what to think about the campaign box at all. For those who don't know, HFT pointed out that when you attach James Wesley to Kingpin, like we did on Friday, you have to give Kingpin another boost card, which means if you draw 2-3 boosts, you always lose on turn 1. It's not incredibly likely because the deck is not too harsh on 3 boosts, but they do exist in there. and you can't just lose. Also, specifically if your encounter set, your side scheme nemesis set has 3 boosts in it. You can replace your cards with 1 more copy standard set, almost, but not exactly, but nearly. All right, let's just do one that, I don't know, which one do we want to play against? She's a lot more interesting on this because you can't take your time against the getaway. I played that yesterday, and that was actually the most fun I had against Typhoid Mary. If you want to do the getaway. I still don't think I love the getaway, though, but... I mean, I think we just do stop the presses. We can do an art heist. Art heist is fun. Everyone loves art heist. I see folks adding standard to Kingpin, and I'm like, no, I mean, everyone's going to do it. It's going to be the most common mistake, and it's because the card doesn't say not to. And, like, everybody does the thing that they've been doing for, like, the last 6 years or whatever. Like, why would they not do it? Yeah. The Getaway and Electro Expert is hard. My partner and I played against Getaway. So, again, we talked about this on Friday. The Getaway is really weird because it just adds these speed counters. And if you draw the wrong encounters, you just lose the game, the long treacheries. My partner died to pedestrians yesterday. And I don't think she felt great about it. She's like, what are we meant to do about the speed counters? I'm like, go faster. Like, it doesn't feel good. I don't know what to say about it. It's weird. So we have to play with cops and Mr. Owlsley. So we're going to break into the art museum. It's brutal. Even if you don't straight lose, you can make it pretty hard to recover. Yeah, I know. It's going to be on like 10 threat on turn 1, almost guaranteed. It's like, what are you meant to do? And then if you didn't knock out your minion and your first encounter card's another big minion, you're totally cooked. I feel like that whole encounter is defined by the first encounter card you draw. Okay, so we have owls, we have police officers, we have this, we have this, we have this. Let's shuffle this up. Oh, before we do that, we need to draw a piece of art. Let's grab an art. I think your comment HFT about the art would also be cool. It's like a lot of these encounter sets are just missing one card that forces you to interact with it a bit more, right? And it's largely maybe as a result of there being a lot of content in this box, but a lot of the content has fewer cards dedicated to it. So HFT wrote a comment to be like, wouldn't it have been cool if the Art Museum Heist had an encounter card that punished you? It said, like, for every art piece you're holding, either spend a resource or you have to drop it. And that is the sort of thing that both makes you make interesting decisions, but forces you to interact with the game. And that's what we inherently want, or at least I inherently want. I want cards that make me play with the cards. So if you draw that card, you'd be like, okay, I can choose to drop it, which sometimes is an upside. I can choose to spend resources to hold on to them. But if you're a perfect block deck, you just hold on to these for the whole game. So you just want more cards that allow you to experience the theme of the set. And a lot of the sets being just like, you know, stop the presses is 3 cards. It's you don't always get the full theme there. I played Iron Man against Protection Racket Pawn Shop Showdown and decided to concede. I mean, Anton, you just meant to pass every turn until you draw a change of venue. Yeah, sometimes it's really bad there. Hey, self-destruct, who are you cameoing? Captain Marvel, as you might have guessed. Just finished my first expert campaign with Daredevil. Had an absolute blast. They can hit a home run with Kingpin. Did you play the campaign? Self-destruct, you didn't lose on turn 1, huh? I'm not sure if I'm into it. There's some mic popping. Thank you, Samuel. Give me 1 second. I really appreciate that because I can't hear myself. Either I went too loud or I'm just going to do this 1 second. All right, we're back. You had your auto loss on the Raft, which certainly made Kingpin's deck a bit scarier. I mean, with the Raft in the deck, if you're playing solo, you can lose on turn 1 so easily Kingpin. Because again, he schemes for 4 and 2 boosts. If you hit 2-3 boosts, you're cooked. Nothing you can do. You're on mute? Yeah, I reset the audio. If we're hitting some popping, usually I reset the audio. So I did that on mute. That's why we were doing everything with hands. But yeah, good catch though. Scenario really needs a protection deck events that remove threat from the speed counters, but with the current environment, there's no way to stop it. Yes. Oh, I haven't really considered that. In current, yeah, there's probably no way to stop the counters. I also really think the Getaway needs some cards, kind of like Unis has cards, where there's only one card in the entire encounter deck besides the 4 treacheries that cares about the speed counters. It would have been really nice if there was like a car enemy that like had 3 health, and if you like vulnerabled it or you dealt with it, you removed speed counters. Like I wanted more minions that said like, oh, this thing will have quick strike if you have 5 speed counters, and then when it hits you, removes 2 speed counters or something. Like there just needs to be slightly more cards that allows you to interact with the theme. Because currently speed counters go up, and then eventually you just lose the speed counters, and maybe that makes sense. It's just like it feels like it should have mechanics that interact with the nano counters, not just these cards that say when you draw them you lose. Helped with the boost in the beginning, but yeah, it was dicey. Yeah, I could see that. Couldn't you use their attention to pull the threat before the speed counters get added? Get their attention is the one card in the format that can do it, but you have to be playing specifically protection. This is the only card maybe in the in the current format that allows you to interact possibly with getaway. Yeah, if you're not playing protection, you have no you could maybe deal with it with, is it from the core set? The card that says when threat would be added, don't? Like greater responsibility or whatever. Okay, so we flipped Typhoid. Hold on. Villain name Typhoid Mary. No, that's not right. I spelled it wrong. That's on me. She comes in on stage 2. We had to flip her. She started on this side, which is really good for us because we're now in phase. So when we jump up, she attacks us. When we jump down, she schemes. You do have to watch out, though. The deck has functionally 4 advances, so she can just scheme in a bad spot, and that can just cost us the game. Not much we can do about that. But besides confuse her, I guess. She got the Impossible Object, which is great. So now we've kind of dealt with that. The Impossible Object is your first one. It will attach to her. She now has 4 scheme, and she also has now 1 acceleration because each item functionally gives an acceleration. And we want to either exhaust ourselves or spend a mental to get this, which confuses us. Us getting confused is not a problem. But then we have to defend against her, which is not something we're really interested in doing. We also have Established Trust. Established Trust is her kind of side scheme. I think I have a scan of this one. This one has an Expert 11 threat. And when we clear this, you place a threat token on Disturbed Psyche, and it flips this over. When it flips over, we see Mary Walker, and she just doesn't activate against us. And then at the end of the round, she flips back. So that's a way of dealing with her by talking to her. And Disturbed Psyche, again, how you deal with her doesn't really matter outside the context of campaign mode. So Disturbed Psyche, when it just gets 3 counters, whether it's damage or threat, we win. And Typhoid, it needs to have 3 counters, excuse me. And both sides of Typhoid Mary says when you defeat her, reset her hit points, and then you put one counter on Disturbed Psyche. So that's it. No more popping. Thank you, Samuel. I really appreciate that. I both moved it away and reset it. I think that's a huge help. Psychic Manipulation didn't get props for this scenario. Props. Is Psychic Manipulation even in the standard card pool, though, in the current environment? I think current will become interesting when we start seeing sets created with that in mind. Yes, they confirmed that this was not created with it in mind. For me, I'm not sure it's ever going to be relevant. But... All right, Art Museum Heist scenario. Name Art Museum Heist. So the main scheme comes in with 1 threat. It gets 1 threat per art as well. So it will have 3 next turn if we do nothing. And that's it. If this goes through, we lose. So we're off. Again, we have Cameo. We've already shuffled our thing into our deck. In theory, you're not meant to do that. That's not really going to change it. If we draw it, we'll just mulligan away. But that's our setup for sure. What confused me is that Fear No Evil is added in current environment in 1.8, but Age of Apocalypse is still in standard. Oh, I have no idea. I haven't policed that at all. I don't think I ever bothered to damage Typhoid Mary. Just ended up thwarting her scheme 3 times, and then I never have to worry about her tough coming back. Exactly, Hotel. That's like my 100% huge issue with Typhoid. This encounter set really needs you reasons to attack her, and she also has like guard minions. Like I need to deal with the tough guard minions to attack her when I can just scheme for 33. She really needed attachments that you could only get off of her by like defeating her or damaging her, because the game gives you no incentive to fight her. And like maybe that's intentional. I don't know, but I just sit here and I just thwart over and over again. So we'll see. All right, study the tape. We don't really need this in our opening hand. This grabs a thing from our discard pile. We can just have a thing. Okay, we can't draw her. We'll mulligan her back. Improvisation, a very good card usually, but we're not playing into this. Photographic is not worth keeping. The big thing that we're mulliganing for here, there's like a couple cards. The first card that we're trying to mulligan, sorry, you'll have hop-ons. The first thing that we're trying to mulligan for sure is into a double, but most importantly into a suit up or our sidekick card. Get ready, no. Suit up is perfect, so now we just want to just get as many doubles as we can. If we draw 2 doubles, of which our deck has 5, and we probably should be on 40 cards, not 41, we'll be able to set up the whole combo. 1 double, okay, so we just hard mulligan this, and then we just keep drawing. Kalu, side by side, Hour of Leadership. So we should have the combo on turn 1, and we drew into a sidekick, which is nasty. So this is the point where Cameo would fire after we've done our mulligan. So here we would now search our identity for this card and shuffle into our deck, and then we have to choose to discard 2 cards. So we'll discard. Oh, actually, this is slightly awkward. Drawing the sidekick kind of sucks. No, it doesn't matter. It's fine. No, it's totally fine. So we'll just get rid of these 2. Like, this is unbelievably good hand. Because notably, and I'm not going to shuffle my deck that much more, because when we jump up, we have to grab a card, but she's in here somewhere. Hey, Tommy, I remember asking, you were the one who asked about it, giving a Friday setup. What made you want to give it a try in the end? I decided not to play improvisation, and I was like, wait, side by side is just busted good. So it's really, really strong. I stick by my DID nerf theory for her, and that's fine. I'd rather have a mediocre villain than an offensive one. I agree. I'm totally fine with that. I do think there's ways that you can make her a bit more interesting without like having to work with the theme, but maybe they should have just not tackled the theme in the first place. Okay, so we're gonna play Suit Up. Luckily, it's a leadership card, so Power of Leadership plays for it. So we're gonna do Power of Leadership into Suit Up, and now we can search our deck for an ally and an attachment that can attach to an ally. They technically did errata that. So now there's no point really of shuffling. I don't know why we did that. We're going to go grab Captain, and then we're going to go grab the only other attachment we have, Clarity. I'm not going to shuffle our deck because we're going to hop up in Alter Ego to Hero Mode. And when we hop up, we can search for a thing. So at this point, we can just remove the other Suit Up from our deck. And now our deck is pretty svelte, and we can just play everything. The only question that we have on turn 1 is whether we actually activate with Captain Marvel, because she'll draw a card. The thing is, we don't have a lot of 0-card plays that we can play on this hand when we have nothing in our zone. In terms of things that we've lost from our deck so far, we only lost 1 side by side, 1 photographic, and 1 study the tape. So not a bad setup so far. Then we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Captain Marvel. Oh, no, we activated Captain Marvel for sure because we can play this card now. And so now we played Captain Marvel, which is the hardest card to search because I have to write 2 very long words. So she's in play. This is why we cameoed. Luckily, we got through the downside of the cameo, and we had functionally a 7-card hand with 2 doubles. So you're allowed to do this. And we're just going to ignore Typhoid Mary. We're going to Thwart for 2 off of this, which draws a card. We'll spend that card to give her a sidekick, and now she's our sidekick, and we're set up, and we're off to the races. She gets 2 more health. We're just going to exhaust ourselves to take the impossible object, which functionally does like a Thwart job, and it does confuse us. Notably, it doesn't unconfuse the villain. It'd be cool if it unconfused the villain, if it just says you are confused, but then holding it would be a death sentence. He talked all the nonsense about cameo that gets perfect. I mean, that was literally the perfect starting hand. The only awkward thing was holding with the sidekick. Sometimes you get priced into having to pitch it, but like that was unbelievably good. We'll draw up. Photographic, we definitely want an event for this. Uh-oh. Ooh. I mean, it does get worse. We do want to clear a sides game, and mind you, Captain Marvel will still draw a card, but unfortunately this hand kind of sucks. At least we have a Katana with a Genius. Things are good. Things are good. We did some Netrunner streaming last night. They ran into some really bad technical difficulties as soon as I left. But I think they had to redo the Cobra, which like they did a lot of work behind the scenes. I don't know why it was cursed, but I'm in the Cascadia streaming channel, so I know they had to redo everything. I really wish them the best because it's a massive tournament. For those who don't know, there's a huge like 90-person Netrunner tournament in Washington on the west coast of the States. And they had all these players competing, and they had to redo the entire tournament structure. So like the website that had all the matchups and the strength of schedules and the pairings just kind of broke. And so all the nerds, and Netrunner is like super dense on computer nerds because of the theme, all scrambled together to make it make sense. I hope they did a good job. All right, this only goes to 2. Typhoid is now going to go ahead and swipe at us for 1 and a card. We kind of want to defend just to keep the object alive, which is a bit expensive. 1, 2, we take no damage on Tug of War. 1 encounter card. Exhaustion, nailed it. I mean, we've been really lucky so far. So exhaustion just says exhaust yourself. This is the card I think that we lost against Kingpin functionally too. Hey, Police Cordon. So we're going to lose one of our pieces. So Police Cordon comes in with hinder 1, so 4 threat. It says we have to go grab a police officer. We have a bit of stun or confuse to deal with the cops because they're vulnerable, but the big thing is the cop will strike us. And when the cop strikes us, we have to lose the object. Because the main scheme just says whenever you're attacked and you don't defend. We're not going to defend with Captain Marvel because we want her to draw cards because her hand is not great. But here we're going to probably jump down to Alter Ego, which for Typhoid Mary, she'll just get attacked by the cop and we won't care for a minute. So that should be fine. So Cop is definitely one of the highlights of this box, man. Cop is such a fun encounter card. When my partner drew Cop yesterday, she was like so upset. She's like, wait, this is not my fault. I'm the good person. I'm like, I know, take your suit off. And she actually defeated the cop. And I was like, okay, that was a choice, I guess. So it's going to attack us for 2. We'll just take it. And when we take an undefended attack, we have to lose an art object, which means Typhoid Mary gets confused 1 more time. All right, that's it. That's us. Now, notably, the police minions get guard and patrol, so this is something we have to deal with. 3 damage is slightly awkward, and we have no events to play the katana. We definitely want to clear a side scheme to do our text, so the question is, where do we put Captain Marvel first, just so we draw a card? We are exhausted. We want to spend a mental to get rid of that thing. So at a minimum, we'll spend this photographic to bring back the object into our hands and double confuse us, which doesn't actually convert to anything. This police cordon will be an issue because we will lose eventually if this thing has patrol. We don't need to defeat the cop. So I think we're going to defeat the police cordon and go from there. So Captain Marvel will thwart for 2. She draws a card. Not an event, but we can deal with the cop. Oh, mind you, we were meant to flip Typhoid at the end of the turn. So she flips over, and when she flips over, we each take a damage, and this is why we want to jump down. We're in perfect phase where we want to go in and out. Hey, Nolan, I'm well. How you doing? Hopefully you're well too. So no events this turn, which stinks a bit, but I think we'll just continue to set up and maybe even hold Mockingbird. The really good thing is when we jump down and then we jump up next turn, we can go grab a side-by-side, and then we're off as much as we've spent 3 photographics so far. So play the katana. It actually might not be worth playing at all, because inherently we have no good reason to damage Bloody Mary. Now, there's a couple minions that have toughness, so this is worth something, but this just kind of uses our hand efficiently, so I think we will do it. Then we'll spend 1 to play Superpower Training. We do want to consider getting a side scheme into this area, the victory area, so we can play one of our cards that we have in our deck. We'll spend a mental to take the object back. And I think that's it. We'll flip down, and I don't know if we hold on to Mockingbird. I think Mockingbird is pretty good because she can block Bloody Mary cheaply, and she can knock out the cop. So I think we'll hold on to Mockingbird as much as our deck only has like, I think 2 more doubles, maybe only 1 more double. 1 more double. Yeah, that's fine. We'll pass. We're going to have a 7 card hand size. We definitely need to find some events. 1, 2. Oh, nice. A choreography down in all 3 goes a lot nicer. Maria's really cheap. Endurance is fine. Make the call so we can pitch and replay Maria the turn. And we have a muscle memory, which is really nice when we have a make the call. All right, this goes to 3. Bloody Mary's confused. The cop doesn't scheme against us. Instead, it attacks Bloody Mary for 2, so just the toughness comes off. That's it. 1 encounter card. Halo Blades, we're getting attacked. I mean, this could be really bad for us. So if Mary Walker's environment is in play, which is pretty consistent text, flip it and reveal established trust. Otherwise, she attacks you, even if you're in alter ego form. So this is a 3 boost. We could lose the game. Interesting. Okay, Bloody Mary, you want to hit us for 3? If it's a 3 boost, we lose. I don't think her kid has that many 3 boosts in it. We can't defend because we're in alter ego, and I don't want to defend with Captain Marvel because then, like, I might as well just scoop. We can rebuild her with make the call, but I think we'll just take it. This is sketchy. 4. If Bloody Mary's activating, you were confused, so we're down to 2 health. Ow. She flips. She gets the toughness back, which again, there's no real reason to touch her. We just need to get some allies so that that happens again. We're not cooked. Carol jumps in front of the attack. Nah, we're good. Carol's more important than us. She's the real hero. We're just the person holding the art. Okay. So luckily we can recover for 3 and Captain Marvel can do a thing and we can play an endurance. The cop probably is going to hit us, which sucks, but we have the really good phase where now when we jump up, she doesn't hit us really hard. This is a problem. We have to deal with the police cordon, but we can make this make sense. So I think we probably do a choreography, which draws a card, and then we draw another card when we jump up. Captain Marvel is going to draw more cards too. So like we could just go for our first copy of Side by Side. We could then probably play Make the Call. Or sorry, we could probably play Maria Hill and Endurance. I think we can do everything here. We should be okay. Don't you lose the art if you don't defend? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, after an attack against an identity. Yeah, that was an attack against an identity. Good catch. So she actually confuses herself, which does help us. Because if she schemes one more time, we're probably in a bad spot. So we're going to recover for 3. We should probably use Captain Marvel first. Oh, no, she's at full health. So if we recover for 3, Sidekick kicks in, and our deck has a fair bit of healing. So Sidekick says she heals up to 5, so she's at full health, so we don't lose any value. I don't think we're going to play the Mockingbird, so we'll play Choreography, and we'll just use it. If I do a 0 damage attack with a katana, the piercing doesn't matter, does it? So shuffle 1 aspect or basic events. So we're just going to shuffle a side by side into our deck, and then we're going to draw a card. Do you stay down? I mean, with the confused, we could consider staying down this turn. The problem is like we want to jump up and do hero stuff. Like we want to do all our events. We could see what Captain Marvel draws us, and if it's not like a hero event, we won't jump up. But like, I don't know. I think we're in a good spot, especially if we play Maria. Like we have a blocker. I think we'd rather use the confuse because like if she confuses, then we draw the card that says she schemes. Like again, there's 4 advances in the deck. We could just lose to that. So I think we need to come up and maybe consider taking the object off of her. Side by side, maybe the one we shuffled back, but all 3 were in the deck. So that's guaranteed good value. And we'll go from here. It discards before dealing damage, but if you discard value 0, I think if it's 0, it's not an attack. I'm pretty sure the attack has to do damage for piercing to be relevant. Because deal damage to an enemy equal to the event's printed cost. I don't know if you can do a 0 cost piercing attack. That's come up before in this game. Hey, why did we not recover? Oh, we didn't recover. I just didn't put the thing in. So we're at 5 health, excuse me. Yeah, that's good enough. We used the choreography, so I think we'll just flip up. When we flip up with our alter ego, we can search our deck. So we'll go get a thing. Mission planning is probably not just it yet. We already have 1 side by side. Photographic reflexes would be a better draw here, but our deck only has, I think, oh no, it has 3 of them. We'll take another side by side. We're gonna clean the whole table. Notably with side by sides, we also heal a lot more, so it seems better. For piercing, the trigger has to do at least 1 damage. Okay, that tracks. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so let's pop off. So we want to keep a mental for the object. I think muscle memory is going to come off of superpower training, so we'll probably pitch it. So we'll do 1. I don't think we're going to need this. I think we have a lot of healing in our hand. So we're going to play 2 for side by side. Oh, hold on. We'll use Captain Marvel first. So she's going to scheme this for 2, and we'll clear the place card in so this loses patrol. She takes 1 damage and draws a card. That's the res. Fine. We'll use the res and muscle memory for side by side, and now we are off. The side by side says, ready your sidekick, ready yourself, and that's a cost. So your sidekick at least has to be exhausted. Then we have to heal 1 damage from both characters, which is fine. If we do 1 extra hit to Captain Marvel, she will attack for 3, which means she one-shots the cop and she can one-shot superpower training, which is actually pretty impactful. The only thing though is like it loses Katana can deal with the cop. I think I'm gonna go for the +1 here. I think the +1's actually really impactful. So I'll do +1 and +1. This is only for the phase, and then we'll put this here. We can use Echo's Katana to do 2 damage to Typhoid Mary with toughness, with piercing, excuse me, which again doesn't really matter, but we might knock out Typhoid once, but it just does with the toughness, which is good. Okay, this gets tucked here. Captain Marvel will now attack for 3 into the cop, which when defeated puts 2 threat here, which is kind of frightening. We draw a card. Call for backup is not what we want. Okay. We will thwart for 3 off at the main, down to 2. And I think we're going to keep going, and we have photographics, so we can just load this up. So I think we probably just like play Maria. Maria draws a heart card. Those 2 cards play sidekick. Sidekick draws a card. Huh. I think we just start by playing the next sidekick. So we'll play sidekick again. This is why it's really dang good. So we'll ready both us, and then we'll heal 1 from each of us. And then, of course, we'll tuck it. So Captain Marvel still schemes for 3. This is probably safe with the confuse. We can clear superpower training to bounce one of these back to our hand. We could go get any of our upgrades. ASL is actually probably worth getting here, because ASL might help the hand. This is okay. So I'll thwart for 3 off of superpower training so we can clear a side scheme, which is important. When we clear superpower training, we can search our deck and discard pile for an upgrade and put it into play for free. And so it's your question, like your decision, which one's the best one. There's a chance it's muscle memory, but we don't have any cheap cards here that we want to replay, which is really nice. So I think we're going to just go for the ASL so that we don't draw it. So our deck is like way more combo centric, and we just have a cheap resource generator, which we might not be able to use this turn, but it's not bad. Yeah, piercing triggers when attack would deal damage. Thank you, Heliesh. That's a really easy way to remember it. So ASL's on the table, and it just says that we have a resource that we can spend on events. Captain Marvel draws a card. The order would be after she does a basic power, so she draws after. And we drew into a mission planning, which is like a card, as much as we have 1 more mission planning, that we might actually want to play so that we can tuck under side by side. But I think it's probably better for us to just play Maria Hill and then exhaust to take the object. So we're going to spend 2 for Maria Hill because we have another mission planning, and Maria Hill will continue drawing. Echo's confused. You're right. Echo's confused. That's fine. So we might leave the object on. Good catch. Thank you. So we'll play Maria Hill. Not her. She draws a card. Double. Awkward. The double would have been way better now if we went for, what's it called? For the muscle memory, because the double is actually useful off the top deck. This is not a good top deck here. All right, so we'll use Maria Hill to thwart for 2. And we will exhaust to just take the object, which confuses us again. Which we might have wanted to take the object first. Yeah, we could have done that better. Yeah, because we didn't have to activate. What we should have done first is we should have taken the object, then readied, and then got rid of the confused. And so there's a way to not end with a confuse. I think that was a legal play. Now, the question is, do we hold an energy? If we did go for, what's it called? We go way further on this turn if we went instead for muscle memory because we drew the double. I think that's the only double left in our deck. Maybe there's one more power of. But looking at the bottom of the deck, like mission planning is good off a double. See No Evil is not great. Prof is good on the double. Daredevil is good on the double. Side by Side's fine on the double. I think we'll hold the double and draw 4 more. And now that we're at the bottom of the deck, like choreography just shuffles back our best cards. And so that we might be able to clear. The thing is you can't like OTK her because established trust you only clear once per phase, but we should be able to clear established trust really well. Probably pitch Maria, make the call to make the call. Oh wait, yeah, that's strictly better, isn't it? But then we had to figure out how to pitch Maria, so we messed up the turn. But Anton, that's a really good point. Is that make the call something we can tuck? So if you ever, oh no, because you can do make the call, but it says pay the printed cost of an ally in a printed discard pile. So you can't use Maria to pay make the call because she's not in your discard pile at the point. So we should have pitched Maria earlier in the turn when we played one of our earlier cards. And then we could have had this here, which is not super important. It's nice because it's flexible. It's way better with the muscle memory, but that's actually a very good optimization that we should have done that in that order. Just always pitched her and kept the make the call because make the call is like a better Maria. Yeah, that's a really cool line. I'm into that. Notably, ASL, I don't think works on make the call. It says play the printed cost of an ally. And American Sign Language says generate a resource on an event. Whoa, wait. This should work, shouldn't it? It's not for the cost of an event, but it's for an event being played. Can you pitch Maria to make the call if you have another target in your graveyard? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Make the call says play the printed cost of an ally in any player's discard pile. Put that ally. No, I don't think so. If it didn't say that ally, maybe you could, but you would have to put that ally. So you can pitch. We could have pitched Maria to play Kalu, which was comparable. Can you use ASL to play this? It sounds like you can because it's not to play the printed cost. Yeah, I think it actually works with make the call, which is kind of sick. Adding to my D&D and Marvel Champions meetup standard 3 spiral. The numbers keep going up. Good luck, Andre. I'll pop it later between games to see how you're doing. Cheers, chat. Mataffer, enjoy this Sunday. Your Sundays seem pretty sick. You can't use ASL and make the call. Why not? It's not for playing an event. It is for an event being played. You might be able to do that. You might be able to. Let me shuffle this and draw. The event costs 0. You can't generate resources for 0. Sure, but this is not resources for an event for playing the cost of an event. It's for an event being played, right? Like American Sign Language doesn't designate. Like if we had an event that allows you to overpay, like could you use ASL to overpay? I think you can use ASL to overpay Wonderman cards, which means this would be similar because it's not for playing the cost of cards. Like what does Queen Carrier say? Queen Carrier says generate a resource. This is worded in a different way, right? The event cost is 0. So check this out, right? So Power of Leadership says, or sorry, the Power in All of Us. Yeah, Power in All of Us says double the number of resources card generates while paying for a basic card. So paying for a basic card. Kit says spend 2 resources of any type, ready a Guardian character. You can use Power in All of Us on Kit because you're spending it for paying for Kit, and Kit is a basic card. Not for playing Kit, but also for using Kit. I think American Sign Language uses the exact same language, pun intended, where you use it for an event being played, not for playing an event. So you might be able to get away with it. Yeah, I think it might work. We're going to hold the energy. Photographic is perfect. Daredevil's fine. Side by Side is perfect. We're going to have a combo turn. Study the Tape is also a combo turn because now we have access to like 3 photographics this turn. The only issue is you can't rush down Typhoid because you can only defeat this once. What is this here for? Oh, that was one of ours. So we'll see how it goes. This goes to 4. The villain is attacking for 1 in a card. If we were not playing the Art Museum Heist, sorry, we forgot to flip. Yeah, if we weren't playing the Art Heist, we would just take this to the face. But unfortunately, we have to put Maria in the way to hold onto our object. So 1, 2, 3, and then Inspiring Pottery, the most important pottery. One encounter card. Telekinesis. So this one's scary. The thing is, like, you don't have to get rid of it. Again, apologies about the hop-ons, but this one just gives her +2. The only way to get rid of it is spend 2. I really wish you had to kind of hit her, but it flips over, and then she does 1 damage to us, because when she flips, she does 1 damage to each identity. That's it. So now she does scheme for 3 on both sides, or 3 and 5, so getting rid of that is probably worth it. I think our goal here is to deal with established trust first, and we have to watch out, because she does have 5 advances in her deck, or 4 advances, so telekinesis will sneak up on you. You can use power in all of us to pay for kit, or make the card, make the call for Nick Fury. Yeah, so I think it might work. It might work. Okay, so we'll just start with Captain Marvel. We now thwart for 3. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We do hit breakpoints. So we're going to thwart for 2 off of Captain Marvel off of this. We draw a card. It's a Professor. We already have it confused, so we don't really need the Professor. We will now just thwart for 3 off of this for safety's sake. That might be okay. Then we'll go ahead and play a double for side by side, and look at our perfect echo zone. So side by side will ready both of us. The question is, do we go for the recovery or do we go for the stats? Usually on the first one, we want to go for stats. That actually means that we could have thwarted for 4. So let me thwart on this one instead. Yeah, that's a way better breakpoint. So we'll give each of us +1/+1 and we're ready. So now Captain Marvel schemes for 3 and we scheme for 4, or thwart for 4. Cool. On the bottom of our deck, we have our healing card. Yeah, we have first aid in there, so we're going to draw into that maybe this turn as well, which would be perfect. We can just use Echo's Katana right now. We're not going to play a more expensive card, so the villain takes 2. Fine. Oh, we could have used an ASL and used this on Daredevil. That might have been better, actually, because the ASL might waste. I mean, if we draw first aid, ASL is really good. So I think we'll now just Captain Marvel for... Yeah, actually, the breakpoints are a bit awkward. So she'll thwart for 3 off of this. Draws a card. Okay, another photographic is sick. We will thwart for 4 off of this. This should be at 4. Then we'll photographic, so we'll replay a side-by-side from our bin. So photographic just allows you to play something for -2. And so now we're both ready, and we will heal each of these. So we recover 1, she recovers 1. So we're at 6. All right, so we're going to have, unfortunately, we don't need to do a full combo turn, because once we do this, we don't have any reason to advance. So this actually might be a half pace combo turn, which means we probably should have used energy to set up Daredevil. Yeah, that's the big thing. It's like, if she was a villain that we were just going to attack, we would just attack her over and over and over again. In fact, there's a chance that we can just attack Bloody Mary into the face enough times. Yeah, so just so we don't waste the combo turn, I think we're going to leave this at 1 and we're just going to go face with Bloody Mary and see what happens. I think that's better. So we'll attack for 3 into Bloody Mary. We'll draw a card. It's the first aid. That's perfect. We'll attack for 3 into Bloody Mary. We'll use ASL to play first aid. This is so good on the combo turn because now you can go for your stats, and we'll just heal Captain Marvel for 2. She's on 3 health. We'll go ahead and do photographic reflexes to play this side by side, which readies us, and we can increase both of our stats. So now Captain Marvel attacks for 4, we attack for 4. That's going to hit a weird breakpoint here, but we're definitely going to go for it. Study the tape won't deck out soon, but yeah, we're comboing. We also can just use a choreography here sooner than later. So we will. So we'll use a choreography to shuffle a card back in from our deck. So we'll go ahead and put in, I'm assuming, just another side by side. Yeah, that's fine. We don't draw, but that's good enough. Even to make the call here would be reasonable. Okay, so there's a couple things we can do. We can knock her out, and then we can deal with established trust, and then we can spend 2 mentals to get rid of the telekinesis. That's probably the safer line, I'll be honest. So Captain Marvel will attack for 4 into the villain. The villain is defeated. We draw a card. And when Bloody Mary is defeated, all you do is you put 1 counter here. It's technically a damage counter, and then her hit points reset. So the villain goes back to 13. That's all it does. I don't think there's anything else it does, which is you don't get an encounter card or anything. You just place 1 damage and you reset her. So all I have to do is 1 threat, and then we have to knock her out for 13. Actually, do we just have straight lethal here? We attack for 4. We ready Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel can attack for 4. We attack for 4. I mean, we almost have lethal. I think we're slightly short. Imagine we played mission planning this turn. I know, and it's in the bottom. Like, mission planning means we could have just gone for the +1s. So like maybe we should have grabbed mission planning with or choreography, but that's why mission planning is in the deck. You want to play one sooner, so it's just locked in here, but you start with the mission planning, and because then every time we heal Captain Marvel, instead she just gets +1. It's like so absurdly good. Like, this is the one deck that mission planning looks to me like incredible. I think we can't exactly get lethal, but we can get close. So I think we're just gonna send it for the sake of like seeing what our limit testing is. So we'll attack for 4 into Bloody Mary. We'll then do 1-2 for side by side, which will ready. I think we'll just get the stats up. Then we hit for 5 and 5. Yeah, we win. We win. We win. Attacks for 5 into the villain. Takes the health, draws a card. See no evil, hear no evil. We'll attack for 1-2, 5 into the villain. The villain is knocked out again. Goes to 2. Villain resets to 13. And then we'll just go ahead and use study the tape. We'll study the tape. We'll search our deck and discard pile for photographic reflexes. We'll use photographic reflexes on side by side. We will ready and we'll just choose to heal. And then we'll just thwart for that. And then the game's over. 3 counters. I mean, this is what happens. The leadership deck is really good. And that's because you're able to play side by side as many times with Captain Marvel. Again, Daredevil would not give us the throughput. We ended up drawing like a lot of extra cards. We would have drawn 1 more card there. And that's another photographic reflexes. So even if we didn't win, we top deck a photographic reflexes. We do side by side 1 more time. If we played a mission planning, we would have got a bunch more damage because then every time that we ready, we don't have to heal. Yeah, this deck is absurd. It's pretty absurd. You do have to get through the early turns, but again, she only had a couple turns. Like I think she had 3 activations and then it's over. We talked about how Bloody Mary doesn't give you incentive to fight her, and like, I mean, I guess we didn't have to see it anyways, but it is bananas. It's like simply bananas. And so it's like, it's hard to put a cost on Cameo because Captain Marvel can be that good in certain decks. But yeah, good game. The ASL might not have been the pick. We had a better line on the setup when we grab make the call and chance encounter, or sorry, not chance encounter, make the call and the muscle memory. And muscle memory is even better on the combo turn because it gives you an extra resource because we didn't have to replay the it's like very similar to ASL. It gives you another resource on the combo turn, which ASL does the same thing. It is bananas. It is straight bananas. Okay. Anyways, if you play a longer game against Bloody Mary, you don't really have a reason to attack her, so you can just chill. We did knock her out with the violence way, so we wouldn't actually get the victory card. But in theory, that's the only thing is you can't rush this because when you clear it, it flips and then it doesn't flip back. So if you wanted to win the game that turn, you did have to go to violence, unfortunately. All right, let's do Purple Man. How's everyone doing today? Hope all is well in your parts. I think I'm just going to do it. I think I'm just going to cut this down to 40 cards by just cutting the team up. Like I can't imagine us playing the team up. I'm just going to get rid of it. Right? Like it's good because the team up is good, but I do think the deck might not need the team up. So we'll see. We'll see if that turns out to be wrong or not. Art, police, birds. Every encounter deck has its requisite parts. It's got art, it's got police, it's got birds. Everything else is just flavor. With a focus on Cap Marvel, you're far less inclined to try and keep Daredevil out for the team up. Yeah, exactly. Like Daredevil usually doesn't even hit the table, so it's like probably not worth it. It does give you a consistent fallback plan on turn 1. Like that's the thing. It's not like I'll play what's it called? Suit up and grab Daredevil, but if we have Daredevil on turn 1, it means we have like a big thwarting and damage event, which will usually allow us to sustain our way into Captain Marvel. That game was like honestly bonkers, like obviously quite bonkers, but we had the perfect opening. So we need to see what happens when you don't draw perfectly. Like, can you stay afloat while you set up? Lazy Sunday going great. Thinking who to take through F&E next, though not campaign mode. Hope you're doing well too. Thank you, Arkuro. Yeah, I think the next thing I want to do is like take these heroes and bring them to other boxes. I think I'm more interested in doing and seeing what they can do against other boxes than bringing other heroes into this box. So I'm excited to see how that works out. Because I think these heroes are very flexible and very interesting. Okay, Purple Man. What world do we want to play Purple Man in? If anyone has an idea. But Purple Man is one that I need more play into. What's really funny is like, it would seem that Bullseye would be a bad matchup too, because if Bullseye marks Captain Marvel, you got some issues. But also Bullseye doesn't have a lot of health. And notably, we do a lot of damage, but all our damage comes off of like 3 and maybe 4 attack pings. So like Bullseye Spine isn't relevant, and the guy only has 16 health. So like maybe 1 or 2 encounter cards can scare you, but largely Bullseye hasn't been that bad so far. Name a box and I'll run Daredevil through. Yeah, there you go. That's what I mean. It's like I'm so excited to run Daredevil through everything to see how he does. Raft? Yeah, sure, okay. No, yeah, okay. Oh, Raft Purple Man's pretty rough. I mean, we'll take it. But all the minions will have villainous in this matchup now, which the Raft adds the most boosts per thing. So like there's a chance this will be a bloodbath for someone. Yeah, the Raft could be pretty rough. Okay, let me just set this up. We have the key. We have to do some deck damage. So this is Tombstone and the Owl. So Owlsley's back. Okay. Sunday's going well. Going to continue our group campaign in a couple hours. Playing Justice Daredevil. Love Beat Cops in that deck for helping get the schemes on the right points for exact clears. Ryan, I think you left that message right at the end of the last stream, and I got to see it. I do see it as much as the stream is over, so I can't respond. I think that's a really cool way of doing it. Like, Beat Cop is exactly what you want. Notably, Beat Cop is a support, so it doesn't count for, like, you know, a Nelson and Murdoch, that sort of card, because you didn't do it. But very, very cool. Or more actually for stealth training, I guess. But it's really cool that it gives you the sort of, like, access to the perfect defeat archetype in Justice, really simply. I read somewhere that Purple Man and Raft seems to be the most popular combination in the community. Really? I wonder why that is. I think it's a really difficult combination because he has Villainous and the boost. Like, check this out, right? The Raft Breakout. Like, look at that number at the bottom. 2.6. It's literally every card besides 1 has 3 boosts on it. It's really funny. All right, villain name. Purple Man. 2 words. Stage 2. So Purple Man has only 15 health, but each boost card from the Purple Man set has these icons, boost icon, which gets dealt to you as an encounter card. Luckily, it's a face down encounter card, so it won't activate against you doubly, which is kind of nice. Our health is 9. Eventually they will have patrol as well, but that's okay. And then we have to do scenario name, the Raft Breakout. So the Raft Breakout starts with this main scheme. I'm going to try our best not to forget the Master Key. The Master Key kind of overlaps with Purple Man in a way that doesn't actually get worse, which is nice. So it says attach Master Key to the villain. So we'll read that in a second. It's easy to forget. We'll try not to. And then we have to discard cards from the deck until we discard a prisoner minion, and we have to reveal that. I think Fear No Evil Heroes will be great in a Sinister Motives campaign. What do you mean by that, Anton? I have to play Fear No Evil campaign with the Sinister Motive campaign mechanics. Oh, yes. In response to that, those are the sort of campaign mechanics I really like, which is a mixture of like goals, upsides, and downsides. So like you get better things and interesting things. And like I spent a lot of time thinking like, why do I play campaign mode? And what makes an interesting campaign mode? And Sinister Motives is like really great in a lot of different reasons. Things get harder, you get better choices, but also, yeah, you get boons. One of the cool things about Sinister Motives is that you get one of 3 random boons from a set of 9 different tech cards that are upgrades, and they're all very interesting. And that's exactly what I want from a campaign. It's like every playthrough feels different, kind of like a roguelite, because you get one of these random relics, and then you have to decide which of the 3 relics you want to play towards, and you actually can build your deck around it because they're all very powerful, but they all come with upsides and downsides. So like there's one that we played that gives us retaliate and +1 defense, but -1 attack. And so now you're like, okay, I have to build my deck around it. And I think that's what I want in a campaign mode. And I think I saw in the comments that people agreed, or people were saying at least, that like the campaign mode for Fear No Evil just feels like bad things happen to you. Like you have to be okay with that. It's less so like good things happen to you. It's more so stop the bad things from happening, which, I mean, that's a mood. That's cool. I could get it. Like the town's under attack. But yeah, Sinister Motives has like a really good campaign mode, both in terms of difficulty and complexity scaling, but also has like unique rewards. So playing through the campaign is something special. Yeah, Sinister Motive campaign is really good, Andy. It also like gives you experience, kind of like the market in Galaxies. So like at the end of the scenario, if you have done this, or this, you get extra experience. So knowing that, and I would read them before we play the scenario, you'd be like, okay, I could win now, but I kind of want to like defeat all of these things and clear out the side schemes just so I get more victory. And that like generally makes more interesting game decisions, which is another thing I really like about campaign mode. All right, prisoners. Drang, good. I don't think I've seen Drang activate yet. Oh, this is still proper discarded. So Drangan, huge thing is that each of these villains or each of these minions is a celebration of one of the earlier non-mutant boxes. We just talked about galaxies. Villainous, after Drang attacks you, place a barrage counter, then take one indirect. So he functionally attacks for like 2 and something. Claw with Raft can be fun. Sure. I think Claw's one of the villains you could put anywhere in this box and be fine. I've also tried to think like the villains. So this was another like criticism, right? Is like a lot of the main schemes are not really important or they don't interact with a villain in a meaningful way. But then some of my favorite parts of this game are like that is true. Claude does not really care about the main scheme too much. Sure, it spawns a minion every once in a while, but why do I like it? And I think the bigger thing is like Claw just has more Claw cards in the deck. So it does feel like a better Claw experience. And because of the way the box is, there's only like, I don't know. I think Purple Man has like maybe 12 cards. It's the most cards. But yeah, I think it's because there's a lot of Claw cards. I think it's like 17 Claw cards. So it does feel like the theme is there. 16 Claw cards. That's, again, 33% more Claw cards per deck than Purple Man cards. Are you only using your allies, but you're using Cameo? Wait, not only are you using allies. Yes, I'm using Ally, Tony. It's the first time playing Cameo, and it's been really strong. We wanted to try it out. Yeah, if you keep Drang around, he doesn't lose the counters, but like he's a villainous that hits you for 1 and a boost. Like you want to get rid of him on turn 1. Our deck is not great at dealing with him in turn 1. Usually we can do 4 damage on turn 1, so he might have to take 2 hits. All right, we'll shuffle the deck better in a second because it's kind of sorted. But the Raft Breakout now advances, and it just has 2 threat, gets 1 a turn. Luckily, when we defeat something, we have some threat removal. So yeah, it's fine. So let me just do this. Hey, does anybody ever wash their sleeves? I don't want to sound gross, but like after I play with Marvel Champions, and you can tell, especially some of the older cards, like the sleeves have like, they're a bit grody. And like usually I wash my hands after I play, but I can't tell. Is there just like one bad sleeve and it's touching everything and everything's getting gross? Am I gross? I think the answer is I'm gross, right? But like normal gross. But I kind of like want to unsleeve these and wash the sleeves and then just be like, go again. I wash this table consistently. It's a clean table. I think I'm just like a human. I think Raft Breakout would be fun to add some Nemesis minions. Yeah, there's so much you could do with this. Like, I think my favorite version of Raft would be like there's a deck of Nemesis and Nemesis side schemes. And whenever Purple Man activates, or maybe when he schemes twice as much, you put counters on an environment. And when it hits 3 counters, you spawn a whole Nemesis set, right? Like you spawn the Nemesis, the side scheme, and you shuffle things into the deck. And so like you will be guaranteed to find big things. And then the deck is only full of small minions, naturally. Like, I don't know. There's definitely a lot more you can do that requires a lot more, rules overhead and cards. But yeah, you can definitely make it more of a Prison Break. Glad to see Cameo in single player. Figured it'd be easy to use in bigger player sizes since you can make up with the tempo loss, but I was worried it'd be difficult in single player. It definitely is difficult in single player, Ryan. To me, it's like a card that you can't play unless it's the thing that you're getting from it is worth the huge downside. And notably, Echo is one of the characters that does start with functionally like 7 hand size, so she feels it a bit less bad. Raft Breakout feels like it could have been a standalone in a sort of similar manner to how the hood worked. Yes, yeah, but you have to spend more like cards on it for sure. Sometimes I use hand wipes to clean my sleeves after long play sessions or if they start to stick. Yeah, they don't stick. They just like, yeah, I'm gross. Have you looked at the new Shadowland stuff? No, Tony, I have, but I forgot to do it. We're meant to do it between this game and the last game of this game. We'll do it after this game for sure. It does look sick. It looks really good. Mockingbird. Okay, so we have Blockingbird here. Definitely can deal with Drang to stop Drang in his spot. Purple Man doesn't hit for that hard, but the boosts now in the deck are really, really mean. Choreography is if we have no better setup, it's fine. The issues with this deck is we want to mulligan really aggressively to find our 2 copies of Suit Up and our 1 copy of Sidekick. So we do have, mind you, Captain Marvel in the deck. If we draw her, we'll just shuffle her back because we're not meant to. A call for backup. If we deal with this, you can get a cheap ally. That's actually like maybe a playstyle, and maybe we can pivot here where we just set up call for backup and then we'll thwart it next turn to get Captain Marvel. Like that's a lot cheaper. And we want to get a side scheme into the victory display because we want to show off how cool mission planning is. Daredevil. Okay, so this is the one scenario that we took out the thing. I honestly think if we had, what's it called, still in the deck, see no evil, hear no evil, we would knock out Drang, no problem. So this might be a game in which we don't mulligan hard for the combo, just because we have a problem on turn 1 we have to deal with. First aid, we don't keep that on turn 1. And we have Kalu, who's also probably worth keeping, just to get a nice little panic block there. So we've drawn literally no combo pieces. So I don't want to hard mulligan for the combo. We had such an absurd opening last game. So for us to want hard mulligan for the combo, we either need at least a double, because if you don't have a double, you can't do the combo in Cameo, because you just don't have enough cards. Also, we would need a copy of Suit Up, so we don't have any of those. So I think we're just gonna do like a somewhat weird aggressive half mulligan. I just want to do the math, and we still have to watch out because we have Cameo. We're going to be discarding down to 4 cards anyways, so even the best laid plans, and that's why opening with a double is really important, can be foiled here immediately. So say that we only have these 4 cards after we mulligan. Like, what can we do? We can play Choreography for 1. Choreography draws a card. Notably, Choreography doesn't need to shuffle something back for it to draw a card. It just says draw a card if you're an alter ego, and exhausting is the cost. Then we could play 3 for Daredevil. Daredevil could make an event cheaper, but an event cheaper in this hand also isn't relevant. So we have no good way of knocking out Drang here, and our deck has no damage events. The only card that we could draw that allows us to knock out Drang is maybe a Get Ready. A Get Ready means that we could use Daredevil twice. That would be the best case that we only have one of. So yeah, this is where, like, if you don't find the combo, Cameo is so expensive. And again, Marvel Champions a lot of times puts big problems on turn 1 for you to deal with. We're dealing with somebody who's attacking us for functionally up to 5 damage alongside Purple Man. And if we have to block against one of these, we'll not likely be knocking out Drang. So I think we have to play Daredevil for sure, because then we're guaranteed to knock out Drang next turn. So if that's the case, we might just want a hard mulligan for doubles. So I don't think we can hold on to Choreography. So we'll just do Daredevil and call for backup. I mean, first aid is not useful in turn 1, but it'd be free with Daredevil, but I think that's the best we can do here. It's an interesting question. I need to play more of this deck to know what the openings look like. I've gotten testing pretty good mulligans so far. Do you ever play Kalu? Kalu's like, yeah, it's kind of expensive. All right, we'll try this. Suit Up. Ooh, so we can maybe get the combo. We just need to draw a double here for the combo to be a thing. Side by side. Endurance. Double one time? No. Okay. So now Cameo kicks in, and Cameo forces us to discard 2 cards. So just to do the math, if you have a Suit Up, you play, say that we just have these cards in hand. We play 2 for Suit Up, right? Suit Up draws 2 cards. And then we have to play our whole card to play one of them. Wait, can we still do it? I think we can still do it. Is my math bad? So again, we play 1, 2 for Suit Up. Suit Up finds 2 cards. No. No, hold on. One more time, Andre. We have to remember, if we jump up, we'll have another card. So we can have up to 7 cards in hand. So say that we get rid of these 2 because of Cameo. Then we spend 1, 2 for Suit Up. Suit Up draws 2 cards. And then we draw 1 from Cameo, from jumping up. No, we can't play our ally. So Suit Up is unfortunately unplayable. So we'll get rid of Suit Up and side by side, and we'll try and do our best with this. This means we can play Daredevil and a 1-cost event if we draw it. So we can get a Get Ready. So we actually can knock out Drang guaranteed, which is kind of cool. Yeah, without the double, we're 1 short. And that's because Cameo is expensive. So we're going to feel the worst part of Cameo here. So the good thing is we can play Daredevil, use Daredevil, and then Daredevil can grab a Get Ready, or we can grab a Get Ready when we jump up, and then Daredevil can knock out Drang. So that's a good start. It's hard to open with Daredevil and the team up we're not playing, but not impossible, but nearly impossible. We'd need a double for that. So at least we can deal with Drang, which is good, which deals with our threat. And then we can block Purple Man if we want to. So, I mean, at least we can play something here. The issue is we lose the call for backup, which is the other good way to go get our 4-cost ally for free. But unfortunately, we have to pitch every card here and call for backup. If we kept the, if we ended up keeping the Choreography, I think we wouldn't be in a better place. We would have to like not knock out Drang, I think. Even then, I'm not sure we could do it. So we'll spend 3 for our ally, Daredevil, who's here. When he activates until the end of the round, the next event is 1 cheaper. We'll hop up. We'll go ahead and get this card out of our deck anyways, which we don't want to draw if we don't have Captain Marvel. But we'll grab our 1 copy of Get Ready. The good thing is we also play it and tuck it. We also could grab and Make the Call, but we can't play that. So we have a Get Ready. Daredevil will attack for 2. Into Drang. So we still haven't seen Drang activate. So Daredevil will attack for 2. We'll attack for 2. We'll play Get Ready, and then we'll tuck it, which is a nice thing to tuck. It's not bad. It's not amazing. And then Daredevil will ready, and he'll attack for 2 more. He technically played it for -1 cost, and Drang is defeated. When Drang is defeated, the main scheme removes 2 threat because it's elite. So it goes from 6 to 0, and we'll pass. Would Daredevil got cut off their destruct. That's it. We'll draw 5. Photographic, which, I mean, for Get Ready is something, but Daredevil will be defeated. Mission planning, this is why we need when we only have one more side scheme in her deck. That's ugly. She's here. So I think we just play her. Okay, that's fine. We can just play her. And her with the Get Ready is like doable, but we'd have to draw photographic reflexes. So this goes to 1. It's hard to jump down against Purple Man. He only attacks for 1 in a card, so I think for the first attack we'll take into the face. Our deck has at least now a couple healing cards. We did lose our Endurance. We did lose our 1 copy of First Aid, so we can still get in this back by playing our Study the Tape. And we lost a Side by Side, which we can't play. So we have to remember we have some healing cards, so we don't mind taking the first damage to the head. So especially if we also have full health, you can't recover, so you can't heal your sidekick, but regardless, 1. Just 2, nice. It's good to lose Gang Up in this scenario. Would a command team or something, would Daredevil's ability stack have activated twice? Yes. I think there's a version of this deck where you play a bunch of command teams and Daredevil, but I think ultimately like Captain Marvel is just better because card draw is better. But yeah, especially if you play mission planning into Daredevil, he can kind of go near infinite. The thing is like you'll run out of cards and then you have to play like 3 command teams, which for solo is very expensive. 1 encounter card. It's Beetle. So we need to knock out Beetle. We have decisions on how we want to deal with Beetle because Beetle has to go get an upgrade. She is villainous. She's not elite. So if we're going to jump down, we want to get the upgrade that gives her plus attack. If we want to stay up, we want to give her the upgrade that gives her plus thwart. We have enough damage to knock out Beetle, so let's just go get the attack one, which I think is worse for us overall. Might not actually be true. Oh, we could give her the flight serum, right? I want to grab this one from the deck. Wait, where is it? Because when you attach this one using Beetle's text, it doesn't fire the text on this, so she doesn't get the toughness. So she's attacking for 3 and she'll stun. So we just need to knock her out. Yeah, Daredevil gives a floating like next thing. Also, Daredevil's until the end of the round. So if you want to play like a 3-cost protection card, ooh, you can do it. As much as you're gonna need help setting all that up. Okay, so we could consider jumping down. Purple Man will scheme for a bit, but I mean, we should be fine. Jumping down is also really nice because we draw like a 7-card hand size, which we can't exactly use, but we'll pay 4 for Captain Marvel. She's here. I need to make a better way to search this card because her text is so long. So when she activates, and she's the card we did lose our hand size on turn 1 too, she draws a card. So she'll attack for 2, drawing a card. The Professor X, who's worth keeping. We will attack for 2, and I think we'll just use Daredevil to attack for 2, which is a shame to lose him, especially because there might be some big activations, but we'll do what we can do. Beetle gets knocked, which means we won't remove 1 threat from the main. So if we jump down, no matter what, Purple Man's text overlaps with the Master Key in a way that's like, doesn't really matter. So if we jump down, we'll have more minions engaged with us because on the boost, wait, actually, this is forced response. This is after the villain schemes against you. So Purple Man will actually go before that. No matter what, it'll be a face down encounter card. We'll hop down and we'll pass. Professor X is definitely maybe worth playing because we'll have a 7-card hand size. And the issue is like a bunch of our cards, if we draw them and we don't have access to sidekick, they won't be super useful. So we're only losing 1 card in our hand here. 1. Like this is unplayable. Not playable. 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 We need to clear this as much as we have no more mission planning. So Professor X deals with the superpower training pretty well, as much as there'll be a bunch of threat here. So we had 1. The villain schemes for 2 and a card. 1, 2. 3, this is going to be dealt to us. This is a fun one. We don't actually care about the text on this one, but it is 1 boost, so he schemes for 3, goes to 4. This is one of his cards, so it gets dealt to us, and then we reveal it, and man, the theme on these cards are so good. So Protect comes in with 3 counters. It's a forced action. We have to exhaust it to give the villain a tough, which, I mean, we have the katana, so it's not the end of the world. And we no attached to the highest cost ally. I mean, we believed in her. That's a shame. That's an absolute shame. So, tree attached allies and influence minion. Imagine spending all that hand size on Captain Marvel and she draws you 1 card. Oh, that's awful. There's only 1 convert in the deck, but we found it. You can see the frame in which his heart breaks. We'll just use Protect here to put a toughness on the villain. Okay, so there's no event I want to get because there's no event that fixes sadness. We need to knock her out. It's pretty easy to knock her out. I don't think we need to recover here, but we need to plan the turn. Playing Professor X is probably fine. It blocks an attack. So we could do 1, 2, 3. Playing Echo's Katana into the toughness is good, but the toughness will stick there for a couple turns anyways, so it's not a huge priority. And a lot of our events we can't really play in our first cycle because we don't have Captain Marvel, which hurts. So we can do this for Professor X and just play Superpower Training. We probably defeat her and thwart 3 off this and leave this for the next turn. I mean, that's okay. The improvisation is like not worth playing at all. Side by sides are useless. Katana is like fine. We could also just like play Maria. Maria draws a card. So if we do play Maria, oh, we're gonna have one more card anyways, so we might be able to play Maria and Prof. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna hop up. Our alter ego is gonna search our deck for a card. So we just want to take out a side by side because we know we're not gonna get in this deck cycle. We're gonna leave the suit up in because the suit up can be played when we jump down. But the last side by side is unfortunately useless. So we're gonna have a really bad cycle here. Good thing you're playing Make the Call. Yeah, we should be able to rebuild this. It might not be this deck cycle though, but our deck is relatively thin. Like once we get out, we'll be good. And we're still like holding our own, but yeah, Shakespeare level drama. Okay, so we're here. We're gonna start by playing Maria Hill and see what happens. So we'll pitch our 2 side by sides for Maria. She draws a card. Ooh, double, sick. Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like it gets grody on the sides. I don't know. I'm gross. I think I'm gross and I need to be okay with that. I live in a filth pit. It's me and Shrek and we're playing Marvel Champions and we're having a great time. Hey Shrek, you're my best friend. 1, 2, 3 for Professor X. So Shrek, what's your favorite aspect? Protection? That's weird. Is it because the cards are green? Yeah, because the cards are green. When Professor X comes in, we'll confuse Purple Man, who's surprisingly easy. I would assume Purple Man would have been steady. And then we'll just go ahead and play a Superpower Training, which when we clear that, we get one of our upgrades. Nice. Okay. I feel like our allies are pushed way forward, but maybe that's because I think she's an ally. We will take Justice on Captain Marvel. When we defeat our friend, we remove 1 threat. Prof X will just clear this, I guess. So we can go grab an upgrade. I mean, we could use a Get Ready to use Professor X again. I mean, that's kind of sick. I don't think this Get Ready is going to be that much better in the near future. Wait, actually, I wonder if we were meant to do Superpower Training to go set up Captain Marvel again this turn. I don't think so. But when we clear Superpower Training, we can go get an upgrade. And the one upgrade that's pretty sick here is Muscle Memory. It's really good in leadership. Daredevil would never, at least until October. I don't know if that it's the Shrek crossover is coming in October. Oh, this should be exhausted. So the cool thing with Muscle Memory is we can just use Professor X for free. Like this is a really cool line. And it's nice to play these weird 0-cost toolbox cards like Assess and like, I guess, Make the Call to some extent. Because we can use Muscle Memory to bounce Get Ready. And then we can just play Get Ready to ready Professor X at no real cost. And so Professor X can now just thwart this again and then still perfectly block. Like, kind of sick. The 0-cost cards are really nice with Muscle Memory. It's cool that she has support for big cards and small cards. All right, we'll pass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make the Call is here. And we have a double, so we'll be able to rebuild our friend, which is good. Oh, get brainwashed by the villain. So in the bottom, like 8, 9 cards of our deck, we still have the sidekick. It was the bottom of our deck. I mean, random is random. But we should be able to set it up, and we have a confused. So we're actually doing okay. Not a good setup, and we had a couple pain points, but once we're there, Purple Man does not really do that much. So this goes to 1. Purple Man's attacking for 1 in a card. We'll put the Professor in the way. No boost, but that's just enough to deal with Chuck. Chuck is chucked. 1 encounter card. Oh no, it's Rhino, our nemesis. He's tough, which, I mean, the Katana is maybe a play at some point. But that's a big old Rhino. 7 health. Doesn't scheme for that much. Still has Villainous, though. I kind of wish Villainous had a symbol next to the thing, the same way that Star has symbol. But yeah, maybe that's just on me. I should figure that out. Okay, we'll start by protecting. So we'll give a toughness to the character that already has a toughness. Allowed to do that. And then I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're short a bit of damage, but we might draw into it. Yeah, we might actually draw into the damage to be able to knock out Rhino. So we could play ASL and use ASL, I think, I'll Make the Call, but I don't think we have enough resources. So we'll just do Make the Call. And a good thing about Make the Call is we can tuck it. So Make the Call allows us to play any ally from our discard pile. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll go grab back Captain Marvel. So she has returned. So that's why also playing one of these is like pretty reasonable for ourselves. So she comes in. If we defeat Rhino, we have no reason of dealing with the main scheme. So Maria will just take the toughness. She attacks for the least. And then we'll go in with Captain Marvel, who will do 2 damage, drawing a card. Power of Leadership. That ain't it. I mean, we could do Make the Call with the Power of Leadership and play Zabu, the cat, Kalu, the tiger. Not Zabu. All right. I mean, we'll attack for 2. So 3 is an awkward breakpoint. It's an awkward breakpoint. We can study the tape for any of our cool 2-cost cards, like in theory mission planning, but that's not particularly good here. We could go for a side-by-side, but we can't play it. So I think we just like make the call for Kalu. Yeah, so I'm gonna study the tape, which allows us to search for an event in our discard pile. Again, playing Toolbox Leadership is kind of sick. And we're just gonna go for one of our good old photographics. And we're gonna play the photographic to play make the call. I mean, we could have just bounced it with muscle memory, but I don't think we need another make the call underneath us, especially because we're going to deck out soon. So play the printed cost of an ally. So we're going to play the power of leadership, which should work. Not because make the call is a leadership card, but because the card we're playing is a leadership card. And so we're going to play Kalu. When Kalu enters, we can go look at the top 5 of our deck for an event, which I think we have them. I should have checked a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does power of leadership work with make the call? It does, but only if the card that you're playing is a leadership card. You can't use it just because make the call is leadership, but if you're playing a leadership card, it works. Yeah. So we have full whiff. Bummer. Did our deck even have any events? Yes, literally the bottom 4 all events. We did the hardest whiff possible. There's 9 cards, 4 events. We drew the 5 non-events. The chance of that are so low. I think it's okay. I'm hoping that Electra does not have an identity-specific Daredevil, but instead an aggression Daredevil ally like Winter Soldier did with Captain America. I'd be very surprised if that's the case. I think it's likely that we'll get an aggression Daredevil anyways, just like in the back of the pack or something. Maybe not in her deck, but probably like I do think we're guaranteed to get a Daredevil in Iron Fist, right? Or no, I think we're meant to get a Luke Cage in Iron Fist. I just think we're going to see a lot of team up stuff. So I think they want to get every combination possible because this whole wave is about team ups. I mean, this is okay. We'll use muscle memory to return the Get Ready. It's cool to play the Get Ready again. We'll Get Ready on Captain Marvel. She will now go for 2 into Rhino, drawing a card. We can study the tape to Get Ready one more time. We don't need to. Kalu will just finish off Rhino, and Rhino clears the last threat. So, I mean, we got there. Now we'll just jump down. I don't think we want to do anything with Get Ready. Our people are hurt. We are a bit hurt, which means we can recover, and we're very likely to draw on our thing. So, unfortunately, I think we're going to jettison this. Do we hold on to it? No, I think we need to find our team up here, our sidekick card. We'll pass. The res, which heals for 0. I mean, pretty good value. Power of leadership. Photographic, please draw into it. Photographic, please. Oh, God. No. No, it was in the bottom 2. We can draw 1 card, but with Captain Marvel, we can't draw. So I think we're meant to play Study the Tape to get our healing card. Oh, I think we misplayed this. I think we're meant to hold on to the Study the Tape just to hedge. Because with Study the Tape, we can go grab, what's it called? First Aid, because now Captain Marvel is useless. I think that was the worst turn we could have got off of the draw. I mean, this hand is... It's bad. Don't get me wrong. And maybe having a make the call underneath here would make this hand better. But we lost a make the call. I think we were meant to keep a Study the Tape. Because Study the Tape either allows us to play a make the call again, which with Maria or Kalu is pretty good. Or we were meant to, yeah, what we did was the worst. I think we did the worst possible outcome here. That sucks. I can't fix that. This goes to 1. Purple Man's confused. 1 encounter card. Power of Suggestion, so we have some Thwart work to do. We do want to get our minions, our allies back into deck. So this comes in with 4 or 5 threat, and all of them get influenced. It means they'll have double villainous. That's not a real thing. But they will get a guard, which is a real thing. Clarity purpose for set value? Wait, what do you mean? Clarity purpose is not bad. And that's because you definitely want another upgrade you can attach to a character, just so that when you play your suit up, you don't whiff if you have to not throw out sidekick. Zoom out. Oh my God, good catch. Yo, Flip, what's up? The deck betrayed us horribly twice. One of them we could have played around. Mind you, we'll just protect. That one we could have played around. The other one was just unlucky. So this is like the worst because it's bad. We need to clear this. I mean, this is very, very, very bad. We had access to make the call. We have a power of leadership. Yeah, man, we should have held on to this. I should have thought it out better and looked at their discard pile. The res is also useless, which is really funny. So I think we just play cards. So we'll play the res. It doesn't do anything. It allows us to recover for 0, which that's fine. We'll play Clarity Purpose on ourselves. So it's a resource generator. It does make us take damage. Oh man, we could have even played Professor X again this round, which would have been better because we can stay down an alter ego or jump down an alter ego and make the call. Yeah, this is horrendous. So I think we're just going to waste 2 whole turn cycles. Yeah, where's the sense deck? Not only the sense deck, this hand would have been amazing if we were set up, because we could have done Captain Marvel, but like having this as the bottom, 2 cards of your deck is not what you want. The hand is rough. I'm trying to be optimistic. It's so bad. The thing is, we could have played around it, and that's always good to know. It's like, this is not your fault. Well, no, it is exactly your fault, but it didn't have to be. We'll flip up. We won't recover. We'll thwart for 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll clear this. And we'll have to jump down next turn. So we're hoping for the best. We're just going to discard this whole hand. Get ready's useless. So 1, 2. We deck out. So hard turn to jump down because we're probably going to have minions. But we need to shuffle this deck really well. Oh, that could have been so good. We would have recovered. Captain Marvel would have drawn 2 cards. We would have been so popping off that turn. We just drew Sidekick. Because we lose so much value because we can't activate Captain Marvel, so we lost like 2 card draw. Yeah, I think we just had to keep the tape. It would have been fine. Let me pile shuffle this. This at least will be a good mission planning game, which I think is hype. So we've never gone through our deck cycle. We've never seen an extra encounter card when we played this deck so far. So this is a first. Okay, 3. Nope, that ain't it. Fine, good. Actually, it means we can use Captain Marvel. ASL, also fine because we have a double. This hand's okay. All right, this goes to 2. Purple Man is attacking us for 1 and a card. We could take the damage. We definitely have a recovery option here. Yeah, once again with feeling, we should be fine. I don't want to defend because when you draw 2 encounter cards, which we will in a second, it's likely there's a minion we have to deal with, so we'll just take it to the face. 3 damage, not drawing an exhaustion. Okay, that's good. There's no burst damage. There's just some of the minions that when you defeat them, I think the Skater Punk does like 3 damage to you or something. Mr. Fish. This only has text and multiplayer. 4, piercing and ranged. And it says when revealed, engages the player with the fewest remaining hit points, which is good text. That's really cool text. Assault. Okay, so we might have to block now, which is acceptable. So Purple Man's attacking us for 1 and a card. This easily could do 4 damage because we have a lot of 3 boosts, so we'll defend. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. We take 2. It's Baron Zemo. So this character has guard. No, it doesn't because we cleared the side scheme, but here we are. Not the easiest board state. Okay, we'll spend. I think we'll just do a double on. No, I mean, I guess we might as well start with. What's the worst card in our hand? It's like maybe we Clarity of Purpose here. Because the idea is like we could play ASL, which plays First Aid. But we're going to draw with Captain Marvel. And if Captain Marvel draws something that readies with the photographic reflexes, we want to be able to have this still in our hand because this card is really, really good. Looking like we have Shrek at home. I don't know who this character is, but his flavor text is like very much, I am not a bird energy, which I like that a lot. I have no idea who this is. Looks very, very goofy. He's not a mutant too. So like, that's just a guy. I don't know. I think we could risk getting Clarity. So I'm actually going to Clarity of Purpose to take our last health. So this generates a wild, which is just a good card in general. And we'll put on Captain Marvel so she'll get 2 health. She is now our sidekick. This just hedges around a small chance that we draw something we can photographic this turn. And it also means we can play Get Ready, so Captain Marvel will draw more cards. So a bit risky, but no matter what, we're going to be jumping down and recovering with the res, hopefully. At least we'll recover with this. So Captain Marvel will attack for 2 into the fish, drawing a card. Mockingbird's not bad, but that is mostly what we're going to be doing. We'll photographic reflexes to play the Get Ready. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can just add it back to our hand with muscle memory, and we'll muscle memory the Get Ready. And like, it's kind of cool that this card's reasonable. We'll ready Captain Marvel and she'll go in 1 more time, knocking out Mr. Fish, drawing a card, removing a threat. Another photographic. So like, Get Ready again on Captain Marvel is like kind of doable. It's wild how much of a 1-person army she can be with this Get Ready. Okay, so we'll set up slightly more. We'll play the ASL. We want to tuck a card underneath her that actually has cost so we can heal with the res. Unfortunately, our hand only has First Aid. That's a kind of goofy way to do it. But here we will First Aid off of the ASL, which reasonable card to toolbox. So we'll just heal Captain Marvel for 3. And that is so we can continue using this hand. We'll photographic reflexes to Get Ready. Captain Marvel readies. She will thwart for 2, drawing a card. Ugh, not like this. Not like that. This stinks. We can either recover one twice or play the first aid, but I think we hold on to the first aid. Wait, this is awful. We can't play this hand at all. I mean, I think we're just going to hold on to the photographic reflexes because we're going to have a combo turn next turn because we're guaranteed to draw side by side. So I'm just going to pitch a Mockingbird. We're going to jump down. We'll use the res to recover, and that's it. I mean, we've had weird turns, so we're going to recover one and we'll pass. Oh, when we recover, of course, she recovers. Yeah, we're going to flip down and chill. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 4. No. 5. No. 6. Yes. Okay, we're good. We'll be fine. These are really nice because they play the first side-by-side for free. I think your deck has decided it is Grant Ward. The best compliment you can give to a deck. I mean, like, that's pretty Grant Ward. This goes to 1. The villain activates for 1, 2. We haven't seen an advance yet, which is kind of scary. We could just lose. This goes to 5. Not drawing Kingpin. 1 encounter card. It's Tombstone. We dodged the quick strike, but unfortunately Tombstone is a lot of soak into like not a lot of benefit because 8 health attacks for 2 quick strike is like pretty mediocre. Okay, it's us. So we'll definitely res to recover 1. The question is if we want to recover 1 more time, and I think we can. We should use Captain Marvel first here because then she draws a card and then we full recover her. So we'll use Captain Marvel to, unfortunately, we're going to waste 8 damage to Tombstone. She hits for 2, which draws a card. It's a power leadership. Really great start. We're going to recover for 3 and Captain Marvel will go to 5 health. Okay, we're back in it. I almost passed out. Your draws have been cursed. They've been really bad. And I want to say that this deck is built in a way to not have the worst draws when you don't set up. We made one big mistake, but you kind of see how the pieces are flexible enough that like you don't just like biff it. Okay, so we'll flip up and here we get to make a decision. And there's a chance that our decision actually is the fun one. Let's try mission planning and see what happens. I think mission planning might be the play because we have access to healing and we have access to a whole bunch of readies. No, actually, we probably need another sidekick for this hand to make sense. We only have functionally 2. No, we can play 3 sidekicks this turn. Side by sides. Because we can play a side by side. We can return a side to side. We can play a side by side. We can photographic. The thing is, though, like with 3 photographics, I think the side by side is just better. If we had 1 more side by side in our hand, I think going for mission planning would have been better. So mission planning just says you don't take consequential, which is nice because that means every time that we do our flip up, like every time that we play side by side, we just give Captain Marvel bigger stats. If we get her to 3 stats, it doesn't hit a breakpoint on Tombstone that like really matters. Oh no, it does for both of us actually. So we'll do one of them for her stats. The res doesn't heal Captain Marvel. Venom, it definitely doesn't. But when we recover, she does with sidekick. So we recovered for 4. She recovered for 2 because we did a 1 + 3. But yeah, definitely the res is only for you. Yeah. Captain Marvel heals only recover now with res. Oh, for sure. Sorry, I might have miscommunicated or did it quickly. But we recovered the res and then we recovered for recover. Yeah, the res is only for you for sure. It's only your hero. It'd be cool if it wasn't, right? All right, let's combo. So we always want to start with the stat boost option. So we shouldn't struggle to use clarity in ASL. So a power of leadership for a side by side. The first side by side, if you can, go for stats. So we'll tuck this. We'll ready both of us. And we have +1 to our stats, which means we break Tombstone. You're covered by 2 when you use the res. I resed and did this. Hold on. You can maybe rewind on YouTube. But the intention was to res to recover Echo and Captain Marvel. She was at 4. So what I did with Captain Marvel is I attacked Tombstone to go to 3. Then I recovered Echo to bring her back to 5. And then I resed us. I think I just played a bit too quickly that I messed it up. But that's why I wanted to activate Captain Marvel to bring her to 3. That's why we drew. And then we recovered so we get the full to 5. That's why I used her in alter ego mode. I think I did it right. If I didn't, we can fix it really easily. Last turn? No shot. Did I res her last turn? Oh, like not this turn, last turn. Okay, I'll take that. You definitely can't res her. You only meant to heal Echo. Okay, that's fine. Good catch then. I thought you were talking about this turn. Reasonable. Okay, so Captain Marvel will now attack for 3, taking 1 consequential into Tombstone. Drawing a card. It's a Daredevil. Not that great. You gave 2 HP to Captain Marvel. Gave 2 HP to Captain Marvel? What was she at? Well, I gave 2 HP because we first aided her, right? We first aided Captain Marvel last turn. So she was meant to heal. I'll slow down a bit. Excuse me. I did get a bit ahead of myself. All right, and then we'll attack for 3, knocking out Tombstone, which removes only 1 threat from the main. Yeah, we first aided Captain Marvel. We didn't recover her with the res. I think we resed ourselves, and then we first aided Captain Marvel. Yeah, we definitely played the first aid on Marvel because she was getting low. Okay, so we're here. We will now do ASL. The question is, how big do we want our numbers to get? The toughness does deny a lot of damage, which sucks. So we'll do ASL, we'll do clarity, so we'll take 1. And then we're going to go play the next side-by-side. So the question is, what do we do with this? You healed her 1 last turn. Okay, so I think I just ticked her up. So side-by-side says, ready your sidekick, ready yourself. And then we can decide whether we want more stats or whether we want the healing. We could use a bit of healing for sure. We're going to play more side-by-sides this turn, though, so we can go for the stats. The stats hit us on a clean breakpoint on this, though, so I think we're just going to continue going for the stats. So we're now at 4 attack, we're at 4 thwart. I'm using purple because it's a combination of red and blue. So all our stats are up here. Captain Marvel will now thwart for 4, drawing a card. Again, this would be a really good mission planning turn, but unfortunately we don't have it because we would have saved a lot of damage. And then we'll just do Echo to take the toughness off. This should be exhausted, mind you. Okay. Then we just keep going. We'll always can keep 1 down here with muscle memory. So we'll play photographic for side-by-side. And now we're going to go for the healing unless we think the breakpoints are important. Unfortunately, Purple Man doesn't do anything when he advances. So like if you can get there, you can get there. But we're ready both of our characters. In theory, getting her to 5 and 5 actually hits a good breakpoint on Purple Man. So we could consider just hitting the next breakpoint. I'm not 100% sure. This would be wild with the katana. The katana only fires once, notably. It's not every time, right? Echo's katana. So like all we lost is 2 damage with the piercing, which would have been good against the toughness. It would have saved 7 damage. So yeah, that's actually not bad. But you do exhaust it, right? So we'll attack again for 4 into Purple Man. We're missing a breakpoint here, so maybe going for more stats is right. Yeah, maybe going for more stats is right here. Let's not go for the healing. Nah, that's fine. I think she's on 2. I think she's on 2. Oh god, I need to slow down. I think she was on 2. So she attacks for 4 into the villain. She draws a card. It's a choreography. We can use that to shuffle back combo cards. Yeah, the toughness did hit a bunch of value. And then we'll attack for 4 into the villain. Okay. So then we either can use the first aid to heal, or we can just side-by-side to keep going. I think we'll side-by-side to keep going. If we draw learn the tape, focus the tape, review the tape, we can get a side-by-side back. We can actually just get a side-by-side back with muscle memory, which seems better. So we'll muscle memory the side-by-side back into our hand, and we'll just continue to play it. So we're definitely not going to be playing these 2 cards, I don't think. We'll play another side-by-side. So this side-by-side comes into play. All he does on advancing is give minions patrol. Yeah, he doesn't actually spawn anything they have to deal with. You would assume he would spawn the next minion because the minion has guard. And like the game really wants to have anti-rush tech. So the fact that he doesn't spawn a guard minion is kind of surprising. These recover and we recover 1 each. So now we do hit with 2 hits, we advance. So we'll attack for 4 into the villain. We draw a card. It's a make the call. We'll remember we can pitch Maria on a play. Then we'll attack for 4 so he advances. We might have lethal this turn, but we have to get lucky off the top. So now each guards get patrol and villainous and guard. So patrol's new. He schemes harder, but he only has 17 health, which means we have to activate like 4 more times. Speaking of, yeah, I think we have to eject the side-by-side. So we're photographic it. So we replay the side-by-side. So we ready? We can do the math here, whether we need the healing or the damage. We can attack for 5, 10. If we're lucky and we draw the right card, we can get another ready for sure. So we, in theory, could go for the stats. 5-10 requires 2 more activations. If we don't increase our stats, we need 4 more activations, right? Because we have to hit 20, we have to activate 5 times. If we hit the stats up, we have to activate a bit less. So I think we won't heal. I think, man, I think I'm messing the numbers up. I think she's at 2 health. I think we're deciding not to heal her. Otherwise, she'd be at 3 health. I think we should have gone for the stats 1 turn sooner. Yeah, because now if we can get 1 more ready, we win. So she'll attack for 5 into the villain. Down to 1. Mission planning? Ah, we drew that way too late. That is so good for us. We'll attack for 5 into the villain. The villain's down to 7. Now we can still draw some cards here. The issue is we want to get Maria in the bin for make the call. Then we can make the call again. So we'll try that. So we'll pitch Maria to play choreography. So we're going down cards here, but this actually does something. And then we'll exhaust choreography to shuffle a card back in our deck. And the card we want back in our deck is a side-by-side. Admittedly, our best top deck is like Review the Tape. But we'll put a side-by-side back. I found Purple Man to be the easiest of the 5. Granted, that's based on luck of his boost cards. Yeah, if he does produce his boost cards, and unfortunately he just had only had one like piece of text so far this game, he doesn't really do much else. Like, he's the one that doesn't have a permanent, and most of the other villains have permanents that actually do matter. I guess maybe not so much Typhoid. So we don't draw, but this just shuffles the deck, which is gives us another target. And now this is the line, as we can play Make the Call, pitching these 2 cards. And then Make the Call can be tucked, and we can use Make the Call to play Maria. Actually, Maria doesn't draw into anything that's playable here, so I mean, it's still fine. So Maria Hill draws a card. It's a suit up. Okay, so that's going to be mostly the end of our turn. Maria could attack for 1. That does hit a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't really hit a breakpoint. Whatever. She'll attack for 1 into the villain. Okay. We'll play Photographic on first aid just to heal Captain Marvel, so she'll be ready for next round, so we can use her and more than once maybe. So this goes to 3, and I think that's it. We'll pass. We won't hold on to this. So we didn't get there. I think there's a chance that if we played our mission planning, like the math is not intuitive to me, but there's a chance that we should have grabbed mission planning, and then we can use every one of our cards just to get more damage as opposed to like healing. Because we were 1 activation short, but like, I mean, we still did so much damage and threat in the same turn. And that was a turn that we knocked out the 8 health guy. There's actually a big chance that we should have ignored Tombstone. If we ignored Tombstone, we would have had lethal. Tombstone didn't have guard, and some of that came off of the combo, but I think 100% we should have just ignored Tombstone and went face, and we would have had lethal there. We would have blown through 2 stages basically from stock. So yeah, Tombstone only has guard with that side scheme, and that side scheme wasn't there. Energy, Kalu, power, side by side. So this hand does a lot of damage. This goes to 1. Purple Man attacks. We'll put Maria in the hill in the way. 1. Oh, this is a really good boost though. This actually is going to stop us a bit. So Imprisoned says, reveal it. You cannot thwart, attack, or change alter ego form. Spend 3 resources or exhaust characters you control with a thwart of 3 or more to discard this card. I mean, this card is really cool because it's a boost and it foils your plans, but functionally it just is a 3 resource loss. I've never exhausted characters for this. It's absorbing in. He's here. Doesn't matter. Doesn't actually have guard or anything. And after he attacks you, which usually they don't survive to do that. Okay, so unfortunately with Imprisoned, we can't attack. So we have to get rid of it. So we'll just go ahead and spend 3 to discard this. And then we should just have an easy shot at Purple Man here. So Captain Marvel will attack for 2 into the villain. The villain takes 2, we draw a card. It's Study the Tape, which is good. We attack for 2 into the villain. Good. We should just use choreography here. Just because we can make this a bit sweeter. See how much damage we can do. So shuffle 1 aspect or basic event. So we'll shuffle another copy of Side by Side into the deck. Okay. Then we'll play the Power of Leadership. No, I think we should just use these because these can play events. So we'll spend 1 damage and 1 free for Side by Side. We're just going to go for the damage because we have enough healing. So we'll ready these and we'll give ourselves +1 to each. And that's lethal, but we'll see how much damage we can do. So Captain Marvel will attack the villain for 3. We draw a card. It's a Side by Side, maybe the one we shuffled in, but I think we had 2 in there. And then we'll attack for 3 into the villain. We can keep going. So we'll do the Power of Leadership for this Side by Side. So this Side by Side has to do the healing, otherwise we lose Captain Marvel. So we're ready, we'll heal, we'll recover 1 ourselves. Captain Marvel will attack for 3 into the villain, drawing a card. Okay, we definitely wanted a photographic if we can get it. We'll attack for 3 into the villain. Okay, thinking. We'll do a Study the Tape. We'll use that to grab a copy of photographic. We'll play it to play a Side by Side, which readies us, which heals. I'm so sad we didn't see the mission planning, but it is quite good. We recover 1, she recovers 1. She attacks for 3 into the villain, draws a card. Another Study the Tape, so we'll attack for 3 into the villain. We will use muscle memory to add the side by side to our hand. We'll replay the side by side. So you know the drill. We ready? We're now at full health. Captain Marvel attacks for 3 into the villain. We draw a card. Strength isn't super useful. We attack for 3 into the villain. We'll study the tape for a photographic. We'll replay the photographic to play the side by side. We ready ourselves. We can't heal anymore. But Captain Marvel goes in. She attacks for 3 into the villain. We draw a card. Almost. Actually, no, we can keep going. We attack for 3 into the villain. We'll now play this photographic reflexes to play Make the Call. When we play Make the Call, we can search our discard pile. We have a double, so we can play any 2-cost ally. I mean, maybe there's a chance this deck should have, I think Cyclops works. So Kalu looks for 5. Maria Hill draws 1. There's no event on the top deck we can play besides Get Ready. Actually, we can play a Get Ready, but I think the Get Ready is down here. So, I mean, we can go for Kalu. It's the same amount of damage, but this doesn't actually matter that much. So Kalu enters. When Kalu enters play, not from your hand, we can look at the top 5 of our deck, but I don't think there's any card that's playable here. So regardless, Kalu attacks for 1. I mean, yeah, leadership is quite good in Echo. You don't have to play Captain Marvel, and there's still great things you can do. And the big thing is, like, you have the ability, again, to play your events over and over again. In 2 turns, I think we did like 50 damage. We could have won last turn, and then this turn we did 28 plus like 7 damage. I do think I need to be more careful about Captain Marvel's health, because you really have to keep track of whether you're healing her or not, because that was one of the big ways that you can or cannot get extra health. Yeah, I mean, this is every time that we play a sidekick deck, it's like, this is what happens. You get an absurd amount of damage that doesn't scale really well for player count. And the fact that, again, Captain Marvel draws more cards just means that we have so many, again, we have so many 0-cost draws, mission planning at the bottom. But like the fact that photographic reflexes is playable, side by side is playable when you top deck it, it's pretty wild. You can play Gamora basic ally instead of Cameo? Can you? Well, no, because you can't ready her. After Gamora attacks with Thwart's discard until you get an event. But the big reason is like you want to play side by side, right? And so like you have to figure out how to ready Gamora, which is possible in leadership, but it's a lot harder. Notably, Gamora you can't play, but you can cheat her into play with the side scheme. So like you can get her into play. But yeah, you have to sidekick. It has to be a unique ally, like a hero-specific ally. But Gamora is one of those cards that I will put in a deck if I can. She's very good. Cool. I mean, we had a really hard setup to get to that point. Unfortunately, again, the villain didn't really do that much. That is, you know, you've heard my thoughts on this box. This villain, his text was not relevant. There was only one turn where his text was relevant, which sucks, unfortunately. Make the Call works too. Oh yeah, Make the Call works too, because you put it into play. You don't play it. That's also a good point. Yeah, command team instead of side by side. Oh yeah, you could do the command team thing. I just think like all these pieces are so much slower and they don't work inherently with, like, I need to try them before I'm like super dismissive, I'll be honest. But like command team doesn't work well with Echo on the setup, the same way that a lot of the like incidental events we do play. But command team is really nice. If you can ready your character over and over again, if you can make them an Avenger and play like the air cycle or whatever it's called, that's also kind of cool too. But yeah, you can work through it. It needs so many more slots as opposed to like play suit up, go get Captain Marvel, and she's good on any board state. Like Gamora's not bad though. She's a cool card. She's very, very cool. I'm glad that they made her Guardian only, because otherwise she would be in a lot of decks. Yeah. Okay, it's currently 28.5 degrees in this room. We've been streaming for about nearly 3 hours, but hold on, we gotta look at an article. Oh yeah, we're here. Okay, hold on. Psyching Daredevil and playing See No Evil, Hear No Evil a bunch of times is also super strong. Oh, for sure. I just don't even know if you have to sidekick him to do that, right? Like you can just play, you know, you have review the tapes, you have your 6 copies of photographics, and you can just do that over and over again. He's cool when you can ready him, and he's also a really good target for mission planning. Because the problem with him is when he runs out of health, he doesn't do anything. But now with mission planning and readies, you can kind of like stack his thing. All right, so you probably know this. I just want to give a quick read through this. This is like the standalone that's coming out, and it's really cool because this standalone, unlike the last Trickster Takeover, which has one of my favorite villains in it, this is more close to Mojo Mania, which we probably should replay on this channel. It's been a while since we played Mojo, but Mojo Mania was a standalone that came with like, again, some modulars, but most importantly, it comes with 3 scenarios that actually has a mini campaign. Speaking of mini campaigns, I think mini campaigns are really well suited for this channel because usually we have time to play 3 things on a Sunday, and I love campaign mode. And Mojo Mania had that really cool campaign mode, but it didn't have too many things that like carried over from one scenario to the other. More so, it's like which modulars did you have to use based off the ones that you've already used, so you would see every single like television channel. Mojo's cool. This is also truly a return to form. It's been many, many moons since we've seen a product that has, like some amount of set main scheme villain combinations and has a linear campaign, which the more I play, the more I'm more excited for linear campaigns. And you'll see why in a second. There is still a fair bit of modularity here. This does have this sort of thing, kind of like Next Evolution, which the first 2 encounters, you have to pick one of 6 different villains. And I don't honestly think all the villains look equal in power level. So maybe it's nice to have some control and variance to make things harder or easier. Mojo was a Michael Boggs. Oh my God, that makes sense. And shout out to Michael Boggs. Michael Boggs was a designer. I don't know if he's still at Fantasy Flight Games. I thought he left to work in mobile, to work in like card game mobile stuff. But Michael Boggs was the last designer FFG had on Netrunner. Netrunner got soft rebooted in like 2017, 2018, and Michael Boggs was the lead designer, working on a lot of designs from the former designer Damon Stone. And from what we've seen from Michael Boggs, he was a really good designer. I liked a lot of his Netrunner stuff. The issue was the game license was not renewed, and so we barely saw any of the like Michael Boggs future. But a lot of the stuff that Michael Boggs put out at the end of Netrunner is a lot of the fondest FFG Netrunner stuff. Huge shout out though to Lucas and Damon. They all did great stuff, but like Michael Boggs was like unfortunate that the game was lost at that time because Boggs was seemingly a great designer. I couldn't tell you what each person has designed when it comes to this game. I don't know which like designer designed which hero or which campaign or which scenarios or which villains or whatever. But so far, I've been a huge fan of Boggs' stuff, so I have no doubt I'm gonna like this a lot too. So I do want to say the Shadowlands theme. I don't know what it is from what I've read from this. And if you know in the comments or in chat, please let me know. But it does look like some sort of pagoda, some ninja hand thing just gets summoned in the middle of Hell's Kitchen. And so Daredevil, or corrupted Daredevil to some extent, has to just deal with this demon that shows up. It does look like you see a lot of Japanese architecture. This is still happening in New York from my understanding. So interesting. Even the most virtuous heroes are no strangers to darkness. Between facing off against ever deadlier villains and battling their own inner demons, our heroes must always take care not to stray from the right path, or else they may end up succumbing to that darkness one way or another. No one ever said that heroism was easy, but when a sinister being uses this corrupting magic to transform heroes into his loyal minions, protecting the innocent just became a whole lot harder. FFG is proud to announce the Shadowland scenario pack for Marvel Champions, the card game. I think this drops in September or October. It says at the bottom of the article. The extra large 90 card scenario pack. I don't know how large the last scenario packs are. Maybe that's bigger. I don't know how big Trickster Takeover was or Mojo, but that's good. Guest designed by former Marvel Champions designer Michael Boggs drops into the scene with 3 brand new scenarios to challenge our heroes. Faced off against the shadowy organization known as the Hand and their legion of ninjas, acolytes, and possessed heroes. Navigate the twisting and deadly halls of the Shadowland itself as you hunt for their leader and faced off against a leader, the demon called Kralak, I think pronunciation guide needed, in a dangerous showdown that slowly corrupts your hero over time. As always, each of these scenarios can be played as standalone experiences. However, for the first time since Mojo Mania Scenario Pack, which has now been many years, you can also play the scenarios sequentially as a part of a short 3 scenario campaign. Huge fan of that. You know what I like. We've got a lot to cover today, so let's dive right in and see what scenarios have in store. The Dark Proteges. When I first looked at this is relatively confusing, and I think it's just the wording they use, but this makes a bit of sense, and the article I think does a lot to make it make more sense instead of just reading the cards. So this is the first scenario called Shadows in the Night. As you battling the Hand, as you lay siege to their fortress, the titular Shadowland itself. You need to break through the defenses of one of Kralak's dark proteges in order to win, and they're not going to make it easy for you. Boggs did Trickster Takeover. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I like a lot of Boggs' stuff. Not huge into what's it called? Into Loki, but like I think Enchantress is just such a great design. And it lines up with a lot of the things I like, where the difficulty gets more interesting and harder as the game progresses, as opposed to like turn 1 dumps. The battle takes place across 2 zones, referred to as positions. So positions is a bit of an abstract word, but it just means like where you're at, like locations, but they don't want to use the word location, I don't think, because it is the same location, but in terms of being on the rooftops or on the floor. So the scenario itself has 2 locations, atop the Tenshu and the streets below. These positions are represented by a pair of double-sided environment cards, one for the villain and one for the heroes. The villain version has the same effect regardless of which position it's set to, granting an attack bonus to all characters when the villain and hero positions are the same, and inflicting penalties on the players when they're different. The hero version of the environment provides ways for players to change their positions, with atop the Tenchu having different costs than the streets below. So the short and long is the villain will be in one of two positions, either on the rooftops or on the street level. The words that they used are a bit more flowery and poetic, which, I mean, I don't know what the Tenchu is. I think that is the building. So like, it took me a while to get there, but the short and the long is if you're on the same stage, you fight harder. If you're on different stages, there's generally downsides. And one of the big downsides is if you're on the streets and the villain's on the rooftops or vice versa, you cannot remove threat from the main scheme. So hold on, let me click on these. These sometimes don't zoom in super well in the way that I have set up. Oh no, that's pretty good. So both positions are same. Every character, and mind you, every character, so minions, heroes, allies, they all get +1 attack. But if the positions are different, you reduce the amount of damage each character takes from each attack, not consequential, by 1. But most importantly, threat cannot be removed from the main scheme. So it's really important that you're on the same position. However, if you run away and you're on different positions, you will take less damage from the villain, which is kind of interesting. The other one on the streets below, it doesn't really matter where the villain is. I don't know if we see any villain cards that say like if they're on the streets below, do X, if they're on the top, do Y. Maybe they do. But most importantly is like where the villain is, you probably want to match that. Now the thing is, if you want to choose where to match it, it's a lot harder because the only way to change your side, you can't really change the villain side, you can only change your side. So if you're atop the Tenchu, if you want to jump down to the street level, you either have to deal 3 damage to your identity because you just jump off the rooftops. You either have to spend 2 energy resources, which is you exerting yourself jumping down, or you have to discard an ally or upgrade you control, which I'm imagining you throw it down and then you jump on top of it. Sorry, Maria Hill. I mean, that's cool. Those are really big costs. And so understanding how often we have to fire that to match sides is really important because particularly again, when they don't match, you can't remove threat from the main scheme, which we don't see the main scheme. So we have no idea if that has text on it that allows you to change sides or have some way to circumvent this text more accurately. But yeah, that is a really expensive cost. The other option is, if you want to go from the streets below to climb to the top, you either have to place 3 threat on the main scheme and stun your identity, which is you like exerting yourself climbing up. You have to spend 2 physicals, again, you exerting yourself climbing up, or spend 1 resource and exhaust an aerial character you control, which like, you're going to want to tech into this. But the idea is if you have a friend who can fly, you can just fly up to the rooftops. Again, this whole thing about the names and the position things are a bit confusing to me, but intuitively the way that things work out, I think this is great. This is really fun flavor, and it's another thing of, you know, I said this where the main scheme has text that interacts with the villain and it gives a lot more depth. It's cool that this will always be here and you actually do see yourself like fighting on rooftops versus fighting on the street level, and that might change. I think this is sick. I'm really into this. Now, managing your position relative to the villain is crucial to handling the scenario effectively, and you can bet that the bad guys aren't going to just sit in one place. Minions like Black Tarantula and treacheries like Chaos and Hell's Kitchen can change the villain's position on a dime, while cards like Strategic Positioning and Moonlight Silhouette have varying effects depending on where the villain currently stands. Okay, so that does do what we hoped that would do. Black Tarantula looks pretty mean. I don't know whether these are worth playing around because you can't really move the villain, so you just have to hope that you draw this in the right place. So Black Tarantula is a 2/2/5 health with guard, brute, and hand traded. Hand trait will definitely matter. Change the villain's position when revealed. If it does not change this phase, and I do think the once per turn changing is what you're expected to do. I think a lot of cards say that. I might be wrong. If the villain is on the rooftops, Black Tarantula attacks you. If the villain, however, is on the floor level, give the Black Tarantula a tough status card and the villain. So they fight tough on the streets, and on the rooftops, Black Tarantula comes at you. So, I mean, you can't really play around it. It does have 3 boosts, but that's neat. So you will care about it. And the villain changes, which is maybe the most impactful thing because you have to deal with that. Chaos on Hell's Kitchen didn't seem like super impactful, but it says when revealed, change the villain's position if it's not changed this phase. I think a lot of cards can only change once per phase. If the villain is atop the rooftop, place 2 threat. If they're on the other side, take 2 damage. So the way that they word this uses less words, is always atop otherwise. So either if you're on the roof, it's threat. If they're on the floor level, it's damage. And the boost is resolving this text, which feels pretty bad for a boost. It's functioning like it just has 2 boost icons, as much as this can add threat out of nowhere. I'm assuming we'll have a couple of these Chaos and Hell Kitchen cards, because like just the villain changing side is probably going to be a pretty big part of the tension, but I like this design. Hey, finally played the Marvel Champions starter game last night. Yo, Ren, how did it go? Who'd you end up playing, like in the core set? Hopefully you had a good time. I know I kind of bounced off the core set when I originally saw it, so it does get more interesting than that, but it's still a really good core set, particularly once you get past Rhino. I think Rhino is not the best opening. Strategic positioning under Shadowland, the hand rules the streets. So 3 threat per player. If they're on the villains on the streets below, this gets 1 acceleration icon. If they're atop the Tenchu, this gets a hazard icon. My only criticism is that it feels like a top potentially should be the top text because it's the top position, and Streets Below should be the bottom text because it's the floor position. I don't know why these are flipped. Every other card refers to this in the other order where it says, are they on top or otherwise are on the streets? This one has it backwards. Don't know why, but otherwise it's a cool card. The thing is you can't control the villain, but there's a chance, again, Hazard is nowhere near as bad. Is way worse than Acceleration. So I don't know what you want to do with this. I think you just want to clear it. It only has 3 threat. Then we have Moonlit Silhouette. When revealed, an alter ego change the villain's position, and then you are confused. And on the villain side, if the villain's atop the Tenchu, the villain schemes. Otherwise, the villain attacks you. So just more activations, and so we'll see how bad the villains are. But yeah, a bit of unpredictability, which is pretty cool. Neat. Cool. I saw this and the Continentals live at once, and I was like, so he is in 3 different identical siblings. Have you seen Mr. Metropole, Mr. Space, and Mr. Velma's in the same room? Hey, Ren, how's it going? We did the recommended Spider-Man Captain Marvel versus Rhino matchup. I died as Spidey from empty deck and counter draw, but then my wife took out Rhino the next turn. Oh, so the extra encounter card did too much to you. Did you draw on the extra activation? Because sometimes you can draw your backflip and get there. But I mean, I guess you got there, which is good. Spider-Man and Captain Marvel are a fun team as well. Captain Marvel is way more support-based, which is a good fun to always have her at the table. Okay. Now, this is the big thing, and there's a lot of modularity in this box. It looks like there's going to be 6 different villains, and kind of like on the run / Morlock Siege, you can choose which villain you play against. I'm assuming the villain that you play against here will be the villain you can't play against in the next scenario, which still reuses these villains, at least eventually. But you read that right. We implied above is similar to the non-Kingpin scenarios of Fear No Evil. Excuse me, my mouse is gone. Shadows in the Night scenario does not have a set villain that you face every time you play it. Instead, you'll face one of 6 possible villains, and they're all here. This is cool. We've seen this before. I do think the last time we saw this, there was actually like a huge amount of variance between the villains. There's some villains that I think are just awfully strong, and then some villains that their text is not even worth remembering. Kind of looks like the case here, but we'll see how it is. There is another level, just so we don't read the whole article, which depending on which villain and villain set you use, it actually will change the deck, which is kind of cool. And that gives them a lot of more modularity to tune the difficulty. So maybe if the villain has not the most stats or not the most text on it, it will have worse encounter cards that actually work on that. The short of the long is there's like 3 kind of teams, and based off of what team your villain is on, it will impact the deck, which is a nice way to add modularity without it just being surface level villain modularity. It also has encounter set modularity, which like, I'm interested to see how that works. Now there's 6 of these. I'm pretty sure we're just going to get A and B sides for expert and standard. I don't know how many times you have to defeat them to win. Like, we actually don't know how you win this scenario because each of these villains have very little health. So I'm assuming it's going to be something kind of maybe like what's her face, like Typhoid Mary, in which you have to defeat them 3 times, or actually probably only twice. Actually, maybe that there's an A, and like when they do flip villains, it's usually A1, A2, and then B1, B2. Because there's probably an expert version of Archpriestess in all of them. So I don't actually know what the win condition is. I assume you have to knock him out at least twice, but 30 health is like kind of what you'd expect. Archpriestess really got the cultist vibe from AH. I mean, and she summons things, which is good. I don't know who this character is, but so she's a 2/1. She says after she attacks you, give a minion a tough status card. If no tough status cards were placed this way, you have to discard the top 3 cards in the counter deck, which alone can get you to an acceleration. And then you have to deal 1 minion discarded this way to yourself as a face down encounter card. So she's just going to be summoning things. You can either play around this by having a minion in play and just keep that minion giving a toughness, but she seems quite scary because if the deck has bad minions, and mind you, this deck is going to have a lot of small minions, she will continue summoning them over and over and over again. If you're a deck that wants to fight minions and collect minions, that actually might be good for you, but she's like pretty frightening text, as much as she will depend on what's in the deck for sure. Next, we have Daredevil, which means you can do the Daredevil versus Daredevil gameplay. I don't know if people saw this coming, but I think we saw this kind of cover art of Dark Daredevil. I have no idea what the theme is here, but he actually can be the villain. So after you or an ally you control attacks Daredevil, either randomly discard a card from your hand, or Daredevil will hit you back, and of course he gets a boost card for that. Now this is limit once per round per player, so largely the way that I see us playing this is that I see us like getting down to 1 card in hand. Notably, if you don't discard a card from hand randomly, he will attack you, so you can't just go to no cards in hand like you can against Strife. So yeah, I think that's what you want to do, is want to play all your cards first, which can be difficult if you're playing aggression events, I guess, and then just hit Daredevil and discard a card so he doesn't hit you back. He seems tricky. They both actually seem really tricky, that you have to like plan around them. As much as Archpriestess will just do bad things, Daredevil, you have to actually plan your turn, which I'm into that. Electra, 1-2 as well. She's also possessed, so Dark Electra. When Electra attacks you, discard the top card of your deck. If the card's printed cost is an odd number, she gets +1 attack. If it's an even number or no number, she gains Overkill and Piercing. And I wonder if they're going to have to put in the back of the book. By the way, 0 is even, which it is, turns out. It's kind of fun. That's interesting. Overkill and Piercing is maybe not that bad when she only attacks for 2. She will still get a boost card. But when she attacks for 3 and a boost card, like that's also kind of bad. So no matter what, you're stuck in this rock and a hard place where it's like, okay, unless you're playing Magic, you don't know what the top card of your deck is. Notably, she discards the top card of your deck, so it does fire Digging Deep, I'm pretty sure, and you can like play your cool Domino deck. But she seems interesting. She presents hard questions, and I like it when the villain presents questions you have to deal with the right way on every turn. I like this a lot. Gorgon. When Gorgon attacks you, either spend a physical resource, stun your identity, or take 2 indirect damage. This one, way less interesting than any of the previous 3. If he just says spend a physical every turn, that's it. I mean, like, that's fine. That's probably worse than it looks like. But the other ones are way more dynamic than this. Stunning your identity, you can only do if you're not stunned. Taking 2 indirect damage means he kind of attacks for 4. This does feel a bit like the Morlocks, but like this one is fine. I think I just spend a physical resource. If you don't have one, it's going to be a bit more interesting, but this one's okay, I guess. Lady Bullseye. It's cool to see her back. We saw her as a minion. She looked nothing like this. We had a very different art style. This has to be Joey. Yeah, it's Joey Vasquez. So after Lady Bullseye attacks you, if that attack was undefended, take 1 indirect damage. Otherwise, place 1 threat on the main scheme. So she always basically attacks you for 1 and puts 1 threat on the main scheme. She's the least threatening, I think, out of the 6 so far. She just attacks for 1 and a threat. If you block, it's 1 and a threat. If you don't block, she attacks for 2. I mean, it's cool that if it's unblocked, she does more damage, so she incentivizes you to block. And if she blocks, you do threat. I imagine the expert one of her will be a bit scarier, but this one is the one I'm least worried about. And then we finally have White Tiger, who I really like her text. So she schemes for 1, attacks for 0, but when she attacks you again after as a response with +1 attack. So she's kind of like a weird claw, where she attacks for 0 in a boost and then 1 in a boost. And if the deck has an average boost of 2, she actually attacks for a lot. She attacks for like 5. And you have to double block. So you generally don't block the first one, you block the second one. I think she's really cool, and I have no doubt her expert version is going to be very, very tricky. It's after she attacks you, so if you stun her, you do block 2 activations, which is pretty good. A lot of these characters look really weak into stun or confuse, which I think is a criticism of Fear No Evil, because all of them have something after they activate. Besides Daredevil Daredevil, all the other ones care about when they attack you. So if you stun them, they don't have text. So interesting. I don't think the difference on them is huge. I think I'm less scared of probably Lady Bullseye, but we don't know how bad threat on the main scheme is. And there's a chance if you're on different positions, adding an incidental threat is going to catch up pretty bad. So they're talking about this whole thing about the linked cards. So each of these Dark Proteges has their own unique fighting style, and they each come with a bunch of linked cards. For example, the villain is either Electra, Lady Bullseye, or White Tiger. They can use, and the weird they use the text can use, you can use Art of the Kill. So I'm not sure if you're meant to pick one linked card. Notably, this is card 7 out of 16 of the Protege set, and they're all in the same Protege set. So like, I don't think the Dark Protege set is the name of the encounter, because this encounter Shadows and the Knights. So it looks like there's going to be 12 Proteges and then like 4 linked cards. I can't tell what the card is, because I'm assuming there's expert versions, which means cards 1 to 12 will be these, which leaves us 4 slots for these. Maybe we see all 4 of them. Anyways, if you draw this, I don't think they're setup cards. You attach your identity. When an enemy attacks you, it gets +1 for the attack. If the attack defeats the character, place 1 threat in the main scheme. So it's just her text largely. And you have to spend a whole set of resources to get rid of this. You have the Karlach's Blessing for Archpriestess, Daredevil, or Gorgon. When an attached villain would take any amount of damage from a character, reduce the damage by 3. Attached villain attacks the character. I mean, that's mean text. Darkness Within says linked to Gorgon, Archpriestess, or Lady Bullseye. Change the hero form, the villain attacks you, which is just another activation in the deck. And okay, so there is 4 of these. Embraced by Darkness for Daredevil, Electra, White Tiger. The villain schemes. If 2 or less threat was placed by this, discard the top 3 cards in the counter deck. So maybe the encounter card or the counter deck's going to care about discarding itself, because it's cool to have an activation that if it's a bad activation has other text. Largely an expert, or maybe with a certain boost cards, this will just be an extra scheme. Neat. I mean, cool. It's nice that there's modularity on top of modularity. My guess is because there's 3 characters on each of them, each character will fall into 2 camps. Does that line up? Yeah, that lines up, because then there's 12 different characters across 4 cards with 3 characters. Yeah. So each character has 2 linked cards from my understanding. No, this is what I'm so excited for. My favorite modular sets are modulars with little minions. So we see these hand minions. They only have like small attack and only 2 health. They have teamwork though, so if they pile up, it gets really bad. Some have toughness, some have guard. And then when defeated, they have bad text that just summons more hand ninjas. We don't have this sort of scenario, the zombie-like scenario where you defeat something, something else comes back, except the little things are so inconsequential, but enough of them will overwhelm you. It's a really good way to make your heroes actually feel heroic, is having a lot of things fighting you, but they don't attack for a lot. And then when you clear like 3 of them in a single attack, you feel like smart. Each of these have when defeated, the defeating player discards the top 2 cards in the counter deck and reveals the first minion with the teamwork keyword discarded this way. And so all these little guys have teamwork. I love this set so much. And I saw the number 9 as like, oh, I wish it was like 14. I wish like half the deck was ninjas. But luckily there's ways for that to be a bit more impactful. On top of that, we have like bigger non-teamwork hand minions. So for instance, the Black Mountain has guard, but it won't fire when you pull it in randomly by defeating a ninja, which is kind of cool. So you can see this one coming. But while this one's engaged with you, each other ninja cannot be attacked. So you have to deal with the big guy first, and then the little teamwork guys team up, which is sick. We also have Dancing Shadows. Each ninja mini gets +1 health, but you cannot take threat off of this if there's a ninja in play, which is really good fun. And it's not even engaged with you, it's just in play. So the ninjas are harder to deal with. And then finally, we have this card, which is the reason why I'm okay with this being a 9 card encounter set. Surge and Boost will when reveal this. It says shuffle each ninja minion from the discard pile back into the encounter deck, which is so important to make sure there's always ninjas so all their text is relevant. This encounter set looks sick. I'm so into this. And this is an encounter set that I'd be very happy to shuffle into almost any scenario within Fear No Evil, let alone other encounter sets. Like imagine playing Winter Soldier into this. This looks awesome. I'm so into this. This is like sick. I love small minions. We haven't seen a small minion encounter in such a long time since like literally Ultron, if I'm not forgetting something. Like since Ultron, we haven't had that sort of like the dream of defeating a lot of little small things. And it looks like it's here. I mean, and 2 health is just good enough. I think this is sick. I'm so into this. Now things get even weirder. For the second scenario, welcome to our first ever location villain, actually villain traded, called Shifting Corridors. So you have to fight a hallway. It has infinite health. It is stalwart, so it's always going to activate against you unless you actually can freeze it. You can freeze the hallway, or you can daze the hallway, which is funny. When shifting hallway or corridors, excuse me, would activate against you, instead you remove a passage counter from here and reveal the top card of the trap deck. So this is a 2-stage villain. The first stage is surviving the hallways. And then once you get through the hallways, I think the second stage of the villain will be one of these characters who is left over, right? But you have to survive. And we have the trap encounter set, which I think is like a big Dungeons and Dragons thing. Like trap rooms are a thing. So you start with this thing into the labyrinth, which has infinite threat. When you clear 25 threat from it, you advance. So it's kind of like Collector 2 or like Lord of the Rings. It gets revealed with 10 per player passage counter, 7 instead on expert mode. And when the shifting corridor would take any amount of damage, you remove threat from here. So either you can remove threat from here or you can do damage to the corridor, which clears from this. And when the last threat is removed from this, you immediately advance to stage 2A, which will be a surprise, another one of those villains. This is one of my favorite, the 3 just on theme. The theme of this is so good, Mike. Like this is exactly what I mean, where I love scenarios that are very uniquely like the villain, the main scheme, the trap deck, all of it in lockstep to make something that is very memorable and special. This is going to be a nice little refreshing thing after Fear No Evil and after Civil War. This is the first like really strong combination of stuff. I like this a lot. Then they show us some traps. Notably, it's trap with an exclamation mark, which there's no way they could have done anything different. This is maybe not necessarily a reference, but Netrunners had cards like this for such a long time. Wherever there's an ambush, it's always with an exclamation mark. So Snare has been around for such a long time, and we've seen a lot of cards like that are just something exclamation mark as a trap. Even the original Netrunner trap, which is a snare, is back from 1996, which, hold on, it's kind of hard to find. Netrunner trap, TCG 1996. Which doesn't have to be this, but the original Netrunner trap is called trap exclamation mark. It's not worth pulling up, but that is a reference of what this card was to some extent. I don't know. I love exclamation mark. I think punctuation used for fun is good fun. So this is the trap deck, and every turn, every player is going to be drawing one, right? I think that's what it says. It says when shifting would activate, and mind you, you can get activated on multiple times. There's no reason to not be in hero mode from my understanding. We'll see if that matters, but I think you can just be an alter ego the whole game, at least for the half of this, because I guess you can't attack and can't thwart, so maybe that's a big reason. But when it activate against you, you remove a passage counter to reveal the top card of the trap deck. The trap deck is 11 cards, and we see a couple of them. Each trap card looks to have 3 choices, which are all very fitting. And again, I love choices on cards. So all the traps allow you to avoid, disarm, and trip. Kind of the same way that jumping positions gives you 3 choices. If you avoid, you have to hit a condition that you might not reach. So if you want to avoid the blinding power, you have to discard a thwart event from your hand, and you just drew up into a new hand, so who knows what's going to happen. If you want to disarm it, you have to discard 2 cards randomly from your hand and then give a character you control a tough status card, which is upside and downside. If you can't do either of those, you have to trip it, which is deal 2 damage to your identity and confuse it. Now, a lot of these downsides would sound like strong downsides, but we don't actually know what pressure the deck is putting off against us. I'm assuming there'll still be ninjas in the hallway, so being ready and fighting things probably is relevant. So it's not going to be there's no enemies. There probably will be enemies in the trap hallway, but that's like pretty interesting. I like this a lot. Caltrops, really fun word too. So avoid, discard a defense event from your hand. So a lot of characters won't be able to do that. Disarm is discard an identity specific card from your hand and then deal 2 damage to an enemy. So you can actually hit the villain, which removes threat. Or trip is deal 2 damage to your identity and stun it. So you don't want to trip the caltrops, is pretty bad. I don't know how many more traps we see, but you do see there's actually like characters in the deck as well. So, I mean, this is sick. The ninja set is going to be used in so many scenarios by me. The recent mod sets have been banging. Yeah, ninjas, cops. That's going to be a really fun encounter set combination, which is great. Now, of course, there's more than just traps and the deadly contraptions and counter sets, so there might not be the hand ninjas, but we definitely know that there's these members of the Iron Monk, which says patrol toughness, 4 health. When Iron Monk is engaged with you, you cannot choose the avoid effect on trap cards. That's cool. So you need to deal with the Iron Monk. The weird thing about this is like it's a modular that legally is a modular, but it doesn't interact well if you're not playing with traps. So not sure if the traps is a modular. Like, you actually could put the traps as a modular. I really hope that they just have normal encounter card backs. And if these have normal encounter card backs, these are like a cromulent modular. I mean, they have the blue text box. So yeah, I guess these are like a legitimate modular. You can put traps anywhere. I mean, that's kind of sick. So those actually work well together. You have the nervous jitters, which I like the art on this one, attached to your identity. And when you choose the avoid the effect or disarm effect on a trap card, name an encounter card type, then discard the top card of the encounter deck. If the card discarded this way was not the named type, take 4 indirect damage and discard this attachment. So avoiding things is a lot harder. And the only way to get rid of this is by failing an avoidance, which is just really fun. So while these are 2 different sets, oh no, these are the same set. Okay, so that makes sense that they're always going to be together. So this is deadly contraptions. So the trap deck won't be 11 cards. It'll be fewer than 11 cards. And so when you play with these, they come with that. That makes way more sense. Yeah. Ninja Cops is an 80s action film. There's a pirate themed encounter set yet? No, I don't think so. The Red Hood Halloween thing you did might be fun with ninjas, dinos, and pirates. We do not have any pirates, I'm pretty sure. We also see the Hall of Punishment. Hall of Punishment says force interrupt when you choose to trip an effect on the trap, discard the top 3 cards of your deck with a crisis. I don't care about discarding the top 3 cards of my deck, but it is a crisis. And it says place 1 threat on the main scheme for each of the characters you control. That's a really mean boost card. That's a sort of boost card you need to know exists. As much as adding threat to the main scheme in this scenario is not that bad. If you put this as a modular in other scenarios, that can be a total death sentence. We also have 1,000 Cuts. Force interrupt, the art is fantastic, very saw themed. When you choose the avoid effect on it or the trip effect on a trap, take 2 indirect damage, and it's deal 1 damage to each character you control, which is also a boost that's worth playing around. We've seen that before in the core set. Yeah, I'll probably use traps in the shield scenarios because it makes sense with having to sneak around enemy territory. Yeah, that's a good one too. Like Batroc with traps would be actually like quite fun. As you mentioned, we need a Marvel zombie set. I'm not like super zombie pilled, but like it's something that will definitely happen. Like I think every Marvel IP sooner than later hits the zombie button, for better for worse. It's probably going to happen. All right, Lord Deathstrike and No Time to Think. These are from the Shadow Labyrinth set, which is the name of the main scheme of like the encounter set. Speaking of deadly, there's more to contend with Shadow Labyrinth. We have Lord Deathstrike, whose patrol when revealed, if the corridors is in play, shuffle the 2 trap cards into the deck, into the encounter deck. So the traps are now just in the counter deck, which is good fun. And reveal the top card of the trap deck otherwise. So cool. Otherwise, pretty reasonable stats. And we have No Time to Think, which is the very, classic death trap. Peril, the villain activates against you when revealed, and nobody else can help you when resolving this. Neat. If this activation is an attack, it gets +2 and the attack gains overkill. So I kind of like designs like this, where it's like they can make the boosts worse, but not the boosts worst when they scheme with an advance. It's like something I really appreciate. When you play solo and you jump down and they advance and you get a big boost, you lose. So adding a lot of big boosts to scenarios has a huge impact on solo difficulty. But when you have the boosts like this, where it's like, okay, we want the attacks to be bad, but not the schemes to be bad. This text is like very, dense in terms of words, but it's pretty good. Dead End Assault. When revealed, if shifting corridors is in play, remove a passage counter from it, otherwise place threat here. So this just kind of slows you down and burns your time in the trap room. Now, I do think once you get out of this main scheme, I don't think the game is over. I think if you read the article, it suggests that now you have to fight against one of these other, the last possessed minions, the villains. Because I don't think it's just the hallway. Once you get through the hallway, the game's not over. I don't think you win. I think you actually have to continue fighting. Yeah. Cool. I'd like to see Peril come back with interesting text. Yeah, Peril doesn't really matter. Largely for solo, it doesn't matter at all. But people being able to help you during encounter cards is like increasingly rare. So I'm not sure. The long history of Marvel Zombie alternate universe one-offs. Yeah, there's a ton of them. For board games, there's a lot of Marvel Zombies. Finally, we see the last scenario, Heart of Shadow, where we have this character called Kralak, I'm pretty sure. Kralak, we don't see too much of it, but the short of the long is everyone starts with this creeping corruption card. It says setup. If there's at least 5 corruption counters here, remove each of them and flip this card. But you can always exhaust creeping corruption and place a counter here to draw a card. So it's kind of a push your luck thing. This is a very Michael Boggsian, if you look at, from my understanding, also designed Enchantress, where you have this card on the table that creeps up. And while you can choose to use it for value, which is not something you could do in Enchantress, once this flips, you have a harder choice to make. Because once you're flipped over, you have this version. And when this gets 5 counters on it, you are defeated. So you cannot take 10 corruption counters. I don't know if there's ways to clear corruption counters. And on this side, though, if you place a corruption counter here, you draw 2 and discard 1, which is strictly better text. So you're gonna have this like push your luck mechanic where like also you have to watch out because a lot of encounter cards will add corruption. Eventually you don't want to be fully corrupted, so you have to win because you're on a clock, but you have ways to use the corruption to push yourself forward. Being on 8 corruption and hitting this button to get to 9 corruption just to win the game is gonna be kind of sick. Now this is Kralak, who is steady, which is good. I mean, steady could have been used on a bunch of these villains. I guess you can always play like standard too. When Kralak attacks you, you may place a corruption counter to give him -3 attack. So again, you have all these built-in like kind of levers, which I'm a huge fan of. You do get to see this in Kingpin, where you can deny a boost card from Kingpin by spending a valuable resource that is renewable. And Kralak hits like a truck. Like seeing a 3 attack on standard is not very common. The first Kralak hits you for 3 in a card and has 18 health. So we're probably looking at like 18 health, 20 health, 23 health. So a bit of a bigger guy in a couple ways. But 3 attack on standard is super rare. So it looks like the designers are expecting you to hit the -3 attack, which means you can only do that a couple times before the game's over. A fair few times, but not forever. Now, of course, Kralak is not going to simply sit there and wait for the darkness. So we see a bunch of the encounter cards and they've all been interesting. We have the Veil of Nightmares. So as a hero action, this is also kind of reminds me of flying the, what's the name? The airship from Galaxies. Donnie is not right. That's a Netrunner card. The Milano. So you can place a corruption counter on your creeping corruption to remove 5 threat from this. So you can one-shot it for a corruption, which is very good. Like spending 1 non-resource to remove 5 threat to deny a hazard. That's like super, super valuable in solo. So like I would probably do that if I can clear this. So it's asking hard questions already. We have cards like Snake Root Elders. Well, there's at least 1 corruption counter here. Snake Root Elders gets guard and patrol. And when revealed, you may place a corruption counter on a corruption, your corruption, or place it here. So if you don't take the corruption yourself, these things have guard and patrol, and they have huge health, but not big numbers. But if you take the corruption yourself, it's just a 1/2 you could actually consider ignoring for the end of the game. Very, very cool decision points. Man, these are asking great questions. You have Mark of the Wicked. You may attach this card to your identity, but if you do not, take 4 damage and stun your identity. Remove 1 corruption counter from creeping corruption and discard this card. Such a cool choice here. Like 4 damage is probably not reasonable, like something you can do, but this is one of the ways that you can say no to evil and uncorrupt yourself, which alone is a very good, valuable resource. But after the attached hero makes a basic attack, place 1 corruption counter on here. So you can choose to be corrupted, which gives you +2 attack, but you will lose the game very fast because every attack forces you to continue corrupting yourself. Again, the design on these cards are asking very interesting questions. We have something similar for thwarting. So either attach this to yourself or take 4 damage and uncorrupt yourself. And then this has the same text. You can thwart for +2, but you have to corrupt yourself. The theme on this is amazing, that you're trying to defeat the demon before you're fully corrupted, and you can kind of embrace the demon's powers, but at such a strong cost. We have Hellbride. When defeated, the defeating player places 2 corruption counters on their creeping corruption and heals 6 damage from the identity. This is forced, so this will corrupt you but heal you. However, if you can find mercy, you won't corrupt yourself. If it has 2 or fewer remaining hit points, you can choose to exhaust your hero to discard this to uncorrupt yourself. So again, healing 6 damage you might need to do, but 2 corruption counters is a lot. Or you can exhaust yourself after doing damage and like get rid of the Hellbride to uncorrupt yourself. I mean, like this seems so cool. And your final card is Submit or Suffer. Either place a corruption counter on creeping corruption or remove a corruption counter from creeping corruption and Kralak attacks you. So again, upside versus downside. Boost is either place a corruption counter or stun your identity. As far as I'm aware, you cannot get rid of corruption counters. You can on these cards. The cards allow you to uncorrupt yourself. Maybe the main scheme does too. Maybe there's other cards too, but there's no like mechanic inherently. So it's all about the encounter cards. Hey Eric, I made an Echo leadership deck, turning Daredevil into a rechargeable battery with sidekick, side-by-side clarity, purpose inspired, and reinforced suit. Oh, super cool. We're doing something very similar today, but instead of working on Daredevil, we're playing Cameo because drawing cards is like a pretty good thing to do. But I could see wanting to side-by-side Daredevil for sure. Play Spider-Ham and the Green Gobbler removes your corruption? Wait, what? Does it? The Green Gobbler? After the Green Goblin engages you, discard all counters from each card you control. Oh my god. Yeah, he does. Do you control attachments though? Like, do you control attachments from the villain set? I don't know if you do. Maybe you do. I'd have to look into the rules. But yeah, this removes all counters, good and bad, which is kind of fun. As far as I'm aware, you cannot get rid of... Oh, maybe that's in response to that. For the last card, would you be able to force Kralik to attack you, then get a corruption to reduce his attack, so you just stay at the same amount? Yeah, I think so. You're right. You can kind of like wash your counters. Because this says, place a corruption counter. Sorry. You can remove a corruption counter, and then he can attack you, and then you can give him -3. Yeah, it's possible. As long as you have a... Yeah, it is very possible. He still might hit you, and you have to deal with the boost cards, and maybe he has text that says when he attacks you and attachments. But yeah, you can kind of wash a counter, which is kind of funny. I don't think I've considered that, because you can always spend a counter to get -3 attack. And maybe this text will be different on side 2 and side 3. This looks sick. Like, this is the sort of Marvel Champions I'm always most excited for. It does like 3 big things. It creates scenarios that cannot be replicated in other scenarios. I reach to Marvel Champion scenarios because it's a unique thing. Usually, not always. I play a fair bit of Claw, but I like that. The theme is really heavy, and I love choices. You know how much I like making the right choices, and that's the reason why we succeed. In all of these scenarios, maybe less so the villains here, but maybe the expert villains, the choices are more pronounced. They're giving you so many things that you have to decide. Like, we have cards that have 3 choices on all of the cards. I'm so into this. You see the article says that Kralix hits like a truck, literally? Wait, did they say he hits like a truck? Like a truck? Yeah, his attacks hit like a truck. Good. I don't know who wrote this, but I mean, that's... Yeah, I'm into that. Hey, David. I like this encounter set more than Fear No Evil personally. Yeah, I mean, time will tell. This is coming out in your online web store. I don't know if we have a release date for this. Arrives this October. Okay, so it's a ways away. We're expecting Luke and Jessica, if you're not at Gen Con, I think on the 20th of this month in August. And then we're going to get seemingly Iron, whatever his name is, Iron Fist and Elektra in September. And then October will be this, it looks like. I mean, this looks sick. This looks great. I know nothing about the theme, and I really like that these like standalone campaign things that they do usually explore themes that are known in the Marvel universe, but they're not like the big, you know, movers of product potentially, right? Like Mojo is such a weird theme, but like it was such a good well of theme, right? Like there's so much to dive into. Kang, like, okay. The Wrecking Crew, not my favorite set, but all right, weird. Green Goblin was maybe a bit of a given, but it was like one of the first products the game had. I mean, there's so many good examples of like really out there things. Like the Hood was not like a very common villain. It was a known villain, but it was like a really nice celebration of like, here's a bunch of Marvel Champion stuff. Enjoy. Yeah, I'm super excited for this Pack 2 HFD. This looks sick. I'm really into this. Yeah, great. Looks great. So into this. This came out on Tuesday, so apologies if you already read this, but I think there's a lot that's really worth looking into or looking forward to. All right, it's 2 o'clock. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I will do one more game today. Do you want to choose who we play against? It doesn't have to be Fear No Evil, but you've seen this deck. You know what it does. I want to say Hammerhead's really tough for us because Retaliate's really hard. We have to make 1 card change for Retaliate. But otherwise, we might do one more. It is 28.5 degrees in this room, but we are still slightly surviving. Let me just clean this up real fast. Ooh, 2 advances paired up. Ooh, scary. Cool. Expert Ronin, joking. Yeah, I'm good. We still need to be Ronin on the channel. I don't think we've even ever done it. We could have. I think we messed it up once. You mentioned Ronin? I think we mentioned Ronin by saying, wait, Ronin actually might have the least interesting encounter set in the history of the game. That's how we mentioned Ronan. I don't think that was a jumping in point for Ronan. So-and-so in the room, my least favorite person is so-and-so. The person's like, oh, I'm here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mysterio. Yeah, sure. Mysterio. Interesting. Okay, cool. Mojo. Ooh, Mojo. I'm gonna do Mysterio for now. Mojo's not bad. I think we'd rather return to a Mojo campaign in the near future. It's not that good with Deja Vu. Deja Vu's pretty bad in solo, but I think we'll be okay with it. Let me grab Mojo. Yeah, let's do Mysterio. It's fun. 1 second. Sorry, I hit the microphone with the chair. That might have been really loud. I think one thing that's like really cool for Synergism and Motives is that this is an encounter set, or like a set that's actually probably really interesting with a bunch of the encounter cards or the modulars that came from the last box. So like playing cops in the one with Sandman is probably really cool. I think unfortunately Mysterio is the one set that you really need to keep the recommended modulars because they have the illusory text or the illusion trait, whatever it is. But I think this box has like a really good replayability when it comes to the new encounter sets. Mysterio is interesting as you can grab your Nemesis. Yeah, your Nemesis is fine. Yeah, let's give Mysterio a shot. Old fishbowl. Okay, so Mysterio just needs his recommended, which are... Oh, we don't have a way to do 1 damage in the deck. Oh, no, we do. We have 2 allies. So yeah, we just need to do Shifting Apparitions, Whispers of Paranoia, and yeah, we should be fine. Expert Mysterio can be quite tricky. Let's see. Villain name Mysterio. Stage 2. These are things we don't need. Mysterio's here. So when revealed in player order, shuffle the top card of the counter deck to each player's deck. That does happen before you mulligan, right? Yeah, that happens before you mulligan, I'm pretty sure. 17 health. Force response after you resolve a boost card during a Mysterio activation, place that card on top of the deck if it has illusion, on the bottom of your deck if it has an illusion trait. That is because we shuffle our deck a fair bit, that can show up at like weird times for us. Otherwise, this should be okay, I think. Main scheme is the Maze of Mirrors. So it says, put Shifting Apparition into play, engage with you. So we have one of these. We'll just advance this really quickly. So this one says, Force Interrupt, when you would draw or discard an encounter card from your deck, draw a card instead, and just leave it aside for you. They did change how Surge works, which might matter for this encounter set. I'm not 100% sure it does, though. Shifting Apparitions on the table. Shifting Apparition just says, if the minion was defeated with excess damage, and we only have 2 cards in our deck that do exactly 1 damage. Shout out to Playing Stick. The defeating player shuffles the top card of the counter deck into their deck, which you don't want to do. Shadowland is October, Electra and Iron Fist are November. Oh, okay. So there's a weird wait where we get something in August and then nothing in September. Well, that's kind of a ways away, huh? Sure, suggest you try Enchantress with a different modular instead of Trickster Magic, I believe it's called. Oh, yeah, that's a cool one too. Trickster Magic does kind of just help you. But I could see us wanting to play Enchantress with, like, man, even Purple Man cards would be fun. I want to have some way to combine Enchantress and Purple Man. I think that would actually be really fun. Okay. So we still have to do the text on the villain, which says, when revealed in player order, shuffle the top card in the counter deck. Let me just do a quick pile shuffle and we should be off. Taking off good luck. I'm going to go play some Vampire Rivals. Get out, Andy. With how many people? I have a full playset of Vampire Rivals and I barely have time to play it. I think the game is like so neat. Have fun. It's a game that like is really interesting with 4 players. If you're not familiar with like Vampire Eternal and Vampire Rivals, you have like somebody on the table is your rival and you're trying to defeat them, but then only one person at the table is trying to defeat you. So you get these like weird social mechanics, like social systems that show up where it's like your enemy's enemy is your friend. VTest used to do this back in the day. So we'll shuffle this into our deck. Okay, so in theory, we are playing Cameo, so we can't draw into our sidekick. This will be shuffled in before we mulligan. But if we just draw to our Cameo thing, we'll shuffle it back. Fine, we can just do that. Vampire Rivals got canceled, I think, last year. So you could get a lot of their product relatively cheap, but I was just like collecting it because I liked it. I have it all sleeved up. I even have like the organizer box. I need to play more of it. I don't have a play group of like 4 people who are into nerdy card games. I have a lot of play groups that will play like specifically board games, but when it comes to like card games, there's a line somewhere for some reason. Okay. So let's go ahead. We're off. Alter Ego. Again, we can search our deck for one of our events, which is good. We want to draw 6 and we'll discard 1. Photographic isn't it? We have 6 of these. Kalu, that's perfect. We actually might just keep Kalu because Kalu is one of the few ways we can knock out the apparition perfectly. We definitely want to double. Echo's Katana is just damage, which largely we don't need the tempo upgrade damage. We just want to like do combo damage. Power of Leadership. That means we can maybe do an aggressive mulligan, but at a minimum, Power of Leadership for Kalu is perfect. And the 6th card is Study the Tape. So I'm just going to keep these 2 cards. There's a chance we land the combo. We have to remember we have to still discard 2 cards here. So sometimes mulliganing aggressively is like bad because then you have to discard good cards. Side by side is useless. Sidekick is useful. It's ugly to get that in your opening hand. Improvisation. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. So she's here. She doesn't work with the power. So we might have to hold on to some cards here and actually have like a really bad turn so we can set her up next turn. We have to remember we're on a 5 card hand size because we have to discard 2 and then draw 1. So we always discard these 2, I'm pretty sure. Sometimes you discard Sidekick, but only sometimes. But that's it, because again, we're on Cameo. So after we draw our opening hand, we have to discard 2, which is very expensive. So we might have a really slow turn here. We're going to have 1 more card in hand. The issue is like playing Sidekick for Captain Marvel feels pretty bad. So when we jump up from Alter Ego, we can search our deck and discard pile for a card. If we go for a 0-cost card, I don't think it matters. So I think we'll just get out one of our cards that we can't really play on the first cycle, Mission Planning. Yeah. Then we'll just play Kalu. Kalu draws an event. We can spend 4 on Captain Marvel, but then we get rid of Sidekick, and then we have to jump down again. Mysterio schemes for kind of as hard as he attacks. So I don't know if it's a huge consideration where we go. Interesting. We might have just a really low tempo turn where we do Kalu into this. So maybe we want to get a card that we can play. Like we have no 1-cost events or 0-cost events that are worth playing here. Because we have no ally to ready. I mean, we could ready Kalu, but like Kalu probably blocks the next attack. Or we keep Kalu around to deal with the next shifting apparitions. I think there's a bunch in the deck. I don't think we pulled this up. But in terms of Mysterio, there's 4 shifting apparitions, 1 for each player on the setup. Personal Nightmare has some big doppelgangers, which I think mimic our stats. It's been a minute since we played against this. And then Whispers of Paranoia can just summon your side scheme set consistently, which is pretty fun, very disruptive. So I think we'll just start with Kalu and see what happens, because Kalu always sees play, because it can knock out the apparition. So we can look at the top 5 for an event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have to? Yeah, we have to take this out. We can't choose not to. I think we're looking for just like something to get rid of it, but this hand, I think we're actually going to pitch a lot of cards here. This is really kind of ugly. If we didn't have the shifting apparition, we'd probably just go for Captain Marvel and throw out the Sidekick, but I think this is fine. So we'll use Kalu to knock out the apparition. Its text does not fire. And then we'll just thwart for 2. And we'll throw these 2 out and pass. So our hand is going to be 5 cards here, so we probably just throw out the Sidekick anyways, because unless we draw a double, we can't play the Sidekick. Yeah, I think I kind of painted into a corner there. So maybe instead of Mission Planning, we should have got something that takes 2 to play. But I don't know what 2-card cost card we'd play here. That has to be an event. Because the thing is, like, if we draw, 3 more cards here, unless we exactly draw a non-power leadership double, we can't actually play Captain Marvel. We'll hope. That's good with Captain Marvel. Oh. That's weird how we get that jump scare. Okay, suit up helps. ASL, and that's it. So if we play Captain Marvel, we get rid of the Sidekick. It is what it is. This goes to 1. So we do know that we're drawing into this because we had to reveal it, which means that this is going to have 5 health this turn. Setup triggers after mulligan? Really? Okay, well, luckily it didn't matter. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess you mulligan and then you do villain setup. This is when revealed, it's not setup. It says in player order, shuffle the top card. And I think you reveal the villain first. So we should have the thing in our deck regardless. I think I can't have Captain Marvel in your mulligan with cameo. Oh no, you definitely can't. So I explained this before, but we have it in our deck for a mulligan. Oh, we drew it in our opening hand. We didn't shuffle it back. Okay, we're going to restart. Yeah, timestamp at the top. Yeah, sorry. So I even said that we're doing this to cut corners because what we're meant to do is not draw into Captain Marvel in our mulligan because she's not meant to be in our mulligan. So what we were meant to do in theory is just like shuffle her back in, but we just drew her naturally and did not consider it because I drew her in the mulligan. Yeah, so we were meant to just draw another card there and discard her because we cannot have her ever in our opening hand unless we suit up for her. Yeah, I mean, we did that on intentionally and then just kind of messed it up. So we're going to redo everything. My bad. Whatever. At least we only got through one turn. Thank you, chat. I didn't understand what y'all were saying there for a second. Yeah, the setup on Cameo. I know. Yeah, that was bad. I don't want to take it out of your deck just to shuffle it in again. Maybe I should just so I don't mess it up like this. Ultimately, like Echo has to shuffle sometimes like 3 times on turn 1, which is, you know, not my favorite. Because you have to shuffle Cameo in a second. Here we have to shuffle the top card in. So there's a lot of shuffling to happen. Yeah, so Cameo setup is meant to happen after we mulligan for sure. I thought y'all were talking about the Mysterio card, which should be in first. Why does Cameo remove itself from the game? It doesn't count towards supports in play or something? I don't honestly know. I think that is the only reason, is that so it doesn't count as a card in play. This technically was the first card we saw without a resource actually on it. The permanent keyword exists, but there's a lot of cards that say like for each card in play, do something. And I think this was just easier. I'm not 100% sure why. It's not like a huge balancing metric to play around. But like, yeah, like Charisma, there's no cards that impact it. There are more cards in this game than Arkham Horror that say for each card in play. Okay, so we draw her. We will mulligan. Muscle Memory, we don't really need that. We're still looking for a 1 health, 1 attack stat card. Sidekick in our opening, we can have that. Suit Up is really good. Now for Suit Up to actually be playable, we need to draw into a double, because otherwise we don't have enough cards in hand. Nope. Nope. That's 6. Okay, so because we have Suit Up, we're going to hard mulligan for this. Yeah, we just hard mulligan. So we just need to find a double. We have 5. Nice. Okay, so this is perfect. We can now search and put her into our deck, which is what we intended to do. Wish it was a basic aspect card. Me too. It would be way more fun if it was a basic aspect card. Unfortunately, it's not, which hurts. Okay, so now we shuffle her into our deck, which is fine. And now we have to discard 2 cards. So we'll get rid of these 2. Okay, so now we can play Suit Up for Power of Leadership. So we can search our deck for an ally and a card that can be attached to an ally. Not that ally, but an ally. So now we can grab her for the setup. And then here we will grab... Well, so because we don't have enough resources, we actually don't want to grab Sidekick because we can't play it. So the fact that we mulligan away Sidekick sucks because we have no way of grabbing an upgrade from our discard pile. I don't think Leadership can do that. So we're going to have to still do a jump down at some point to get her up. Should have been a 0-cost event with a starting keyword that goes into victory display when used. Okay, that'd be cool too. Yeah, that actually would have been neat. Because you don't have to play it on turn 1 if you don't want to. Even if it was just a card that didn't have setup, it was just a 0-cost event in your deck, I'd be happy with it. Like a gray 0-cost event that says victory. When you play this, shuffle a card into your deck, remove this from game limit once per deck. Because like you don't need it to be permanent. Like you don't need it to be on turn 1. Now it looks like we can't play Captain Marvel, which is kind of correct. But when we jump up to hero mode, which we should be in alter ego, we can now search our deck for a thing. So unfortunately, because we lost our thing for the setup, we won't be able to do everything here. I think the shifting apparition will let us hit us for 1. Captain Marvel, we might not use her to draw a card because there's no card that she can draw that's like super playable here besides the 1 copy of Get Ready, which I don't think we want to do that. It removes itself from the game to prevent Caught Off Guard from whiffing, but it's permanent. It could be permanent, so Caught Off Guard will still whip. Yeah, like if it has permanent, Caught Off Guard will whiff no matter what. So it's more so about like caring about how many cards you control. So then we'll spend 4 for Captain. So she's here, and every time she does a basic, we get to go draw a card, which is really good text. So we won't use her text because drawing a card here is not incredibly impactful. We need to find our next copy of Suit Up and Jump Down, so it's like pretty awkward. Yeah, Suit Up is the only thing that lets us search our discard pile, but we have to be an alter ego, and we only have 1 more in our deck. So we will just thwart for 2 and we'll pass. That's it, draw 5. Oops. So we're going to draw a weakness from within. We'll see what that says. Study the tape. Maria's Hill. She's good. She'll knock out the apparition. Photographic. Daredevil. Professor. So we want to play the Professor. We can jump down for sure. But we'll see what the side scheme says. Mysterio attacks us for 2 and 1. 1-2. Ugh. Deja vu as soon as turn 1. This card is brutal in solo. Either take 1 damage or place 1 threat on the main scheme. I'll put 1 threat on the main scheme. So we take 2 from this, and then this gets shuffled into our deck. Because it says any player's deck in multiplayer, you can choose where this goes, but for us, it's just here forever, and there's no way to stop it. The apparition hits us for 1. 2 encounter cards. First is Weakness from Within. So it says when revealed, place 1 additional threat here for each card in your hand. We fortunately have 5 cards, so it's 6 threat. Hazard, wow. Okay. Has Fear No Evil made us soft? Fearmonger has Surge. Discard your hand, drop to your new hand size. Okay, so that hurts. Defense is really good where you dump your hand and draw back up. Strength, side by side, not useful. Energy, not useful. Choreography, useful. First aid. Okay. Caught off guard. This also surges? Oh god, we're cooked. This is not a good setup. Gang up. Oh no, that's bad. This is really bad. If this is still in our deck, I think we have a chance. But yeah, I do think Fear No Evil has made me soft. This is scary. So I don't think we can afford to block. So 1-2. It's an illusion. So 3, give Mysterio an additional boost card. Oh my god, 3. 3. This card's an illusion, and the villain says, when you reveal an illusion, put it on the bottom of your deck. Shifting hits us for 1. That's us. Okay. 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 This is going to be the first turn wipe with Echo. I mean, we've seen it before. This hand is not it. I think leaving the apparition is the best thing we can do. Clearing this is way more interesting for us. Especially because Captain Marvel can draw into a Kalu. So she'll thwart for 2 off of this, drawing a card. Ugly. Trying to get the balance of cards that are just like tempo positive, like not the side by side, but on any hand where you draw 2 doubles in this deck is like a bit hard. It's just you need as many doubles as you can get. I mean, I guess we can heal for 4, which is nice. So we'll play the choreography. I guess we could have done this first, because choreography allows us to shuffle an event into our deck. It has to be a basic. So like putting a suit up is probably okay. I think a Get Ready is actually kind of better with Captain Marvel the way she is. Echo's a glass cannon? No, I don't think so. I think she's actually pretty good. Well, like you have to defend or play allies. So you're playing leadership, right? But she's not more glass cannon than any other 9 health character. I mean, she has 2 defense. That's not bad. I wouldn't say glass cannon. Her kit doesn't have anything that protects though, which is true. Okay, we're gonna thwart for 2 here. So jumping down probably isn't the play. And then we're gonna play a first aid, targeting ourselves. So we're gonna recover 2. And then we're gonna photographic the first aid to recover 2 more. So like we're still at 8 health. That's good, right? Nothing tucked underneath us, which means for the next photographics are pretty bad. I don't know if we hold on to a double here. I think we just pass. Make the calls good. Superpower, 2 side schemes ain't it. Suit up is maybe it. Kalu is definitely okay. Maybe the double would have been good, but we wouldn't have drawn into Kalu immediately. This goes to 3. The villain's activating against us 2 in a card. 1-2. Nice. We'll take 3 damage off the apparition. Well, 2 encounter cards though. Oh, it's bad. Shadow of the Past. We draw our nemesis. Now our nemesis only schemes against us, which is good. It's Kingpin. So Kingpin's here. He has 6 health. He will not attack us ever, which is nice, but he will just scheme for 3. Then we get Master Manipulator, which means we can't attack him. So we have so many problems to deal with this turn. This comes in with 2 threat, and it just says you cannot damage Kingpin. The win reveal text is kind of weird the first time you draw it, but it's fine. And we add 3 more cards to this deck. 1 encounter card. Oh, neat. We kind of beat this in some ways. So Old Grudge says, search the encounter deck, discard pile, and set aside area for your nemesis minion, then reveal this minion. Attach Old Grudge to it. I think this whiffs. We can't reveal it because we failed the search. This would normally say find, but find didn't exist back then. I think this full whiffs. Technically rules is written. I think this whiffs. Search and counter deck, discard pile, and set aside area. Did that. Free mini. Didn't find it. Then reveal it. Then is a conditional clause. So if you don't do one, you don't do two. Attach old grudge to it. It refers to a card we didn't find. Yeah, cool. We needed that. Okay, so to it. Yeah, but it is the card we searched for. Like, I could see us saying it is Kingpin in this scenario, but it has to refer to the search target. I could see us seeing it as the nemesis, but it technically means the search target, and we whiffed the search target. They didn't want to put nemesis because of rules of spacing. But yeah, I don't know. We might have to just do that. Yeah, rules was written versus rules intended. I mean, we need this. Okay, so issues. Lots of them. Mysterio's going to scheme for 2. We have to not jump down and let Kingpin go. For then to trigger, definitely the then is like rules proof. Then is a conditional clause. If it just said period reveal that minion, then we'd actually still reveal Kingpin, and you can reveal Kingpin on the table. He doesn't have any when revealed text, so that'd be fine. But yeah, it is kind of weird. Okay, so things that we can do. We can use Make the Call. Make the Call gets us access to Maria. We definitely need Maria because she hits breakpoints, and she can knock at the apparition, but not on the same turn. So that's an interesting option. And then tucking Make the Call underneath us gives us other options. It draws a card, so we can also play Kalu, which draws a card. If Kalu finds something off that, it's not very useful. I think we want to use the choreography first. The choreography will affect what Kalu can search for. I think the only card we care for to putting in the deck with the Kalu or choreography would be the Ready that we shuffled back in. Otherwise, we have to put in an event. Side-by-sides are unfortunately useless. Study the Tape is not bad, but it's a bit better if we had... Oh, no, we can't search that in. So, like, we don't have a lot of options here. So I think we don't even use choreography. Like, maybe we put a First Aid back in? Maybe? That doesn't seem super important. Oh, notably, we want to shuffle this deck before we draw for sure. Okay, we'll be fine. We're going to use Captain Marvel. She'll just thwart the Master Manipulator, which draws a card. Photographic Reflexes. Okay, we can make this work. So we'll spend 2. Or more accurately. Yeah, that's fine. We'll spend 2. We'll spend 1, 2 on Kalu. When Kalu enters play, we look at the top. So ideally, actually, now Captain Marvel's hard to ready, but we'll do something here. So we can look at the top 5 for an event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, not a lot of options in here. So I guess we can either take the First Aid out, which we did shuffle. I don't think we need the First Aid. I think we're just going to take out the Mission Planning, which is a bad draw. And we'll try and separate these slightly before we shuffle. So it's harder to shuffle this deck, so I'm going to do shuffle, 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 cut with my eyes closed. Bummer. All right, Kalu will knock out the apparition, and we did perfect damage. Kalu will definitely block the next attack. We will draw through this no matter what, so we might as well do Make the Call to play it here, and we'll spend 2. There's a chance the card that we draw is a double, but then we can't really get anything with Make the Call, so I'll hold the Superpower Training because we can play it. And we'll spend these 2 to play the Make the Call and then tuck it. So we can replay a card from our discard pile. We'll play Maria. Maria draws a card. So we had a good recovery here, such as leadership, right? So she draws 1 card. Right. We draw this card instead. Right. We'll draw this card instead. Oh, it is the Get Ready. I mean, not super useful because they're on low health. So we'll play the Superpower Training. If we draw in advance, we're probably cooked. But Superpower Training is here with 3 threat, which is not a great breakpoint. Maria will thwart for 2. Finally clearing that. I mean, we're drawing a lot of encounter cards. And then we still have a basic activation. We know this is going to go to 7 of 8, which is kind of scary. But if it goes through, we don't lose the game. We also just start working on Kingpin. And Kingpin is going to require 3 attacks. So I think we'll just attack Papa. So we'll attack for 2. Again, our Kingpin just says that he wanted to hit us, which we'd actually rather us hit us than like thwart for 3. But he's going to thwart for 3 and we'll pass. So we draw 5. 1, 2, Katana, nice. Photographics for Make the Call is like totally reasonable, especially with the Genius. And then First Aid, we could use that on Captain Marvel. So that First Aid shuffle in was actually pretty smart. This goes for 4. Mysterio is going to activate for 2 and a card. Now, in terms of keeping Kalu around, we have 3 more apparitions. But I think Kalu is like probably the one we want to replay. How many cards do we have with events in our deck? None. So I think we'd rather replay Maria Hill. But I'd rather use Maria Hill. So we'll block with Kalu. Mysterio's attacking for 1-2. Just 2. Assault out is nice. And then our Nemesis Kingpin schemes for 3, so this goes to 7 of 8, which is kind of scary. Forget what Deja Vu does. It might actually add threat. What's our choice, right? Choose to either place 1 damage. We're going to take the damage, and then we'll shuffle this into our deck. Getting this as your first encounter card is brutal. This is the one my least favorite part about Mysterio solo is Deja Vu. So, cut. Oops. That's bad. Okay, and we draw 2 more encounter cards. One of them is going to make Mysterio masterful. The Masterful Mirage. Attach to Mysterio. When you would deal any amount of damage to Mysterio, discard the top 5 cards of your deck. Discard this card. I mean, that's fine. Notice it doesn't say discard this instead. Oh, it does say discard instead. Okay, then discard this card. And then we have, ooh, I don't think I've drawn this. Pawn of the Kingpin. Deal damage to your hero equal to your hero's attack. Okay, we take 2. Ow. And we're alive. We're alive. We cannot jump down easily. I mean, I guess we could. We could. All right, I'm going to play Photographic Reflexes to replay the Make the Call. I'm going to use a double on that to play. Oh, no, first, before we do any of that, I'm going to use Maria to thwart for 2. And then I'm going to replay Maria from our discard pile. So the Maria comes in, she draws a card. We know that to be a Deja Vu, so we'll draw instead a side by side, which is not super useful. Okay, so what can we do here? We can play the Res, which is going to be useless, and we can play the Katana. We can play First Aid, which is useful. We actually might be able to play the Katana. The problem is the ordering is here kind of rough. She thwarts for 2 again. Yeah. We have to heal first. And then we're going to draw a card with Captain Marvel. The card is one of these 3. We can draw another with choreography. We can also like use choreography to sort at the bottom of the deck. And the deck is only 4 cards, so it's 3 cards. So it's likely for the card that we shuffle in to matter. So we could do a tempo get ready. Also, if we're jumping down, we could like set up a suit up. Because is there a suit up in the bottom? No, there's not, but there's a power of leadership. So I think setting up a suit up and letting a Mysterio scheme is probably what we want to be doing. So we'll set a suit up into the bottom, into our... No, we can draw. We'll do this later. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. We'll do that later when we jump down. Because I think we want to draw the suit up and play suit up to get Captain Marvel back into it, because we also have to recover ourselves. So if that's the case, we'll play the First Aid for sure. And then we might just chill and play the Res to heal for 1. So we'll heal 2 on Captain Marvel. She will attack to 2 into Kingpin, drawing a card. I think we have to shuffle these. We draw Improvisation, which is not really good in the leadership deck. And then we're kind of priced into attacking for 2 into Kingpin, knocking Kingpin out. So if we jump down, Mysterio is very likely to scheme through. This will go to 4. He schemes for 5, 6, 7. Unless we get a 0 boost, we're cooked. The second scheme is worse, but I don't think it's like the end of the world worse. We always can draw 1 more card here. So if we play the Res, we can recover 1, and then we'll have an extra card in the hand. If we play Suit Up, the Suit Up is interesting. I think we actually go for the Suit Up and maybe not play the Res. So we'll jump down to Alter Ego, and we'll use Choreography here. So we're going to shuffle in the Suit Up, which has a chance of being relevant here. And then we actually do draw a card because we're in Alter Ego. So it's hard to shuffle 3 cards, so I'm going to roll a die. 1, 2 on left, 5, 6 on right. Okay, we got ASL, which maybe we can set that up. I've looked at our hand, we can't set it up. Yeah, I mean, we could set it up and not play the Res. We definitely need to heal for 3. We know the bottom of the deck is a double and Suit Up, which is like kind of perfect. And with the extra ally, we can play Maria Hill 1 more time, which should be nice. ASL is really good. The Res is only heal for 2, but I think we need all the health we can get. Especially because Deja Vu might ping us for 1. So the more efficient place to play ASL, but I think the Res is like really important here. And we're going to have an 8 card hand size next turn, but we'll have like 3 encounter cards. So I'll just pitch 2 for the Res. I'm going to throw this out. And we're just going to use the Res. So unfortunately, not an expensive card, but we'll recover Pseudo for 1. And then we'll pass. So bad turn's coming, but a good turn we will have to respond to it, which we're very good at responding to it with Suit Up and Sidekick. So 2 encounter cards. This could advance 2, which I think does even more Surge stuff. And we're owed 4 more cards. We draw 1 with Choreography. We draw 1 when we flip up. So we should be fine. And when we flip up, we can even just get ready, let alone we can get a Sidekick. So we should be like in a good spot to like deal with the table. If we clear superpower training, we even go for a mission planning, which would be nice. 29 degrees in this room. Uh-oh. So 1-2. Study the tape, which is not bad. We can go maybe replay something. We draw one of our photographics. Actually, I'll make the call, so that's nice. So we can play a bunch of allies. 4. Get ready is in our hand, so that's good with study the tape. That's more card draw with Captain Marvel. And a photographic. This is a really good hand. This is a huge combo hand. We didn't draw any of our side-by-sides, but we can get one from the deck. So let's just see what the villain does. But this is a hand that can definitely explode, and we definitely need to explode here. So this goes to 4. The villain's scheming for 3 and a card, so we're almost guaranteed to go through unless we get a really low boost. So 0 boost would be sick. 1, 2, 3, 4, perfectly 8. So this clears. We don't lose, which, mind you, Fear No Evil does do that. So when revealed in player order, shuffle the top 2 cards in counter deck into each player's deck. So our deck now only has 2 bad cards in it. Notably, that was not an illusion. So like revealing your Nemesis set actually kind of helps a bit into Mysterio. I think this one has a smaller limit. Mysterio is also one of the weird villains that when he advances has less health, which like thematically might make some sense. All right, 9 health. Comes in with already 3 threat, which is kind of scary. This is the edge of reality. So we've already seen this text, which just says shuffle in the top 2. And then when you would draw or discard and counter card, put it face down, and then of course draw a card. So we've survived 3 of these cards. We know one of them is like kind of not the worst thing, but here it is regardless, Deja Vu. So Deja Vu says, we're definitely going to be recovering this turn, so we can take some damage. Deja Vu says, when you reveal this, either take 1 damage or place 1 threat. We could lose to an advance, so we're not going to take that risk. So now there's 3 bad cards in our deck. Second card. Master Plan, perfect. We played around that somewhat. It's really nice to leave a side scheme in play just for this. So we don't search, we just go ahead and drop this to 7. And the side schemes in the set are really, really bad. So this is not a real encounter card as much as this is cooked. That's pretty good. Exhaustion, didn't want that because we wanted to recover. That hurts. And it surges. That is awful. That's really, really bad. Assault. So surge down, as much as some of these are not doing anything. Delusion of collusion. Attach your identity. You cannot ready allies or personas. Oh, that's really bad. Alter ego, discard an ally or persona support you control. We have no personas. We have an ally. Discard this card. This really shuts down our combo, which is good. Because if we lose Captain Marvel, we're in a really bad spot. But that's our turn here. So ugly, but not the worst. What set is Mysterio from? Is there a Spider-Man focused one? Mysterio's from the Sinister Motives box, which like is the most Spider-Man a box can be. It's had Ghost Spider, Gwen, and Miles in it, but it's all like Spider villains, Web Warrior villains. It was from mostly Web Warrior wave. That's 1 more card from Under Fire. We didn't do Under Fire. We did Exhaustion, so we're fine, right? Under Fire would be 2, yeah, but we didn't reveal it. Okay, so we can just start with choreography. I don't think we're gonna be playing any of these cards in Alter Ego. And we want to use this in Alter Ego. So we can exhaust this to shuffle an aspect or basic. We don't want to shuffle back and suit up, so this is fine. So I think we'll just play this to draw a card. Double. Nice. Double can be good. Alter Ego action. For a Delusion, we'll discard Maria Hill to get rid of this. So now we can ready Captain Marvel, and that's okay. She'll be coming back. And then we're going to spend a double to play Suit Up, which allows us to search. So Suit Up just says, search your deck for an ally and an upgrade that can be played. So we're going to go search for Maria. She's back. Actually, with Make the Call, we probably should search for Kalu here, right? Because we can get her with Make the Call. Yeah, we'll search for Kalu. Even Professor X is like not bad, but I think our hand... Is our hand a combo hand? I think we actually might stay in Alter Ego 1 more turn. I think we might stay in Alter Ego just to heal Captain Marvel. Because we have this. So maybe we won't jump up. Notably, you can use Get Ready in Alter Ego, which is kind of sick. Now, we probably do jump up. I like Professor X. Might be a bit expensive. We can also see that we have now 2 Deja Vus in our deck. I mean, we're going to die to that. We really now need a combo off fast because that's pretty bad, and we'll go grab Sidekick. Are they mostly from the Cross the Spider-Verse lore stuff? I don't recognize Miles Gwen from the comics. I don't know the comics too much, but they're like pretty, like I think the most common representation of Miles and Gwen. And then the villains are like pretty straightforward, like Sandman, Venom, Mysterio, the Sinister Six, and then Venom Goblin. Notably, Venom Goblin is unique and only exists in this box. It is like the first villain that I think, that's not good, that FFG actually invented, which is Green Goblin with a symbiote. And he's really, really hard. Okay, this is us. We can always use the res to recover for 1. Is suit up a valid target? Yes, it is. So they eroded suit up. So suit up says search your deck and discard over an ally and an upgrade that can be attached to that ally. They've eroded this. So now the text says search for an ally and an upgrade that can be attached to an ally. They eroded it not only for this reason, which does help, but because there's a lot of characters that don't have traits until they're on the table. So like you could get a character with aerial, but then like there was just some awkwardness to it where like it doesn't know where it should check whether the card can be upgraded. So they just eroded it to make it way easier. Yeah. It's a nice errata. You'll find it on Marvel CDB, but they changed the text on the card so it's like way more flexible, which we appreciate. Okay, we have no way to shuffle our deck, but I think we are going to jump up. Oh, we do shuffle our deck when we jump up, so this is not a problem. So we're not doing anything else on Alter Ego because we can't recover, but Prop X will set up the recover. So we'll just flip up. We can search our deck for a thing. So I think we have the resources here to do... I think we can do side by side, especially just playing one side by side and tucking it is pretty good. Missed the errata? Yeah, I don't know if it ended up in the FAQ. I think it did. I think it did in the 1.8. Or sorry, 1.7. Wait, what are we on now? 1.9? It's in one of the erratas. So I'll cut. Villain theory was like a big reason why that happened from my understanding. Okay, so we need to hit Mysterio a fair bit because this we can clear with Professor X and we have a block. So let's start doing things. Captain Marvel will attack for 2 into the villain. We're just going to let this go. I don't think we need it. So the villain takes 2. We draw a card. It's muscle memory. That's a good card. Especially with first aid. It's a really good card. So we'll just go ahead and play the cards that we definitely want to play. We'll do 1, 2. Maybe we don't play this. I don't think we're going to play the get ready this turn. I mean, it's nice to put it in the bin. So we'll do 1, 2. This is tricky, actually. Muscle memory is pretty good with first aid and get ready, so I think we want to hold on to this, but this might be a bit ambitious. So we'll do a study the tape, and then we'll play the professor. When Prop X enters play, we'll of course confuse Mysterio. Oh, sorry, we're not meant to do 2 damage. It says when you would deal any amount of damage to Mysterio, discard the top 4 cards of your deck instead, discard this card. So we get rid of Mockingbird, Clarity, Photographic. We discard this, which actually draws us a card, so that's actually beneficial. Ooh, huge benefit. So the villain recovers 2. Because notably, this says that whenever you would discard or draw an encounter card, you draw a card. So we get rid of this. It's in 1.8 currently. Okay, cool. Prop X is in play. He will thwart to clear the main. And we can always jump down to recover in the future if we need to. Okay. So the second double lines up well with Sidekick. It lines up well with Make the Call. Again, I think you'd have to think for a long time to figure out what's the perfect way to use this hand. I think we can vibes just a bit though. So we'll do energy for side by side and tuck it. Side by side says we can ready ourselves and our friend. We're going to recover 1 for each of us because we are pretty hurt and Captain Marvel's at 2 health. So she can activate again. We definitely need to play this. I think we can just photographic the side by side. We have enough left in our deck and we have choreography if we just want to do more tempo. So she will attack for 2, drawing a card. ASL, yeah, good setup cards. Okay. So photographic for side by side heals 1 off of each of us, which is good. You don't want to leave her on 1 health. But I think there's a chance that like doing muscle memory and recalling this. Actually, no, we just play the sidekick and she heals. We don't need to make the call. We'll make the call for sidekick. So we'll deputize her. So now she recovers alongside us, but she has 2 more health, which is obviously pretty important. And then with this hand, we could do get ready on Captain Marvel 1 more time. We could side by side her to get her stats up or more healing. This is really good healing, so we should probably play it. And then we can do a muscle memory and then use the muscle memory card off Captain Marvel to heal her or us. Yeah, trying to figure out how good the setups are is just really important. Oh, you're right. We need to play this first before we play side by side. Sorry, I did that in the wrong order. We, of course, only can play side by side if she's a sidekick. So, oops. We have to do that in the right order. Where did the counter and choreography go? Am I sitting on it? I don't know where the counter on this went. It's probably on the floor. I need to find that. Yeah, we got there. We got there. So warm in this room. Okay. So we got a bit more information, but not in a hugely impactful way. So I think we will toss 1, 2 for muscle memory. Oh, it's here. It's on the keyboard. So muscle memory is here, which allows us to grab cards from tucked underneath us. Again, the setup is like really important to figure out what upgrades are actually worth it or not. And that's where the deck is actually quite interesting. We will just attack for 2 into the villain. Again, this is probably just going to rot. We don't care about it. We'll use muscle memory to return first aid to our hand. No. I think we'll just play this. To play this side by side. So this is good. This recovers 2 anyways. So we recover 1 each. So we recover 1. She recovers 1. We're both ready. And Captain Marvel will attack for 2 into the villain. Taking 1 damage. Drawing a card. Okay. We'll attack for 2 into the villain. And then we could return this first aid just to play it. To heal us or heal her. She has 2 more health. We're probably going to jump down and recover, so I don't think we need to, but I don't want to waste this card. So I'm going to use the muscle memory to return this to her hand and then play it the first aid just like straight up, which allows us to heal 2 from a character. I think we'll heal 2 from ourselves because we know the deja vu is going to hit us sooner than later, and we'll pass. I mean, good turn. I think there's maybe a more aggressive line, or probably even a less aggressive line that allows us to set up 1 more upgrade. That might have been good, especially because this is usually how we get our upgrades and it's kind of beyond help. All right, call for backup. We have Daredevil left in our deck largely. Echo's Katana is just damage. Photographic for first aid's fine. Side by side, we need that. And a mission planning, which probably won't do anything. Notably, we could play and clear call for backup, and then it just replaces that. And so we have basically reset the main scheme, which should be okay. Yeah, the very, very good recovery. And this deck, when you jump down to Alter Ego, your recovery is so good because you have like choreography, you have Echo's ability, you have like 7 hand size. It's very, very good at recovering. This goes to 1 villain's going to activate. We'll put the professor in the way. So 1, 2, 3, not an illusion. We draw 2 encounter cards. This one probably is a deja vu. Oh no, it's not. Shifting apparition. So we want to try and get a 1 health thing if we can, or 1 attack thing. Because if you knock this out perfectly, you're good. It also has guard, which we have to watch out. The other card we draw is Manipulated Mind. Is this going to eat one of our allies? Attached to the ally control with the lowest cost? Why? This keeps happening to us. The ally is a minion with a blank Trex box. This is literally the same as converted. Okay. I mean, we are playing the scenarios that eat your allies, and that's not good. Yeah, we were on Echo with 2 HP. Yeah. Unfortunately, we lost our entire rig. No. We can't get rid of this. We have to knock out Captain Marvel. Imagine we healed her to 5 health right into this. Okay, I mean, that's abysmal. That's really, really bad. Good thing is we knock her out, we can call her back in with backup. Knocking her out is a bit tricky. We can. The katana is a nice way to deal with the apparition sometimes with a 1 cost event. That sucks. That's really bad. Keep playing villains with ally hate? I know. Is there anything that deletes bad attachments like Sunfire? Sunfire, I think, cares about the text box, doesn't it? Yeah. Most of the things that delete attachments only allow you to delete attachments that have actions or responses on them, because those are the attachments that should be deleted. There is nothing that clears the manipulated mind. I don't think so. Because I don't know if you can blank an attachment. I don't think Vivian does that. I think she's just schemes and allies, or minions, excuse me. Yeah, no, we lost her. At least we can jump down. So let's make it make sense. So we will always return this to our hand, I think, with muscle memory. Choreography, we jump down, can get another card. Luckily, there's not too much we're going to be doing in hero mode. I think we have to knock out Captain Marvel. Relentless Assault works? Like just defeating her? Deal 5 damage to a minion against overkill? Is that your solution? We'll attack 2 into Captain Marvel. Friends turning on friends. We'll throw out the side by side. Actually, let's not bounce this yet. We may not be right. And we will play... No, we have to bounce it because we have to replay it. Sorry, spend 1, 2 on the katana. So Echo's Katana, after we play an event, we can do that much damage. So if we play a 1 cost event, so I think we just replay Call for Backup when you jump down. So we'll pitch the photographic reflexes to play first aid to recover ourselves for 2. You have to watch out if you're at full health, you can't recover, so you can't save your sidekick, which might be an issue. And then we'll use the Echo's Katana to do 1 damage to ping off Captain Marvel. Okay, so we dealt with that. I do think we took every copy of Suit Up out of our deck because, like, who needs that? But we can shuffle it back in. Oh no, there's still 1 Suit Up in our deck. Okay. I think putting 2 Suit Up in our deck makes sense. We will hop down. We can't use the res to recover for 1 because we're at full health, but we can use choreography. So choreography allows us to shuffle a card back in. I mean, the combo deck is way more fun when you have to fight for the combo, right? So we can shuffle in an event. So I think we shuffle in a Suit Up just to make it more likely, because the problem is not so much finding Captain Marvel because we can. It's more so finding the upgrade, and Suit Up is the only way we can get it. This also draws a card, and that card will be spent on Call for Backup, which if we clear Call for Backup, we get Captain Marvel. So not too bad. We'll be okay. Yeah, to lead bad attention. No, I got the joke. Show of Empathy works? Oh, interesting. Wait, Show of Empathy might work. But then the Show of Empathy still blanks her text box. So I think she has a problem. Because Show of Empathy is a side scheme that I think is one of the best side schemes. The only problem with it in Justice is it doesn't like clear itself, so you don't get the benefit off of all the sort of stuff. But when you attach Redeemed to it, is it? What's the card you attach? Redemption. When you redeem somebody, I think they lose their text box. So like it's not really worth bringing back. Treat as a redeemed ally with a blank text box. So I mean, you're not wrong, but also like it won't really help. Spycraft can prevent bad attachments from being attached. Oh, sure, but yeah, okay, yeah, sure, I guess. We'll play this. We can only have one side scheme, so this one gets swallowed. That's it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Draw 6. Genius. We definitely want the suit up. Deja vu. Shut up. Mission planning useless. Another deja vu. Nice. At least we'll take damage. Side by side's useless. 4. Please get us. We have 2 suit ups in the deck. We have 2 suit ups. No. And the problem is we can't grab suit up with our alter ego text, but they're both in here. Both on the bottom. I mean, it's random. But we're going to draw 1 card with choreography. So we just have to hope that's the suit up card. Stinks. Oh, we also could just get Captain Marvel, so we can draw 2 cards here. Because if we clear Call for Backup and Alter Ego somehow, which I guess we need allies for that. All right, this goes to 2. Confused. Goes to 3. We reveal 2 Deja Vus, which are going to shuffle back in our deck, which that's not great. So we're revealing 2 of them. We'll just take 2 damage. So we'll just take 1 damage, 1 damage. And then our third card is Advance. Oh, scary. Schemes for 1, 2, 3. Okay. Is an illusion. Our deck is cooked. After you resolve a boost card during activation, place that card on the bottom of your deck. So these get shuffled in, and then and then we put this on the bottom. So this is to 6 of 9. I mean, good villain. Cut. Okay. It's okay. We draw through them. Having the deja vus when you're at a small deck kind of hurts, but we're here. Okay, we need to draw as many cards as we can. The problem is this hand doesn't do that. So we're just gonna have to get lucky with choreography. The problem with choreography is we have to shuffle a card back. So what card can we shuffle back here? That would be good. I think Make the Call is the 1 card we want to shuffle back in for sure. Because that is a card that will make us live and can allow us to deal with Call for Backup. Not easily in Alter Ego, but because it's the hero card. So we're gonna have to jump down next turn. Okay, so cut, eyes closed, draw. Nope. So that draws a card anyways. So that's it. We drew. Suit up! We were never out of it. Did you think we were out? We weren't out. We're so in. We'll play suit up. Notably, we can't fire Katana because it's a hero text. But we can now search our deck and discard pile. So there's actually a chance that we don't go for Captain Marvel. Because Captain Marvel we can get cheaper off of the Call for Backup. So I think we're going to suit up for either the Professor. Well, look how many resources our hand has. Yep, Professor. And then we'll go ahead and get our thing. Okay, sick. Really good. We can't tuck it. It's a hero mode text. And that's it. Res will recover for 1. We're at 8. We can decide what to do here. We have to watch out. Mysterio does have guard, but we have bigger problems because of threat. So nothing else we want to do in Alter Ego here, right? Yeah, because we're not going to recover because of sidekick. So we'll flip up. And when we flip up, our Alter Ego lets us to search our deck for a thing. So a Get Ready would be fine. Make the Call would be fine. Study the Tape is also fine. Study the Tape is Get Ready. We're doing good. We have to make a series of good decisions, and that's what we like. Okay, so first thing we'll do is we'll pitch 1, 2, 3. Improvisation has like no targets in our deck for the Professor. Professor X will confuse the villain. Keep Mysterio in check. And then we'll just thwart 3 off of the side scheme, which means when the side scheme is removed, or it goes to the victory display, we've now cleared a side scheme, which is worth something in this deck. We can search our deck and discard pile for an ally and put into play. So we go get a free Captain Marvel, which is good value. She's what our deck is built around. For sure she is. So now we can use her to draw cards, and we have ways to ready her. Luckily, if we draw treacheries, we just draw through them. So that's fine. Okay, so we're good. We need to attach this to her before we played a side-by-side. We have to remember that. So I'll do mission planning. I guess to give her a sidekick, yeah, that's fine. In theory, we could draw with her first and see what happens. So she has 5 health. She's now our sidekick for all intents and purposes. Okay. Playing a 1-cost event would be nice, but we don't have that many. So she's going to thwart for 2 off of this. Drawing a card. Kalu. How many events are on the bottom? I guess I can't check because we shuffled in treacheries. Cool. We can get ready her to draw another card. So we trade a card for a card for a card. If we have a 1-cost event in here, it'd be kind of nice, but this is the only 1-cost event. So I think we just muscle memory to replay this once she's lower on health. So I think we're going to use Study the Tape. This allows us to grab any event from our discard pile. We already have the photographic side-by-side combo, so I'm going to go grab the Get Ready, because that's playable. We'll play it, which just readies her, which is surprisingly okay. So she's ready. She can now attack thwart for 2 more. Drawing a card. So make the call. We did shuffle that back in. This is going. This is going. We're going to use muscle memory to return the first aid to our hand. We're going to spend 1, 2 on a side-by-side. Oh, hold on. We're going to thwart for 2 first. And then we're going to play the side-by-side. And I don't think we need to stat max this one. No, we can stat max this one. So we'll ready both of us. We will give us each +1 for the round. So we +1, or not round, for the phase. So she has 3 attack. We have 3 attack. Same with 3 thwart. Oh, ordering was bad. Nah, I think the ordering is fine. So unfortunately, we're going to lose the photographic reflexes, which we might just play for the get ready, because I think we need to pitch this to play the first aid. Just because it deals with shifting apparition way better. So this will heal 2 on Captain Marvel. We'll tuck it. And that means we can do Echo's Katana, which will do 1 damage with piercing. And the apparition takes exact damage, so it doesn't do its bad text. And now we can draw at least like 1 more card. If we get lucky and draw a photographic, we can draw 2 more cards. But it's not bad to have this set up. The only card we want underneath here is the one that says we don't take consequential, because then we can rip through Mysterio. We'll attack for 3 into Mysterio, drawing a card. Not it. That's fine. And then we'll attack for 3 into Mysterio. And we'll pass. We won't hold on to this. We're drawing a lot of encounter cards, but hey, what's new? It's Mysterio. This is a fun encounter. Endurance, Daredevil, Induced Panic, Deja Vu. So we're still owed a couple cards, but we have a whole pile of these. In theory, the order is something like this. We're drawing 5 encounter cards. Usually we try and win before we deck out, but like this one has really thrown us a couple loops so far. I'm not sure if anyone mentioned, but the title of the stream says leadership. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Yes, thank you. I will fix that. Good catch, Ren. That's called an engagement baiting. It's like I'll pronounce a word wrong. I'll be like, oh, we're playing eco. And everyone will be like, wow, man, this guy is so weird. Why does he keep saying eco? And I'll be like, thank you for the 20 YouTube comments. It was intentional, trust me. Okay, our deck is clear, and it's good to shuffle your deck when you put those things back in, I guess. We have a study, which is not really great right now. Photographic is good for a side-by-side combo, and another side-by-side. There's a chance that this is a winning hand. My record is 7 face-down counter cards and 1 go against Mysterio. I don't think we've seen Under Fire yet, and that's the thing that's really frightening as well. Mysterio's attacking for 2 in a card. We'll put Professor in the way. 1, 2. It's an illusion card, so it goes to the bottom of our deck. We will be shuffling in a second. Professor X takes 3 damage. All right, so we generally draw these in first in, first out combo. So Deja Vu. I'll put the damage on the stack. I think we can go for the threat here, but our health should be fine. We're going to take 1 and put this here. Doesn't have surge. Okay, next is Induced Panic. I don't know what this does. You cannot resolve triggered abilities in your hero's printed text box. Oh. So we can't do our response on Echo. Discard an identity-specific card or render from your hand. Man, this scenario is good. It's actually catching us off guard. So in Alter Ego, we have to discard an identity-specific card, which is not that hard to do. But the biggest problem is our hero text box. Our response, we can no longer tuck cards, which is a very good thing at sawing off a lot of value off of our combo. So again, no bold text can we fire. Cool. Second Deja Vu, we'll take 1. Next encounter card. These are good encounter cards. So you can now ready your allies or personas. That also hurts us. So we're going to go down to alter ego. Mysterio just bought another turn. Discard an ally or persona support you control. Man. And then we have the humongous hallucination, which unfortunately doesn't have the giant trait on it. But this card hits real hard. 3 boost is super rare, 3 attack. We have to spend a resource and shuffle the top 2 cards in counter deck and do deck to get rid of this. I think we'll probably try and win through this instead of around it. So now we have 3 cards in our deck. We cannot ready our allies or personas. We cannot tuck cards in the Echo Zone. 29 degrees still in here. We'll get through this. We'll get through this. Mysterio only needs not that much damage. Some damage. Okay. So do we have enough damage as is? We might. The only awkward thing is like we waste 1 damage advancing Mysterio. Cut. The villain is currently on only 3 health. Mysterio 3 though has I think like 16 health. It gets smaller. We discard the top 5 card of each player's deck, which if that hits a treachery, it actually draws this card if it hits an orange deck. Yeah, I think we power through. I think we can just win. I think we can power through. Oh no, we can't because we can't ready Captain Marvel. I was going to ready her immediately with Get Ready. Turns out with Delusion, you can't ready. So that's doesn't exhaust them, which is good. But yeah, we need to basically play an ally here, which we're not set up to do. Discard an ally or persona. We have no personas. We have to play Daredevil and discard him. Stinky. I don't think we can power through. Captain Marvel will attack for 2, drawing a card. Mockingbird? Better than Daredevil? Probably. Probably. Side by side is useless. We need to discard an identity specific card, easy. We need to discard an ally. So I think we just set up 1 more turn. Sinister Motive is very rare. Also, maybe a question for after, but there's an appropriate on how rare some boxes can be. My LGS has a copy of Sinister Motives. How eagerly should throw money at? Very eagerly. It is one of the rarest boxes. It's a box that, like, I don't condone scalping. I know, Ren, that's not what you want, but if you can find a Sinister Motives box, just pick it up. It's one of the best boxes in the game, and it's very hard to find. It's just grab it. It's good. You won't regret it. Okay. So if we advance Mysterio, we end up drawing more cards because we know we're going to discard an orange card. So I think we do. I think we just attack for 2 into the villain. And then the villain advances. So we get this villain. Discard the top 5 cards. So when you discard this treachery, we draw a card. I think you discard all 5 at once, though. I'm not sure. I think discards are simultaneously. So we discard Suit Up, fine. Photographic, fine. ASL, fine. Side by side, okay. But then when this is discarded, we draw a card. We drew a Superpower Training, which, yeah, that is back in their deck, I guess. Okay, so we can't ready her. We can't tuck cards. We can untuck cards. We need to play an ally and discard an ally. Okay. So there's no way for us to untuck cards. We can heal for 8 when we jump down with the res. We can choreography side by side back in our deck. We already have one. We could have actually replayed a 1-cost event and saved some damage, but I don't think it's a really big deal. So we're going to do Mockingbird for 1, 2, 3. Mockingbird will stun the villain, which seems important. Kind of hits like real hard. So we'll stun. She can thwart for 1 or attack for 1. I think we just attack for 1 with her. I think damage is how we're going to win. And then we can do the Delusion of Collusion, which means we can still do the rest of the turn. So it says, oh no, alter ego. So it's going to end our turn. But an alter ego will discard her. She doesn't have to be ready. So I think that's all we did at the hero mode, unless we want to bounce one of these to muscle memory back a card. Get ready is useless. Side by side is useless. First aid is nearly useless. I mean, I don't think we need more resources in this hand. So I think we'll just jump down. We'll jump down. We'll discard an identity specific card to get rid of this. Oh, at random from your hand. Oh, induced panic is random. That's neat. I don't think I've ever done that right. This says discard identity specific card at random from your hand. So I don't know if that means discard a card randomly from your hand and has to be identity specific. The cost is to discard an identity specific card at random. So I think we just shuffle these 2. So even's left, odd is right. We discarded, fine. We get rid of this. For Delusion, we have to discard Mockingbird. Discard an ally or persona support. We have no personas. Daredevil would be pretty good at this. So now Captain Marvel can ready. We will use the res to recover for 2 off of this side by side. We can't find the res. There it is. Okay. We can just use choreography to shuffle back in one of our combo cards, but it shouldn't be hard to do. 16 damage. So we'll put that back in and we'll draw. And then we'll hold the study of the tape, we'll hold the side by side, and that's just combo town. We just want to draw into doubles. And when we jump up, we can even go for the like don't take consequential thing, which might not be necessary. But we definitely have the damage. Improvisation, fine. We'll just pitch it. Nothing else we can do. These 2 cards are great. Okay. Drop. 1, 2, 3. Nice. 4. Nice. 5. Nice. 6. Nice. We have a ton of damage. Goes to 2. Is confused. We see 2 encounter cards. First one is Shifting Apparition. Okay, this one does have guard. Luckily on this turn, it doesn't really matter when we do its when defeated next. It takes excess damage. It shuffles the top card encounter deck into our deck. I mean, that's fine. We might trigger this on the katana. We'll figure something out. Deepest Fears. Peril. Discard cards from the top of your deck. The number of cards in your hand. 6. 1, 2. This is discarded, so we draw a card, but we continue discarding. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we draw a card. If at least one identity-specific card was discarded this way, place 1 threat on the main scheme. If no, was take 1 damage. I mean, the amount of text just to do 1 damage or 1 threat is pretty absurd. But when a card is discarded, you draw a card, and then we reveal Deja Vu. No surprise, so we'll just take 1 damage, and we'll shuffle this back in our deck. Yeah, I think the licensing Ren for the Web Warrior stuff seemed to be the hardest to like get in perpetuity. So it was a limited run of sorts. Okay, shouldn't be a problem to have lethal here. We'll use the res to recover. So we'll recover for 2. We will use choreography to shuffle in a card that matters. We want to keep 1 copy of photographic in our deck. So the card that we're shuffling back in, I don't actually know what it is. It's definitely the side by side. And we're going to have an absurd amount of damage here. Let's see how much damage we can do. This might be the mission planning turn, which I'm pretty happy about it. If we draw 1 red double, we'll be stoked. Unfortunately, we have none of our resource generators. Like, we don't have the clarity and we don't have the ASL, which have been really good for dumping damage. We draw photographic. Okay, cool. So we will flip up. When we flip up, alter ego, we can search our deck. So we'll just grab, I guess, a side by side. Our deck has 2 doubles in it that we could get lucky to draw. And the deck is thinner than it looks because if you ever draw an orange card, you just draw the next card behind it. Cut. Okay, so let's send it. So first thing to do, we want an even number of mission plannings and side-by-sides and photographics and all this sort of stuff. So no double in her hand. So like what cards are not worth playing? Oh, wow. Every card in her hand is a combo card. So is it better to bounce one of these cards? Get Ready becomes a card, which becomes 3 damage, but we want to do Get Ready after we attack a lot. So we definitely don't need Maria Hill. I want to play the mission planning out of principle, but like our hand is so good. It's so absurdly good. Like this is exactly the combo hand. I just want 1 resource generator. So maybe we muscle memory for the first aid, but the Get Ready is worth like 5 damage in a card draw. So I think we just get rid of, I think, a Study the Tape. We'll play the mission planning. We have to do the math. It's not intuitive whether this is actually worth playing because it loses as an activation. But now the big thing is every time we play one of our cards, we can do better attacks off of it. We will choose to tuck this over the first aid. And we can just use the katana to do 2 damage to the apparition to get through it. We have to shuffle the top card of the counter deck into our deck, which again doesn't change the numbers. Let's see how much damage we have. This game seems to have a thriving and eager community, but I guess it can't be surprised even FFG's spotty history with LGS distribution. The thing is, like, they can't keep printing everything in perpetuity, and stores can't keep everything on shelves. Like, if they want to support Marvel Champions, the fact that they need shelf space to store, like, you know, like 12 deluxe and like, you know, 60 hero packs, it just doesn't make sense. So stuff will be out of print. Whether they can do like a, you know, print on demand thing, that's really hard when it comes to licensing. But we're starting to see them make like crowdfunding kickstarting type things. So maybe that'll change. All right, so now mission planning's in place, so nobody takes consequential, which means we can just do as much damage as we can. So Captain Marvel will attack, taking no damage for 2 into the villain, drawing a card. Photographic is great. Echo will attack for 2 into the villain. All right, we'll combo time. So first thing we'll do is we'll do photographic reflexes to play this side by side. So we play it for free. Side by side readies our characters and gives them +1. Captain Marvel attacks for 3 into the villain, draws a card. Kalu, Echo attacks for 3 into the villain. We've already done 10 damage and we're just warming up. Yeah. I mean, we want the doubles in our hand, so I think we have to just keep drawing. So I think that using the muscle memory here versus anytime other doesn't really matter, but we'll add the get ready to our hand and we'll just use it to ready Captain Marvel. Technically using this later is better because she'll have higher stats, but no matter what, we have a flat amount of activation. So I don't think it matters if she activates now or later. We just add 1 activation. So I think it's a wash. So she's going to attack again for 3 into the villain, drawing a card, no consequential. She draws a Deja Vu, which draws this instead. Please be a double, suit up, fine. Then we'll do these 2 for side by side, which readies them. She's up. She attacks for 4 into the villain, drawing a card. We can't draw this. We can't draw this. So we draw 2 cards, mission planning and energy. The villain's on -2. We'll attack for 4 into the villain. We'll then go ahead and do energy into our last side by side. They're ready. She attacks for 5 into the villain, draws a card. We're going to deck out in a second, so we have to be careful. Villain goes to 5. Villain takes 5 more. Okay, so we're going to deck out once she activates. So we need to use at least our Study the Tape here to grab a card from our discard pile. So Study the Tape allows us to grab a side by side or a copy of photographic. We already have 2 photographics lined up here, so I think we just want another copy of side by side. I think that's the best target. Okay, then to get these back into the deck, I think we want to play photographic reflexes to play the side by side. So we ready? She attacks for 6 into the villain, drawing our last card. It's a Power of Leadership, which is incredible. We draw another encounter card, we shuffle. I think we might hit -50. Gotta go, very cool deck. Thank you for the video streaming, good games. Albert, thanks for dropping in. Glad you appreciate it. The Leadership Echo deck is pretty buck wild. We'll attack for 6 into the villain. Cool. Then we can do Power of Leadership for the side by side. We ready both of them. Again, this is why mission planning is so good, because we can choose to get the +3 stats forever, plus stats. She attacks for 7 into the villain. We draw a card. It's a genius. She attacks for 7 to the villain. Are we going to hit -100? Then we'll photographic reflexes the side by side. We ready? She goes to 6, goes to 6. She attacks for 8 into the villain, draws a card. She attacks for 8 into the villain. Well, photographic reflexes the side by side. They ready? Yeah, we might hit -100. She attacks 9 into Mysterio. Draws a card. She attacks for 9 into Mysterio. Okay. We have run out of stuff. Okay, so we can get lucky here. I think the way we used muscle memory might have been a bit awkward. It might not have been the best way to do it. Oh, we also have a make the call with nothing in the bin. So I think that unfortunately might be all our damage. Bummer. Yeah, we actually can't play any of these cards. Would you just draw 1 after drawing back-to-back encounter cards? No, because you draw this. Oh, you're right. We drew 1 too many cards. I mean, that's fine because of our hand. I think you're right, yeah. So the thing is, the main scheme says when you would draw an encounter card, draw the next card. So then you draw the next card, which was an encounter card, so you draw the next one. Yeah, so we went up 1 too many cards. Yeah, we should have 1 fewer. I think it didn't break our combo because we had all these extra resources. I was thinking you would draw 3 Marvel for 1 encounter card for another 2. Maybe we're missing a card, but I think it's fine. Even if we draw 1 more card, yeah, it doesn't really matter. The problem is that we don't have a make the call target. If we had to make the call target in our bin, we could play make the call, and then we could replay make the call, and then like do something cool with Maria, maybe like a Kalu. But I mean, we still did, I think, 90 damage. Yeah, we did 90 damage. Unfortunately, this hand is a bunch of our bricks. Other cards that we could have drawn that kept going. Photographic maybe does it. There's side by side 2 down. That's good. Mockingbird we could replay once. So like, we can get there. But yeah, all the ones are good. There's much a larger conversation about indie LCG versus mass TCG availability distribution. but it's just sad that it ends up increasing exclusivity for such a great game. Yeah, it's just like it's not realistic to keep printing things forever and shipping things forever. Like the cost of everything has gone up so much, and stores just can't hold everything. Sick run through. Combo players are gonna have a great time with Echo. Yeah, it's wild, and like Echo's ability to hold combo cards and replay combo cards makes all this stuff so good. I was like really, and this is something you always need to learn, Andre, is when someone says like, "How try this?" Like my first response was like, "I don't think it works in improvisation," but then my answer should have been, "What? But if you just don't play improvisation?" And the answer is like, pretty good. The first game we played today, we got the combo on turn 1. Today, we really had to fight against Mysterio because Mysterio disrupted our combo, I think, 2 or 3 different times. So that keeps you in check a fair bit. But we're still staying afloat. And it's really good that you don't play just the combo deck. That's why we had to go play things like Mockingbird and Professor X and a couple other allies just to make sure that you're doing something while you're setting up. But the setup is really good. A muscle memory might have been used improperly. I think a muscle memory for another ready is fine, but a muscle memory that readies both of us is better. So it might have been better to use muscle memory not on the get ready, but to use it on the copy that we had of what's it called? Another side by side. That probably was a lot better because that doesn't just do one more ready and a card draw. It does 2 readies and a card draw. Yeah, so we probably could have done that better. Also, just keeping that card underneath here is good because then it's a card that we can draw later with photographic reflexes, I think, because yeah, eventually we run out of targets for stuff. It's really cool to watch a combo deck preserve against a minion hating villain for sure. Yeah, our allies did not stand. Thanks so much for watching. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. It's 29.5. We're just getting warmer and warmer. I streamed with the door closed. Don't know why I decided to do that, but we did do that. If you want to find this deck list, it is in the description. The one card that you can consider cutting, and I'm glad you probably should, is a See No Evil, Hear No Evil. It seems good, but like we played Daredevil maybe once, so it's probably not worth the slot. I'll fix that in the deck right up. We'll be back on Friday with doing something different. I think we probably won't be playing against the Fear No Evil villains for a while. I think we're going to be going on to play maybe like Echo and Daredevil, or more likely try out some other heroes with some of the cards from the kit, or like bring Daredevil to fight against like Red Skull or some of the other fun encounter stuff. But I played like exclusively so much Fear No Evil for the last little while. I think we're going to take a break and like go experience some of the villains that have a bit more of a, you know, cohesive story, which is great. Another FYI, the link to the People's Discord in the description is broken. Oh, that makes sense. It probably times out after 30 days, so I likely have to renew it. Thanks for checking. I'll look into that. If you appreciate content like this, if you want to take a second to leave a like on the video, it really does help the channel grow. The channel growth has been pretty surprising. I saw just yesterday that we were like 1,500 subscribers. We're over that by like 20, and that's only been like a day or two. I also forgot to say, today we played our 1,500th game of Marvel Champions. It was our first game in which we drew the perfect combo hand. But I've tracked all my games, and today was 1499 going into this. So we hit our 1,500th game. I think that's fascinating because when we did our 1,000th, like the math on this is like very strange. So we played our 1,000th game on stream, and notably our 1,000th game was a bit of a special game, and we went through all the data. If you want to see me go through my Marvel Champion stats, it's always a treat. I even have a better organization system for that. But if we go to the crash space, when we played our 1,000th game, I thought that would work. 1 second. That was 8 months ago. So you can tell, okay, I guess you can watch an ad for It's Me, but because it helps the channel. But this was streamed on November 23rd, 2025. So yeah, 8 months ago. It took me, I was playing since the end of 2022, I think October. So it took me that many years to do 1,000 games. And then in less than a year, we did 500 games. Some of that is the channel for sure. I think a lot of it is that channel, but we did basically the amount of games I've did in a year and a half in less than a year. So we're speeding up. A game for every subscriber. Yeah, at this point, we might not catch up to that, which is a good problem to have. 1,000th Marvel game looks teamy. It was a really fun game. It was a really fun stream too. So you can check that out. They'll be maybe in the description. Otherwise, you'll find it on the channel. Anyways, if you want to say thank you, a nice way is leaving a like, a comment, subscribe. I haven't responded to comments for the last little bit, so I'm going to spend this afternoon reading through comments and responding, but I hope you all are well. We'll be back on Friday. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hopefully you got your Fear No Evil box now a week later. If you're waiting, apologies. Sometimes the wait is killer, but we'll catch you in the next one. Thanks for watching.